Well,
I'm here to stay on my soapbox and proclaim that to the world.
On this show.
This is the hottest show on the planet right now.
what's the debate?
Ain't no debate.
Stop. Baby, come on.
Cheers.
Welcome to the Vulcan Soapbox, the podcast dedicated to the principles of logic, the rigors of sound reasoning, and the discipline of critical thinking. In each episode, we explore not only the how, but the when, where, and why to use the tools of logic and reasoning, as well as how to identify and avoid the traps of fallacious thinking in everyday life. So, whether you're debating decision making or just trying to cut through the noise of the world around you, we are here to help sharpen your skills and challenge your perspective. Please don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe to the channel. Now, without further delay, let's meet the esteemed members of our panel today. I am Freshly Snipes, your host, and to my right, we have Dane Snyder. Dane, what you got for the people?
What I got is I'm looking for the unmute button here, man. I'm working on that. I'm just happy to be here. I'm going to try to get through tonight's stream. I went and I took a fresh shower in a hurry to get here so I'd look good and I'd smell good. And then, my nemesis, I don't know what happened. I don't know if it's some woman distracted. He didn't show up. So I'm just let it be known on the stream tonight that I am dejected. I'm in mourning because T-Reason is not here. I don't know if I'm going to be able to make through it, man.
But silence after this for T-Reasons, man.
Yeah.
Pour one out for the homie.
But I'm Dane Snyder anyway. You can call me Dane. You can call me whatever. Don't call me late for dinner. I know you heard that coming. I'm on the Big Daddy pod. Come on over there and sub to me. And I like bringing up people during the week, doing some 1v1 debates, doing some panels. Holla at me. We got a lady on the panel, but I'm going to go ahead and warn you, Candy. I believe in equal rights and lefts. So, I'm ready for you. T-Reason's not here to pull the fire. She's not here to pull the fire, so.
Candy, what you got for the people? Say hi.
Hi. I'm just here for the comments.
Wow.
Comments do get active around here. I Coach Perspective, my man. Welcome. We ain't seen you in a month of Sundays.
I know. It's been a while. Thank you guys for having me back. I appreciate it. I'm excited.
All right. Well, yeah, man, I'm one of the originals, man. You know what I mean? I'm part of the idea, formulating of this, so I Coach Perspective, man. It ain't about what you see, it's about how you see it, literally.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? You hear me?
Yeah, he was there upon inception, all right, when we came up with this idea.
This is true.
Vulcan, our namesake. Go ahead, talk to people.
Ready for a good show today. Let's go and get into it.
Yes, sir. All right, hopping right into it without delay. If you have questions, comments, feel free, or topics, feel free to email the Vulcan Soapbox at gmail.com. It is on the ticker at the bottom of the screen. I got a video we're going to play here.
Let's play it.
Stand by.
Okay, I like this. Oh, we gotta read it. All right, so I'll read it.
Can y'all not hear that?
No, yeah, we can't hear it yet.
I can't read that fast. English is my second language.
Hold on.
My first language is redneck.
I see a little cross next to the sound thing. Probably got to hit that.
Yeah.
It's hard to get good help.
It's hard.
Can y'all hear now?
No, sir.
Stand by.
Standing.
Vulcan, go ahead and.
I'm getting tired. But in the meantime, in between time, how's everybody doing today?
Man, I am fine as frog fuzz, to let you know, man.
Okay. Hey, Dan, what's the best part about your day so far, Dan? Talk to me. The best part about your day.
The best part about my day is this podcast finally getting here, to be honest with you. I have been sitting in this chair all day working on my OBS, on my stream. My wife abandoned me because she had to go to some business appointments and meet with some clients, and she didn't even bring me back nothing shiny or nothing to play with.
Man.
But
you got 5 kids, you said, right?
Yeah, but they all grown, though, man. I fed them more food than they needed, and they grown. 4 of them are sons, and what do? They get grown and they leave me. Now I gotta mow my own grass.
Okay, we in there, huh?
Good things. So, you just forgive yourself and move on.
Do you have any regrets?
No, don't have time to regret. We move on because we are acceptable for what we are, not what we think we should be. I'm accepted of myself by what I am, but not as I think I should be.
I can hear it. It's a little low, though.
I'm a sinner. I'm an old sinner. I've done some bad things. I've done some good things. So, you just forgive yourself and move on.
Do you have any regrets?
I'm gonna let it play one more time.
No, don't have time to regret. We move on because we are acceptable for what we are, not what we think we should be. I'm accepted in myself by what I am, but not as I think I should be, because that's a lie. I'm a sinner. I'm an old sinner. I've done some bad things. I've done some good things. So, you just forgive yourself and move on.
Do you have?
All right. Anybody need to watch it again? All right. Vulcan, take it away, sir.
Yes. Okay. So, panel question right here. You heard what he said, talking about regret and talking about being a sinner and talking about focusing on who you are, not your ideal of you or who you want to be in the future. And he says, is this, the question is this wisdom or foolishness regarding not having regrets? And we'll start off with Candy. What do you got? So either wisdom or foolishness?
I go with wisdom.
All right. Coach, would you go wisdom or foolishness?
Man, I'm leaning in between both. I don't think it's foolishness, and I don't think it's wisdom.
If you had to pick, which one would it fit better inside of? If you had to pick, like if it teetered on one direction, even
If
like
it teetered, foolishness.
Okay. And then Dane, how about for yourself? Wisdom.
I'm saying it's foolishness, and if he's telling the truth, I don't believe people who say they're telling the truth, but if they do, they're foolish.
Yeah, we're gonna get to that.
I got you.
And then freshly for yourself, wisdom or foolishness?
Foolishness. It's not. It's just foolishness.
I'm gonna go foolishness instead of wisdom too. So
hey, don't agree with me, bro. Don't agree with me.
Don't agree with me. We need something. We can't just all be taking. We can't all attack. I'm going with wisdom, man. I'm going. I ain't doing that. So I'm going. Let's go. I'm going with. No, I'm kidding.
Since everybody got you on an island, Candy, go ahead and you just state why you believe it's wisdom.
Well, because we don't learn if we don't make mistakes. If we never made a mistake in life, nobody's perfect. But if we never made a mistake, do you honestly think we would be perfect? No. So every time we make a mistake, if we should, number one, be learning from that. And every time we learn from something, we gain wisdom.
Are you holding your phone to talk to it, or?
I'm trying. Can you see? I'm really struggling here. Can you see it?
Yeah. Are you holding it in your hand though? That's gonna be tiring.
We can see it.
I am right now because I got it plugged in to charge.
Okay, got you.
I would be willing to bet that right now Candy is regretting not having a selfie stick or a tripod right now. And by the time she gets finished, her bicep and her forearm, her shoulder's gonna regret it as well. I'm just saying.
Candy, just get a book. Let's Tammy, get a book or something to put it on. Turn it sideways, and then boom, it can charge, and you ain't got to hold it.
I coach perspective with the answers to the questions that you got.
And all right, I think it would be best for us to use the Socratic method with this young lady instead of, if we're going to go that route of giving her the business in a sense, just asking her questions about why we think it's foolishness, or asking her a question in general to support our case to make it a little bit easier. What do y'all think about that?
So I coach perspective for you. Why do you pick foolishness?
I think that there's not a lot of wisdom in what he's saying based on the standard of what I believe.
Which is
the scriptures. So if I'm using that standard, then it has to be foolishness.
Okay, Dane, you're muted. If you're talking.
Dane, how about yourself?
No, I was talking to my chat. But I'm listening. You can hear me now, right?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Yeah. So James was
Dane,
calling
you
on
ready?
me? Yeah,
It's
yeah,
on
yeah,
you,
yeah. I was
Dane.
ready, man.
So why do you say foolishness?
I say it's foolishness because, like, I get what Candy's saying, but I'm not sure that she understands what a
Well, I'm more so
regret
asking
is.
what was your positive case for why when you originally said it was foolish? Why were you saying it was foolish?
Instead of attacking her, just tell her
But
why
the
you
Well,
only
think
reason
it's
why I'm doing that way is because, and just for the audience to understand, it's a slightly unfair when everybody's making their first positive case. She had to go first. She didn't get to hear anybody else's stance. So if somebody's addressing her and their positive case for why they
makes
believe what
sense.
they believe, it's kind of like in some sense
well, I
not
wasn't.
not
Yeah.
not
I
fair.
wasn't.
So if
I wasn't
everybody
attack.
so just so everybody knows how the format goes. First it goes, everybody state what sides you're on, then everybody makes their positive case for why they believe what they believe, and then we get into the cross examination. Just so everybody in the audience can
Okay.
understand how the format we do it.
Okay. I
Just to
wasn't.
try, we're not making it's not super formal, but it's also not too chaotic as well.
Yeah, I wasn't attacking her. I was just using what she said as an illustration. I didn't know we couldn't even mention what she said, and that'd be considered an attack.
Why do you think
But
it's
anyway,
foolishness, Dan?
what now?
Why do you
Let
think it's
Dane get his thing off. Vulcan already gave us the format. Let's go ahead, Dane.
Yeah, I'm trying to get there.
Go
I'm not
ahead.
really sure what to say though, other than the fact that a lot of times people they say, well, I don't have any regrets because it made me who I am today. I don't think anybody can live a life and say that when they look back, they don't think I shouldn't have done that. My life would be better if I had it done differently, if I had gone the other way. So when someone looks back and they say, well, I don't regret any of my decisions, good or bad, I just end up questioning whether or not they actually have learned anything. So that's why I think it's foolishness to look back and say, well, I don't regret anything. I just don't. I mean, I guess some people do, but that just doesn't seem like if you could look back, like there's a saying that says that, basically if you look back like that and you're the same person at 50 and you think the same way and you understand the same way at 50 as you did at 20, then you really haven't learned anything. I saw a meme the other day that says something like, if you're not embarrassed by when you were an idiot in your 20s, then you're still an idiot. And there's a lot of wisdom in that.
Gotcha. Appreciate that, Dane. Freshly, how about yourself?
So I believe that just based on the definition of regret, feeling sad or feeling repentant or feeling remorse based on the circumstances, I don't think it makes any sense, right, to not live with regrets, right? Because that means you're not sorry or apologetic or repentant for anything that happened to you or that you've done, which I don't think is wise at all. But even in the Bible, it says in a few places where even Christ had regrets. That doesn't mean being wrong, right? But if Christ had got regrets, I definitely got regrets.
okay?
Yes, sir. So for me, this is something I would see all the time online, on Facebook. You see it on social media, all different social medias. To me, it's just showing. And the Bible talks about people that have worshipped themselves, and basically, it's just deifying yourself. Once you state that because of who I am, it means everything that preceded me or preceded, everything that preceded what I'm doing right now made me who I am. You're basically deifying who you are. There's plenty of things we should be regretful for. A lot of us have bullied people in our past. We've mistreated our siblings, mistreated our parents. Those of us who know that we gave our parents a harder time than we needed to. My mom had to pay for summer school for me because I didn't do what I was supposed to do in school. I regret that. I can't change
Yeah.
it. I sleep over it now, over 20 years later. But I mean, way more than actually 22, 23 years later. But my issue with saying no regret is too absolute. And so I think it's a monstrous person that has very low empathy or hasn't thought about it deeply enough that would really subscribe to that mentality, because it just means you have to be callous to all the vile things you've done to people throughout your lives, accidentally and on purpose.
And if you're a Christian, right, we all have sinned and fallen short, right? So who can live their life as a sinner and not
Okay.
regret sin? Go ahead,
I
Candy.
didn't know we were going
Okay,
in depth. I
but the
was kind of
question wasn't, do we have any regrets? Because I got all kinds of regrets. The question was, is it wise or is it foolish?
To
Yes,
live
that's
without
a good
regrets.
point. Oh, sorry, go you first. You gonna address that?
No, I was just saying I was defining the question: is it wise or is it foolish to live without regret, or to say
Yeah.
you
So
don't have regret?
Yeah, so he was saying that he doesn't have any regret, and he gives his reasons why. And I was saying, is that foolish or wise? I'm saying it's foolish because for anybody to utter, I have no regrets, given what regret means to feel sorrowful for things of the past, and no matter what context in which he's speaking, it's going to be foolishness because it's never okay to say, I live life with no regrets, unless you are a
Yeah.
perfect man.
And the reason I
A
kept
woman.
it, and the reason I kept it pretty basic, I didn't know we were going to go in depth. Is when I said, based on what I believe in the scriptures, you can't have a repentant heart without no regret. That just it can't go hand in hand. So
Ding, ding, ding.
I
Going depth is what we do on here. So we got
okay, I
Wicked
thought we were going to
Dreams.
take turns. You know what I'm saying? But yeah,
Yeah,
that's
so just so
there's
everybody
no
knows the
repentant heart.
format. Thanks for pointing that out, iCoach perspective, so I can make it clear for everybody in the audience as well. So how we're going to do it on the show is we'll go around first. It's typically going to be a yes or no, or either this side or that side. Even if you don't have
First
a side
round.
that exactly fits you, which one do you lean more towards? So then everybody knows what side everybody's on. And then after that,
Okay.
we go back around. You're going to give your positive case of why you believe it, not based off what
Okay.
somebody else said or didn't say at that time. Just when you first said, "This is what I believe," why did you say that?
Okay,
And
I
so,
got you.
and so that's what
That's
we're
the
doing. And
second
then after
round.
that, we start the cross examination.
Freezing up on
Okay,
Third round is addressing what other panelists said.
Harvey, where you
Okay.
at, my man? We need you on. What's going on, baby?
Harvey Lincoln Jr. in the comments, thanks for watching. He said, it is wise to have regret. He also said, I go back and do life all over again for pretty much
Word.
everything. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't necessarily
Candy,
disagree with you, Harvey.
Yes.
Candy, let me ask you this.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have any regret on anything you've ever done?
Oh
Hold
God,
on real quick,
yes.
Candy.
Okay.
Candy,
Yes.
let me pause this real quick. We'll get into that answer. I want to get Wicked Dreams and Uncle Tiger. I want to get their opinion on this before we move on to the next question. Wicked Dreams, welcome,
What's
sir.
going
How are you
on?
doing
How we
today?
doing? How we doing? Everything's good, man. I'm good. How about yourself?
Were you able to see the video that we were
Uh,
referring
I
to?
I did not see the video, but from what
Yeah,
I
we
can
can
see,
bring him in
it
on
tell
the
from
next
what you
one.
guys were saying, it was
Yeah.
just pretty much, do you live life with or without regrets? Is that pretty much the summary of it?
Is it
No,
wise to live life with
no,
or
why
Is
don't we
without
that
just
regret?
play it? It's not that
wise?
long because there's more
Yeah,
to it.
I mean,
Also,
that's a simple answer. I mean, that's a simple answer.
We
It's
got to
not
go to the
wise to live
process.
without regrets. I mean, that means you didn't
Okay.
learn a lesson. Apparently,
Well,
essentially, that's what I believe. So,
well said, Wicked. Uncle Tiger, based on that, how do you feel? Is it wise to live with or without regrets?
Uh, I would say that regret is sort of what keeps you from making past mistakes that you've already made, right? It's like, okay, I regret this mistake that I made, so I'm not going to do it again. I think so.
Okay.
I think regret is actually, in a sense, a good thing. Yeah.
Okay. Good.
Okay.
Good. Now, Candy, uh, real quick, I know Coach Perspective asked a question, so I'm gonna kind of paraphrase and see if we can wrap this up. Your answer at the beginning was you do think it's wisdom to live without regrets. Do you still think that based on everything that you've heard in the conversation that we've had?
No, I mean, you know what? Like I was saying earlier, I think we do learn from our regrets,
Hmm.
but we have to all have regrets. That's for sure. So yeah, I would say it's foolish to live without regrets. Yeah, like
Well,
Okay.
let
Go
me
ahead,
challenge
Vulcan.
the panel in this way and help me out because the focus seems to be still like self worship and everything being about the self. Even when I hear everybody's answers, it's you had to learn. That's still something that benefits you. I think that the bigger point with regret is: are you a moral monster? Do you have empathy? Nobody can say they haven't mistreated people, hurt people with their siblings, family members, and stuff like that. So even when we say, yeah, it's foolish to say we shouldn't live with regret, why is the emphasis still because you learned things or didn't learn things? That's still something
yeah.
that benefits you.
Well, I didn't really say that, but it's the point. What's the name of the bottom? Uncle Tiger. When he had said that regret stops you from making the same mistake, that's not
mhm.
necessarily true. I could have regret and make the same mistake and still be repentant or have regret about that decision, and I still could have regret. You know what I mean? But it doesn't stop me from making the same mistake. Just because I make the same mistake again doesn't necessarily mean I don't have any regret about that
Well,
same decision.
I think Uncle Tiger was saying that it's a tool that's in place for that, right? Human beings are creatures that make mistakes. We're fallible, so everything that's in place to prevent certain things doesn't always work. But the point of it is being there. The point of it existing is to prevent or stop that particular behavior.
Well, I could
So I don't know
assume
if
like
it's prevent
I
or
could,
Did you
stop,
want to
but
speak for yourself on that one or no?
I would have loved that.
Yeah, can I respond or?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
absolutely rock out.
Yeah, perhaps I wasn't very articulate, but I didn't mean to say that it's regret. You're perhaps you will still make the same mistake again, but it still serves as a deterrent, right? It's not that it's 100% foolproof, but it is a necessity, and I think it ultimately is for the good.
Yeah.
All right, I got a question real quick. Would you say that regret goes hand in hand with accountability?
Is that me? Or?
That's for whoever. If he said that he has no regrets, would you? He said that you can live life and still do the same mistake and not regret it. So would you say you're also not taking any accountability for that mistake as well?
I think you may have misheard what I said. The only reason I had said that was I was actually addressing something he had said in regards to regret being basically something that stops you from doing the same thing. I don't believe that it stops you from doing the same thing, but you can still have regret for something you've done, even though you did it again. That's what I
Well,
was saying. But I was only addressing something he had said.
well,
I didn't
would that be
say
saying?
there's
Yeah,
no regret.
and
I wouldn't
I
say.
clarified. Okay, stop was the wrong
I can't hear you.
word. Perhaps I should.
Yeah,
have
we've
used
already
deter.
clarified that part. I think we're all on the same page now as far as
Okay. Well, I don't know what he was saying.
Yeah. Instead of saying stop, it may inhibit, right? It may mitigate. Yeah, that might be
Deter.
better word to use. Okay, cool. All right, yeah. Next topic. Thanks for that, fellas.
All right, here we go.
Intentionally encouraged, and then they found some people that were just straight up actors to play this role of a gangster, and one of those people is obviously Tupac. So let's just watch this footage. You may forget this. Tupac was an actor, and I'm pretty sure he was not a heterosexual actor either on the basis of this clip. Take a listen.
I'm most like my mom because I'm arrogant, totally arrogant. I agree. I have to say it. Like at work, I can't hold a job. I just quit my job today, actually, because I wanted to come and do this. And they wouldn't let me. And I felt like it was important, and it was more important than serving pizza. And we had enough people. So I felt like since I'm an actor, they should understand. They should have let me do it. But they didn't. And then I had a cold. So they were making me work in a freezer. And I'm really not one to be disrespected. And I felt like that was disrespectful.
That gangster rap was intentionally encouraged, and then they found some people that were just straight.
You can go ahead. Yeah, you can pause right there. Thank you. So we'll start it off right here. We got the question: was Tupac a thug or a gangster? And I'm gonna go in order right here. So we'll start off with Candy. And if you don't feel like you know enough about it, anybody on the panel, then feel free to decline on this one right here. But Candy, based off what you know, was Tupac a gangster? Yes or no?
I think he was a thug. Yeah.
Okay, got you. Okay. Coach perspective, gangster, thug, or yes or no?
No.
Wicked, gangster, thug, yes or no?
No.
Uncle Tiger, gangster, thug, yes or no?
I think there's good arguments in both directions, but probably not.
Okay, Dane, Tupac, thug, or gangster, yes or no?
Of course not.
Freshly, Tupac, thug, or gangster, yes or no?
Yes.
And I'm gonna go yes, he is as well. So we got a pretty mixed panel right here. So we'll start
Okay,
off.
don't agree with me, bro.
We'll start off with right here.
Stop copying me.
Wicked, go ahead and say Wicked. You said that no, right?
I said no.
Okay, so go ahead and start off with the no.
I can't hear him.
Can you hear me?
Wicked at all?
I didn't hear nobody's
Okay,
answer. I didn't hear what no one said. Anyone.
Okay, well, try going out and coming back in if you can, because I think that might be on you.
That might be you, yeah, because I can hear everybody.
So Wicked, go ahead
Okay.
and make your case of why you say
So
no.
I would say no for the fact of
Sorry, real
he
quick,
was very big.
Everybody say your points in a minute or less. Now we got more people on the panel, minute or less.
Yeah, so I would say no for various reasons. Of he went to an art school. He was hugely into poetry. I don't know many gangsters that write love poetry, out doing gangbanging stuff. I mean, he might have influence because his mother was a Black Panther. He could have gangster influence, but I don't think him personally himself was a gangster. He was more poetic.
Okay, and Tiger, you said yes or no?
I think he was certainly
He said probably not,
involved
right?
in. Sorry.
He said probably no or probably yes.
I would say probably no, but I
Okay.
like at the same time, I'm sure that he was to a degree involved in some kind of nefarious, perhaps gang-like activity, but also at the
Why
same time
do you say no?
groomed and chosen. Just because that's just the rap industry in general, especially back then. Yeah.
Okay. And then Dane, for yourself, why do you say no?
Oh, I say no because of what is obviously the case in that video right there. I don't know that poetry has anything to do with it, but yeah, I think most of the rappers, even today, are gangster actors, be honest with you.
Got you. Okay. Now, coach perspective, are you ready to come in? I'm getting all the no's out, then we'll go to the yeses.
All right. So
Yes,
you hear me? I'm good.
yes, sir.
Based on my experiences with gangsters and thugs, I don't consider him a gangster or a thug. I think he hung with some gangsters or thugs, but I don't consider him a gangster or thug.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Freshly. Oh no, Candy hasn't gone yet. Candy, did you go already?
Yeah, I said no.
She went first.
Freshly. Yeah, Freshly. Yourself. Why do you say no? I mean, why you say yes? Sorry.
So just to kind of preface this, my personal non-objective, subjective opinion is that he's not. The problem is what I think doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things. Just my thoughts, right? Birds of a feather flock together. Whether or not he got it honestly, right? Whether or not he was born into it, whether or not he had a reason to be a gangster, the fact remains that he was he was into some gangster stuff. He was hanging with gangster people, doing the things that gangsters do. He wasn't not fighting, right? He wasn't not shooting. He wasn't not repping the gang. Those are all things that, regardless of whether or not you respect their gangster, qualify you as a gangster, right? He was doing crime. He was a criminal, and he was affiliated with a gang out loud. And last, I would say most gangsters that you know of, right? True gangsters have a private part of their life, right? So poetry, wine and dining women, like those softer features that you wouldn't expect. But a lot of them you wouldn't cross just because you heard them spouting poetry, right? They might still kill you.
Yeah.
So unfortunately, while I don't respect his gangsterism from an authentic standpoint, it doesn't change the fact that he was doing gangster things.
He went to Cranbrook. That's a private school.
That's a private school. This guy's a gangster. Yeah.
It's so
his real name is Clarence. Go ahead.
What I would say on the issue is this, and Freshly said it really well. The reality is this: we don't get to make up our definitions of gangsters. Gangster is what's in the dictionary: a violent ruffian, a thug, gangster, whatever you want to call it. It was tattooed on his body. He was spitting in cameras. He was beating up movie producers, beating up music producers, DJs, other rappers, gang members.
He shot the cops.
Fat Joe, and Busta Rhymes on the podcast during the pandemic, they both said every time we saw Tupac, he was in violence. That is the technical definition of a gangster or a thug, whichever one you want to say. And not only that, the issue, I think, and this is why it's important to have these conversations, because we do this thing where it's like, you're not a real one to me. And anybody who's hooped or played sports, to people that hooped their whole life, people that hooped a summer or something like that, they weren't considered real hoopers. But the people
they're not hoopers. They just play basketball.
Yeah. But people in the NBA wouldn't consider people who didn't make it to the league real hoopers like that. So everybody's going to say the person below them is not a real hooper, but because we're not using the definition, we're using our arbitrary definition that we like the best. But I think if we use, but the law of identity says A is A and A is not B. You know, well, that's law of contradiction. A is not B. But my point is saying A is A. And so my point is saying at the end of the day, whether you want to call it whatever you want to call it, or you respect it or you don't respect it, there is a definition for it. And most of America viewed him that way. And you're whatever people that think like you, that think he's not a gangster, that's a very small percentage of the population compared to everybody else when he was alive.
But Vulcan,
Yeah.
you say most of them, part of your evidence was most of America viewed him that way, but isn't that a fallacy appeal to the consensus to say, well, that's evidence that he was a gangster because most of America appeared that way. Most people thought that P. Diddy was some sort of a ladies' man or whatever, but as it turns out, that was quite far from the truth. So, I mean, what we know, what we think of when it comes to these celebrities and stuff, all we know is what's marketed to us. Now, I didn't listen to his music. I don't familiar with all of his details of his life, but was he involved in violence and criminality? Was he involved in violence and criminality before he got a record deal?
So, am I supposed to answer that
What's
question?
What's the question, Dan?
So I think I kind of
hold on. I coach perspective. Hold on, Dan. What's the question that you want Vulcan to answer?
I heard the question. I just don't know if it's rhetorical or I'm supposed to answer it.
No. I'm hoping somebody on panel is a lot more familiar with his history. Do what now?
Yeah, he said panel. That's why I started to talk.
Well, yeah, you asked me the question. Was it a fallacy?
Yeah, that was one of the questions, and then I asked.
Is that a question for me or for the panel, or that was rhetorical?
No, it was for you. I called you by name. I said,
yeah, that's what I wanted.
When you say as part of your evidence, well, most of America saw him as a gangster. That would be
I get your reason, and I'm ready to respond. I just didn't want to, because you said so much more after. I didn't know if I should listen.
Man, answer the question, bro.
So yeah, so the thing about that is that's addressing. It'll be a fallacy, and this is called appeal to population fallacy. I appreciate Dane bringing this up. If I were to say it's true or false based off the fact that most people believe it, but that's not what I'm doing. What I'm saying is this right here. I already gave the definition of a gangster, and I said by definition that's what he is. That's my reason why I'm saying that. But then I'm also saying if you think that because y'all believe that he's not a gangster and people like you think like you would still lose an argument because people that think different than you outnumber the people that think like you. So I'm saying no matter which way you would take it, you would still lose. That's the
isn't the appeal to the definition also a fallacy? To say he is because the dictionary says so, that's also an appeal to a definition, isn't it?
Well, then what would we appeal to?
Well, I don't know. We could appeal to his lifestyle. That's why, I went on before I got finished talking. I landed my plane.
I would say you have to go by his actions.
Yeah, maybe someone knows his history.
That's the question going to be. What are you going to compare his actions to?
Yeah, what's the standard?
Well, I asked it. It's the question I asked. It's the question. The last question I asked because I'm not familiar with his history. Before he got into rap music and got a record deal, was he involved in criminality and violence then? Because I would think with a record company saying here's millions of dollars in fame, but all you got to do is act like a thug so we can sell your records. I'm not saying that's what happened, but I'm saying it's possible.
But that seems like can I say something? Y'all been talking back and forth.
Hold on.
Look. Okay, go ahead.
Hold on. Dang. Your question is, was he a gangster before fame? And that's your measurement, right? That's your standard of what a gangster is?
Well, that's one of the measurements. I mean, that would be some evidence if he was involved before.
Are y'all talking about Tupac?
We are Twan. Twan Governor on the show. Hold on, go ahead. I coach perspective. What do you got? What's your response?
The only thing I was gonna say is, and if that is the case, like let's say that's what I was basing my definition off of who you really are. But James countered that by saying the definition of a gangster is someone who does gangster's activity. If you've promoted violence, if you've done these things, then that classifies you as a gangster. Then he was a gangster, regardless of whether or not I believe he went to art school, whether I believe he was a homosexual, whether or not he was paid money to do it as a record deal. He still did gangster's activities. So that would make him a gangster based off the definition. That's what I think James is trying to say. So regardless of whether or not he did do it before, that doesn't matter because after he still did gangsters activities. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
Right.
Well,
no, I
James
think
is not
Dane's
here
trying
to
to
defend
figure.
himself, so I mean, just focus on people that's on the panel because he's not here to
So I
defend
think
himself.
Yeah, we
But
So I
don't
think
know who
what
this
Dane's trying to figure
gangster is.
out though, yeah, but Dane's question is simply this. In order to figure out if he's really a gangster, we need to know what he was like before the record deal. Because
no,
let's put
no,
it
no,
like this.
that's not it,
Is
though,
that
Wicked.
But hold on,
When
wait,
he
let me
first,
finish. But hold on, I'm not done yet. Hold on. Because Dane is under the perception of, okay, he got the record deal. It's the same perception. It's like this. Let's say this. Let's say I put it on a persona and I make YouTube videos of this persona, but off YouTube, I am not that person. That's what Dane's kind of going towards right now. Is that person, the persona, really him, or is the real person he's off camera really
to
him?
me, that's irrelevant.
They're
Here's the
relevant.
thing. Here's the thing, Wicked. The problem is you guys are suggesting that there's no way to be an authentic gangster in late stages of life. You're suggesting if you're not born into it, if you don't do it as a child,
I'm not
then it
No,
suggesting
can't be
that at
authentic.
all.
no,
But the problem
no,
is
no, no, no,
can,
I'm
not
not
can
saying
I
that.
suggesting
can I
that at
we
all.
weigh in on
we
something?
saw we all saw him do these things. He didn't. Those weren't fake bullets or fake guns when he shot those cops. He beat those DJs up in real life. He like all those things actually happened.
But you got to
We just
address his point though. Address him saying before the record deal. No, y'all aren't really appealing
right.
to
But
that. To
again, what I'm saying
Before
is
the record,
that is a
before the
that's
record,
a
it doesn't matter.
but
that's a
but
that's a that's not a standard. That's a personal standard. That's what Dane would consider to be a gangster. Like, were you doing this before your record deal? The problem is it doesn't have anything to do with what a
Well,
gangster actually is.
there
Because
we go.
if you
yeah,
don't based on the definition of gangster, how like that's the most stable across the board
right.
standard.
Can
If
I?
you do it based on what each individual thinks, then how do we come to a consensus?
Can I
How
say
do we
something
agree
Whether
real
he
on
had a
nuance?
deal or not, that's beside the point.
Why did you
But
next?
he was involved in gangs. He was a gangster. He wore the colors. He wore the bandanas. He and it like who was it? It said something about his tattoo and stuff. He was into all of that. And
Thug
that's why
life.
Well, I got you real quick, Twan. So, Candy, I would say if he just stopped at that, I would lean more towards what Dane and I Coach Perspective and With Your Dreams were saying. I actually would maybe agree with them if it was just performative, right? I wear the colors, I throw up the signs, I wear
Like
a
Takashi
bandana.
6ix9ine.
But again, he did there like he went to jail.
yeah, I know. That's what I'm
He
saying.
went to
He was a
prison for the things that the crimes that he committed in the name of gang and gangsterism. So at that point in time, I just don't see how you can say because he wasn't doing that early in life or before he got famous that he's not an authentic gangster. Do you respect his gangsterism is one thing, but whether he was a gangster or not is actually almost
That's
not up
where
for
I was
debate. Go ahead,
coming
Twan.
from. I didn't
right.
Okay.
respect
That's
his
what I'm
gangster.
saying. I
All
agree
right,
with you.
right. You got to realize his household. Was his daddy a gangster, Matula Shakur?
Oh, his mother was a Black Panther. I mean, he grew
Oh,
up definitely
okay.
around all of that. Hey, he
So
was
my
born in
thing
jail.
is
I mean, he
right.
was
If
definitely
they're
had the
black,
influence was definitely there.
Hold on, Wicked. Let
if,
Twan get this thing off.
No,
if they're Black
I'm just
Panthers,
saying, Tuan,
right,
if you
that's
ask a question,
considered
people might
that's
not give
cause
it back quick. So just remember, this is for Dane, this is for everybody on the
oh,
panel. If you
okay.
ask a question and what you're saying, understand it might be confusing for everybody else. So either make the question at the end of what you're saying, or don't give the question up until you're ready to give the floor up. Because people might not know when to give it back to you.
All right.
Go ahead, Twan.
Um, no, you can finish. Go ahead, man. Go ahead. You ain't really spoke, so I'm interested to hear what you have to say.
My thing is right. How do you know what's a gangster? A gangster comes in all types, shapes, and forms. Any suit, uh, my thing is you can always change your life and be a gangster, or you can always change your life and be good. I mean, how do you know what's a gangster is? I mean, that's my thing is even though he took arts and crafts, I mean, people have other hobbies and you can still be a gangster. I know gangsters that took ballet and they gangsters now. So I mean, the thing is you can't judge a person on how they grew up, you know. That's all I'm saying.
Does anybody disagree with Twan about that?
Yeah, but
Dang.
not completely. I mean, I
Does
don't
anybody
disagree.
completely, hold on? Does anybody completely disagree with them first before we get to the kind of disagree? Anybody completely disagree? Okay, Twan, you won everybody over. Nobody's on the other side with that. That's good. All right, sorry. Go ahead, Dane.
Oh, he didn't win me over because what I was going to say was, I think that what we're dealing with here is more of a semantic issue because, like you were saying, you know, most of America would consider him a gangster. Well, most of America, when you ask about a rapper, and you ask, was he a gangster or not, most people are thinking he's affiliated, you know, and all that sort of stuff, and he's adopted that lifestyle, and he's affiliated and doing gangster stuff in that regard. And then when people say, well, no, I think he was a gangster actor, because I do, and then say, oh, well, but he committed crimes and did thuggery. Well, to me, that doesn't qualify as a gangster.
He was a militant.
Well,
at heart, he was a militant.
That
He
doesn't
was
make him a gangster, though, is what I'm
I
saying.
mean,
here's the
but what I'm
thing.
saying is, right, when you say
Go ahead,
gangster, right, you can't put because my thing is, if you go blow something up, ain't that gangsters? If you
Not
blowing
really.
something up, but you call that terrorism, right? But that's gangster stuff.
Right. What you're playing there is a semantic problem. There's all this semantical proprietary definitions. Well, to me it's this, and to me it's that, to me it's a third. So I think if
But
we're
I'm
really
saying,
going to drill
okay,
down, drill down to get to a consensus or have any persuasion, we need to solve the semantic issue of, you know, do we have an agreement on terms of what a gangster is? I mean, if we're just talking about a criminal, lots of folks are.
Yeah,
Real
it's
quick,
definitely.
real quick. Hold on, real quick. The definition of gangster should actually end the semantic argument, right? And when you're pointing out that we're basing a lot of stuff on, you know, what it is to me, I wanted to point out, like, if we're doing semantics, your operative phrases that you keep using are "to me," in my opinion, right? Those are things that how do we take that opinion, that perspective over the actual definition of the word?
Well, that's what
When if we're
but
talking
that's what the
semantics,
logical
then the
debate
easiest way to
is.
settle a semantic argument would be the definition. Would you agree with that?
No, because to say X is true because the definition defines it that way, that is itself fallacious. And in order to work through the semantics and not commit the definitional fallacy, then we have that discussion, and then we chisel away at what one another believes the word means until we come to a consensus of what the word means. So that's what I'm saying. But I mean, I'll go ahead and concede if y'all are asking me, was Tupac involved in criminality? Sure, he was involved in criminality. It's just, for me personally, when someone says, was this rapper a gangster? To me, I'm not hearing, was he involved in criminality at some time in his life? They're asking me, was he affiliated, with a street gang or whatever? And
Can you put the question back up again first? I put it in the comments, but I know you got a lot going on. Can you put the question back up just so everybody can see it? So the question is, was Tupac a thug or gangster? Just so everybody can know that. And I did that on purpose.
Oh, you said thug or gangster? I thought you just said gangster. I would say a thug, yes.
Can everybody see the question up on the screen?
It's no difference.
Thug/gangster.
No, I think there is a difference, because if you think about it, right?
We don't have to get into it because we don't have to get into if there's a difference. Either one, whichever one. If you do, think
somebody just said that there is no difference. Somebody just said that there is no difference.
I know you said that, but I mean, this is the issue, y'all. When you're doing panel conversations, we start off with A, then we go to B, then we go to C. Now we're having a conversation about D, and then we try to clip this up later on and put it online, and we title it, "Was Tupac a thug or a gangster?" And 50 to 75% of the conversation is not on that specific question. It ruins the clip, So that's the only reason why I try my best. And I'm sorry I could be a little, Nazi with it.
Yeah,
lack of a better term.
I missed the thug part, because that does make a difference to me.
Well, yeah, that's why I put both of them, so you can answer for either one of them. You don't have to. We don't have to dispute about what the definition.
Gotcha. I mean, I would say
real quickly, Wicked. I was trying to. The whole point I did it was to avoid the debate about the difference.
Gotcha.
I put both. I thought I could avoid it, but maybe I was
wrong. But I think there is a difference. I think thug is more. You can more define a thug, where gangster would be more proprietary. Because, like, if you say, because different, like me, I'm as an Italian, we do gangster stuff differently than black people do gangster stuff. So which one would really be gangster?
No.
What do you mean no?
No.
You don't. Then you don't know how Italians work.
Now we're getting off into the weeds here, I think.
Yeah,
Man,
but
We're
that's why
getting
I
off
said
the
we should
topic.
go.
I think, James, why isn't your definition clear for everybody to understand? If you do a certain activity,
I
you're
think James needs to
classified
be
as
here
a
to defend
gangster.
himself. I think that's the only thing. I don't want to bring his stuff in there because he's not here to defend himself.
If I could say something to Wicked real quick, talking about we don't know how Italians work. We know how Italians work. They don't. We all
they
know that.
They
rats.
don't.
We all
They
know that.
rats.
Jeez.
They rats.
All right, man. Hey, I'm about to hit this gym. It's been real, y'all.
Burn some calories for me.
I
Oh,
will.
I heard.
You ain't got enough time for that, buddy.
Oh, the fact that-
All right, so as of right now, I gave my definition of what a thug and a gangster is. Does somebody disagree with my definition?
I want to point out it's
Can you
not
go?
your definition. Is it not the dictionary definition?
Or the,
You didn't make that up.
or the definition that I provided? Does somebody disagree? Okay, so nobody disagrees. So if everybody agrees, then do we all agree that he was one?
Well, I mean, I conceded if by your definition, sure. You know, there's a lot of people out there that would qualify.
He's saying it's not mine. That's just the definition. Are you saying that there's another definition you think is?
Well, yeah, that's an appeal. That's a definitional fallacy, though. It's an appeal to the definition. Dictionaries record how people use words. They don't necessarily dictate what the word means.
So is there a definition you like better?
I don't deal with just the definitions. That's what That's why I engage in the logical debate to work through it.
Is there a meaning of thug or gangster that you prefer?
Yeah, I've covered that. When someone asks, "Is this person a gangster?" especially when you're dealing with a rapper, then what they're really asking is, are they affiliated with the gangster out there doing gangster stuff through the hierarchy of the gang?
What about the word thug then?
Do what now?
Okay, let's focus on the thug one. If the gangster, you don't like the gangster one. What about the thug one?
Well, to me, that's like asking. That's like the question of all husbands are men, but not all men are husbands. I mean, say a gangster. Well, all gangsters are a thug to one degree or another. So if he's a gangster, then he would be a thug.
No, but what I'm asking you, but you don't consider him a gangster. So what I'm saying is, if we take gangster out of it, would you consider Tupac a thug?
Do you know what a thug is? A thug was come from Russia, from the czars. So that's the definition of a gangster. Was a thug in Russia. So I mean, it's the same thing.
I'm waiting on Dane.
Oh well, I thought he was asking the question. Could you repeat your question?
No, I'm saying the word thug, it comes from Russia and India. They both was gangsters.
I heard what you said. I'm asking asking Vulcan over there to repeat his.
I said if we remove gangster from it and we just focus on the word thug, would you consider Tupac a thug?
Well, yeah, I mean, he was involved. My understanding, I'm not really familiar with his history other than what I might have seen involuntarily on the evening news. But I mean, if we're just talking about he's involved in violent criminality, sure. I mean, I could go with that.
Okay, because that's what I was trying to clear up. Does anybody think he wasn't a thug? Okay,
I mean, you have thug life tattooed on you. I mean,
and just so everybody know, I was trying to use both words just to avoid the dispute.
Yeah, so I think gangster would have to be gang affiliated. So like it's actually in the gang. So it would be actually in the gang to be a gangster. Gang affiliated, I think, would be different. That would be more thuggish.
What does that mean? What does that mean? It has to be organized crime.
I would kind of
organized. Yeah, organized crime would be a gang.
Well, the rap industry is riddled. I mean, that is, a part of organized crime.
Well, let me say this real quick about this topic. For one, when it comes to Tupac, he called himself a thug. He had the tattoo. I mentioned all that stuff right there. The issue the issue with this whole conversation for me and the societal conversation is everybody's making up their definition of a thug or a gangster, however you want to say it. And then if you're not meeting this very arbitrary standard, then you're not one. You could do everything else, but if you're missing this one thing, then they go, he's not a thug because he didn't grow up like that, or because he didn't have to do it. And I'm like, well, that's something you're throwing on there. That's not integral to the definition of it. So
also moving the goalposts.
yeah, and then I want to clear up one thing. So Dane, as far as your appeal to definition, I'm not understanding what you mean by that. Are you saying that people? Are you saying that we can't just appeal to the dictionary if there's other definitions that are being used in society, or there's definitions that you like better? Is that what you're saying?
Well, no, I'm just saying that to say that my argument is true because the strict dictionary definition of the word is such and such. That's fallacious because different people see what. Okay, like a dog. Why is it that a dog is called a dog? Well, it's because enough people, they look at that animal and that's the sound they make out of their mouth. Okay, so then you record that, but there are a bunch of different words to refer to that animal than just those letters, those verbal
So you're saying
sounds
it's
together.
okay to appeal the definition. That just can't be the final thing. That can't be the final word.
Yeah.
It's okay to appeal
What
the
I'm saying when
definition.
someone says, well, this, like this, I don't know, this Labrador Retriever, that's a dog. Well, someone else may say, well, that's not a dog, and point at a coyote and say, well, that's a dog. And because they're
Wait, hold
both
on, Dane. I just
canines.
picked up on something real quick though.
Hang on,
Vulcan just said
and
that
then
he would qualify for it,
and
not it would be true.
Hang on, Wicked. And then, so you got one person with a definition for a domesticated dog, another one for a wild dog, like a coyote, a canine, and then that debate would happen between them to figure out whether but one, the other, or both are dogs or some type of dog. That's the discussion. But if someone were to say, well, no, this lab over here, this is what a dog is. That coyote is not a dog because the dictionary says it's a dog. That's just a bad argument. That's a fallacious argument.
Do you like my summary of what you're saying? I did it earlier, but you haven't told me yes or no yet. So what I'm saying is that you're saying it's okay to appeal the definition. You just can't appeal the definition and not be the end of it.
Right. For the most part, yeah. There's still a discussion that takes place.
Okay, got you. Yeah, we're on the same page.
Yeah, see, I took it as you were saying that he would qualify for it because of the definition, not he is it because of the definition.
Well, no, I would. Well, the thing is, again, I don't want to. We're speaking connotatively and denotatively, and so it kind of. Yeah, what I mean is this right here. Whether you're using a colloquial definition or using the actual dictionary definition, whether you're appealing to whatever people are typically saying about it or what you'd read about, he's going to qualify as a thug. So I don't care which one somebody picks. I think he's going to qualify no matter what, unless you get into arbitrary parts of the aspects of the definition. You start adding things that only you would really add, or most people would add because it's not integral to the definition.
Okay. If you're not participating in thuggish or gangster ways, how you know what a gangster or a thug is? If you're not participating,
I'm not participating in murderous ways, and I know what a murderer is.
Does anybody want to answer that question by Twan?
Yes.
That's a really good question. Who wants to take that on?
Well,
what was your question again?
I'm happy to.
Well, Candy
wants to hold on. Everyone, let Twan. Can you repeat that? And then just
how do
repeat
you
that
know
so we can
what a gangster or a thug is if you're not participating in the activities they do?
I can answer that with a simple question. I can answer that with a very simple question.
Hold on. We're gonna go. Say again, Vulcan.
So what gives you
the? Can y'all hear me? Can everybody hear me?
Go ahead, Candy.
Yeah.
Go ahead,
yeah,
Candy.
but your voice kind of soft like a lady, so.
Okay. All right. You can basically know what a gangster does or what a thug does. Basically, anything that any person that participates in criminal activity, all right, who is part of a group, where they're not by themselves, that's a gang. Part of a group is a gang. So his lifestyle and the things that he did represented the thug lifestyle. And as a thug, did he participate in gang activity? Yes, he did.
So hold on real quick. Twan, did she convince you?
No, because my thing is, right, if you go back and you do the history on the thug code, him and his dad came up with that in prison. It was a thug to get everybody on one accord in the prison systems. That's what the thug code was. I mean, he wasn't a thug like society say he was. I mean, you missing what you gotta go do the research on what the thug
Candy,
means.
you want to respond to that? You want to take another stab at that, Candy?
Huh?
You want to take another stab at that? You don't have to if you don't want to. I'm
No,
just asking if you do.
no,
Okay,
I
okay,
won't.
I,
cool.
Yeah.
Who wants to take
can I
a
just
stab at Twan's
I
original question?
I do. So real quick, you just said that how can you know what a thing is if you don't participate in the thing? Am I correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you know what gay activities are?
I mean, I don't participate in them, but I mean, I've
Oh,
seen it.
really?
Very good.
Really?
That's a good
Interesting. Very
analogy.
interesting. So you know what gay activities are, but you don't
But
participate in
I
them.
mean, that's what
But
I'm
according
saying.
to your
People,
logic, you have to be gay then.
no, man. See, that's what I'm saying, right? That's not what
I'm
we're
following your
talking
logic,
about,
sir. I'm
right?
just following.
That's
No,
not.
this is
I
called
mean, it's always
this is called
Hold
an
on, hold on.
it,
analogy.
So
it's
Twan,
Hold on,
always
real quick,
tit and
Wicked.
tat.
You
hold
out
on.
the rebuttal. Allow
If
Twan to
you're
Twan,
not
respond to
in,
that.
Twan,
my
did he
Twan?
thing
convince
is
you?
right. When you
Twan,
say stuff like
Twan, did he
that, a
convince you
real
or did he not
gangster know
convince
you
you?
never been in the streets. When you say stuff
Twan.
like that,
That doesn't
you
have
have
Twan, can you
anything to
hear me,
do with
Twan?
it.
homosexuality.
Twan, can you hear me?
But
Guys,
Yeah.
I'm saying, did he
Tupac
convince
was
you?
in the streets.
No, he
all
convinced
right.
me that he was homo.
Okay.
All right,
So
guys. I'm
yeah,
sorry. I'm muting people. Hold on.
yeah.
We're
So
not going to
Twan,
talk over each other, guys.
so
Hold
Twan,
on,
uh,
Vulcan.
and I want. Oh, sorry.
Let me get this off because I don't want to deal with this all show.
Okay.
Let me finish. I don't want to deal with this the whole show. Guys, we're not going to overtalk each other, right? Remember what Vulcan asked about the questions. If you're going to ask a question, you have to pause it right there so people can ask the question. When you offer a rebuttal, allow the person to respond. You cannot disqualify the person's rebuttal because you don't agree with it. Vulcan, you might need to turn your mic up because while you keep asking if we can hear you, it is very faint.
Oh, okay. So
It's
I
not
didn't
coming
know that.
through. No worries. All right, I'm gonna unmute everybody.
All
I
right. So you
apologize.
said
I
it's very
still love
faint. So we'll
y'all.
work on that real quick. But Twan, really quickly, and this for the audience more so than you, Twan. But everybody, there's something called a steel man. Steel man is when you say somebody else's point in a favorable way that they would agree with, right? So Twan, are you able to state what Wicked Dreams' response to you was?
I understand what
Are
he's
you able to
getting
state it for
at.
the audience?
Say again.
Are you able to state it for the audience?
No, I mean I get what he's saying, but
But you can't state it for the audience.
yeah, I can't because it's just
If we say it, if I have him say it to you again, will you be able to do it?
yeah, probably.
Okay, Wicked, can
Okay.
you say your point again as succinctly as possible, please? And then
Okay. Very simple. I want to make sure that I steel man your position first. If I cannot know what a thing is if I do not participate in the thing. That is your position, correct?
Well, I mean, yeah, that's a broad answer, but yeah.
okay,
Yeah.
can you
Okay.
state it again just so there's no ambiguity before we move forward?
For me or for him?
Are
So,
you able to just quote
No,
him
Twan, he's
exactly?
asking Twan to restate
Yeah, or you can just quote him
his
exactly
query.
because you know.
Be,
so you said that if he doesn't participate in gangster activity, then he doesn't know what gangster activity is, correct?
yes.
Okay. So following that logic, if you know about gay activity, but you can't then you would have to be gay to know about it because you'd be participating in it. And you just don't like me using the gay term because it might be a little sensitive towards you. But I'm just saying that if that's following that logic, that
I
I
mean,
can't know about a thing because I don't participate in the thing.
I
I
know
know what
gay
gay activity is, and
gangsters,
I don't
man.
participate in gay
Yeah,
activity
yeah,
is.
Wicked. I think let's see. So Twan, before you respond to what he said, can you say his point back to the audience? He just said your point back twice. Can you say his point back once?
His point is he's telling me that I gotta be gay to know about gay activities. I mean,
No, I don't think that's.
Yeah.
He's
What's
saying
his point?
yeah, he's saying that's your point because you're saying to know gangs you got to be a part of it. So he's saying if you're
no,
gonna say, so do you want to
I
read?
mean that's just I mean, but that's two different things, right? Because I mean, you
Can you,
got gay gangsters. You got gay gangsters. You can't use that, you
Well, what he's
know.
saying
It's
is,
not about to being gay.
all right, go ahead,
It's
Dane. You want to attempt to try to explain it?
I
Let's see
hope
if
I'm
we
gonna
can.
do my best, but I don't have
I
very
got
good
him on
hopes
this
on
one.
it. I don't have
But
very
I
good
mean,
hopes. Can
my
I finish
thing is
what I'm
this,
saying?
right?
Hold up, dude.
When
You've been talking. Do I get to talk? Now
okay,
I've
go
sat
ahead, go
here
ahead.
and waited.
hold on.
Okay,
Well,
it does.
go ahead, Dan.
Okay, I wasn't sure you saying to hold up. I mean, I don't want to get beat up or nothing freshly, and I know you kind of touch it, man, because I don't want to get beat up, man. I don't want you to have to come to drive from over there to here, slap me around. No, it's not about being gay. What Wicked over there is doing is he's just doing an internal critique of your argument. That if you hadn't been out in the streets and so on and so forth, then you can't know anything or speak to or anything about street life. He is doing an internal critique of that. And to do that, he's using a hyperbole that he expected would have gotten a good, quick, firm answer out of you when he asked you if you've ever done gay stuff. He's not saying anything about gangsters being gay. I'll posit that in a different context. I've never done coal mining, but I know exactly what a coal miner is, and I know about coal mining and that sort of stuff. So it's just not logical to say that if you haven't done. I've never taken a human life, but I know what a murderer is.
Because that's your second example right there. They
Okay.
appreciate it. But
I'm gonna give you an example, right?
Twan, before you give the example real quick.
Okay, Twan.
You address what Dane is saying. Do you understand? Can you?
Yeah, I understand what he's saying.
Can you state Dane's point for the audience? Can you still man real quick?
Okay, he's saying basically that even if you're not a gangster, you know what's going on. You can basically, and that's true. That's true, right? But
get it, Dane.
Okay.
But
you agree?
I understand what he's saying. That's true, right? When you're talking to a regular citizen. But when you're talking to people that's in the street, that's people that participated, that's gangsters, they're not going for what you're saying. And that's what I'm saying.
Moving the goalpost. Moving the goalpost.
He doesn't move that.
You just contradicted yourself.
It's fine. Hold on real quick. What Twan is saying is there's different levels of understanding, and that's fair. But your original statement, Twan, was how do you know if you're not participating? The fact of the matter is you can't know. There's varying degrees of knowing, right? There's different depths of knowledge. Would you agree with that, Twan?
Yeah, yes, it is.
Yeah, but I want to clear this up too. Am I coming in light still? I can
hear you good.
I can hear you good.
So,
always, Vulcan. Hey, throughout your entire life, the whole time I know you.
Yeah. So one thing I want to say too is because, and this came up with a military conversation in the past, but people will be like, well, if you weren't in, you can't really speak to it. But the reality is this: a gangster may have intimate knowledge of gang life in his region, but somebody who's a citizen who may be doing a documentary on gangsters may know gangsters around the world. So if you get into a comparison, who knows more about gangster life, I'm gonna take that journalist over that one gang member who may or may not even finish high school, and may read or may not read at a high school reading level. When you got a journalist who's went to college, learned how to read, learned how to evaluate things, learn how to filter out his biases whenever he's evaluating things, and he's doing it around the world and cross-referencing other different gangs to see the correlation between the two and what the differences are, he's going to outperform a gang member on gang knowledge every single time.
He ain't shot nobody.
Yeah,
so
he's most likely. But you also have to think he probably has a greater depth of knowledge than actual gang members, because where he's going, he's not a threat. Right? He's not utilizing that information to harm the gang. So they might give him stuff that they wouldn't give another gangster from another set or another block. So
can I
just
say
because
this?
you're not participating doesn't mean you can't understand or you don't have a depth of knowledge. Go ahead, Dan.
Right.
Yeah, I was just going to point out this isn't engaging in the argument, but just for the audience and anyone on panel, the problem with that argument, the danger when someone says, because his argument is used in a lot of different contexts when it comes to things like Schmorshen, like Vulcan said, the military, different race issues, religion issues, gender issues, bigger. If you don't have a uterus, then you can't have an opinion on, Roe v. Wade or whatever. The problem when someone says that, if you've never been out there, then you can't speak to it or know anything, is that it shuts down discussions and conversations and discourse. It just shuts it down. and it voluntarily puts people into a little echo chamber, and all they hear are the things that everybody already agrees with, and it really distills out the misunderstanding and the angst. So that's why it's so important to not make your argument, well, if you've never been there and done it, then you can't know and you can't speak on it, because it hurts society and civilization as a whole. That's the purpose of debate and logic.
And then
Well said, man.
even
Well
through that
said.
logic, you would never even ever be able to speak about any animal because you're not one. So you
Or
can't tell
anything
me, you
that you
can't
haven't
describe me
ever
what a
done.
dog is or anything you've
I
ever
don't,
done.
I don't know if that's true, Wiki, because in 36 years, you can believe Deidre Snyder has called me a jackass many times. So I don't know if that's true, man.
All right, folks, we're gonna go ahead and move on to the next topic. I think this is thoroughly fleshed out, but I think the next question is also going to kind of get us into the same vein. All right, who do you respect more, a gangster or drill rapper with street credibility, or without street credibility? So we're gonna go around in a circle. In a circle, we're gonna go around the room. I'm gonna start with Candy. Candy, just with or without street credibility, who do you respect more? And then we'll come back for your whys.
I'm gonna say gangster with credibility.
Okay, Candy respects the gangster with credibility. Uncle Tiger,
Uh,
who do you respect more, the gangster with or without credibility?
Without explanation, just who do you pick more? Yeah.
I guess with
Okay, Wicked Dreams, with or
I
without?
can't. I can't believe this is even a question. It's with street credibility.
Okay, uh, Twan, with or without
You
street
got ass.
credibility?
Yeah, man. Uh, I
Who do you
guess.
respect more, the gangster or drill rapper, with or without street credibility?
The person with the street credibility.
Yes,
If you're just
sir.
talking about drill rappers, like, oh yeah, no, street
Well,
credibility.
gangster rappers or drill rappers, like just the rapper with or
Yeah,
without
I
street
had to
credibility.
reread
Dan
that too.
Snyder.
I really don't
Mm,
know enough about either one to really have a good
right.
opinion. Be honest with you, I just,
If you
you
have to
know,
choose, and you do, which
Okay,
one?
We can
okay,
bow
hold
out.
on. When you say drill rappers, you're okay, because I
Hold
consider
on,
it
hold on,
all
hold on,
rap.
Quan.
see, I
Yeah,
don't
hold
even
on,
know
Quan.
what
We're gonna
that
we're gonna go
is.
around the room. We're gonna come back for your wise. We're gonna come back.
In
Oh,
my
I
mind, a
promise.
drill rapper is somebody that works at Lowe's, man. They're at the cashier and puts it in the bag and wraps it up and gives you a
no, see, that's what I'm
what I
saying.
know,
He
man.
got too many jokes. He got too many jokes.
This
Everybody
man
know what a
right
drill.
here.
I
He ain't
don't
lying.
honestly. I got no idea.
Okay,
Yeah,
yeah.
All right,
you ain't in
Vulcan.
the culture.
Oh yeah. Well, let me.
In the
I
audience, and just so the panel audience can know real quick, I don't know. It's like if
go ahead,
somebody
Vulcan.
somebody doesn't feel like they know enough about the topic, you can bow out of the segment. Just if you don't want to give your opinion, just understand you're bowing out of the segment. If you do give an opinion, then you're in the segment. But just everybody can make their own decision on that. You don't have to talk on every question if you don't want to.
Well, I mean, I don't mind being a part of the segment if it's okay with y'all, because just on the logical exercise of it all, like
Yeah, you just got to
like
pick. If you're gonna be part of the segment, you got to pick. Remember, I told Enos that one time. Enos was like, "I'll decide.
Everybody,
Well, you're either gonna be in or you're gonna be out." Same thing for everybody else. Either you're gonna be in or you're gonna be out.
okay, well that's cool. I
Yeah.
mean, I ain't talked to my chat because like I just don't know enough about this subject to really have an opinion on it.
All right, yeah, that's cool.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna go with. Fortunately, unfortunately, I still respect the street, the rapper with street credibility. Vulcan.
And I'm gonna go. I respect the one without it.
All right. So because Vulcan.
hold on. What type of respect are you talking about? Just on the
Hold
mic?
on, hold on, Twan. Hold on, Twan. We're gonna get into that. We're gonna get into that. We gotta find out why everyone said their answer first. Now
Yeah.
I'm gonna flip the script and flip the order a little bit because Vulcan was the lone panelist to say that he respects the rapper without street credibility. We're gonna give him a chance to say his why, and then we're gonna go back around the room, and then everyone will have an opportunity to cross-examine Vulcan. Vulcan, why do you respect the gangster or drill rapper without street credibility?
The funny thing is, it's crazy that people would take the different view on it than I have right now. But let's get into it. So for me, it's not even. I'll give 3 reasons. One is respect, having a reverence for, having an esteem of something. All those things right there. I'm not going to respect somebody who's actually out there doing things to get street credibility. To get street credibility, you got to put in. You got to put in work. You got to put in dirt. You got to do things that your parents told you not to do. You got to do things that the school told you not to do. You got to do things that the church told you not to do. You got to do things that everybody around you that's an authority that is being a law-abiding citizen tells you don't do those things. And you got to do those things to get street credibility. That's the only way to get street credibility. And so the thing is that that's unrespectable behavior. So you would get no respect in that sense. That's number one. Number two, the person who's being a gangster rapper, whatever you want to drill rapper, that's not actually doing it. I respect them more because they at least either because of fear of the consequence of doing those things, because they realize how dangerous that is, which I can respect somebody who has this common sense to realize how dangerous it is and it's not worth their actual life, or their actual reverence for, the governing authorities, whether it's fear from the streets or fear from the governing authorities. To me, that's more respectable to have a healthy fear of authority. Just like I would teach kids, just like I would teach people that work under me, I would say you should have a respectful fear of authority. And you should, and then the last thing I'll say is with the person who's a fake version of it that's actually talking about it, the thing about them, if the real one goes away, they'll go away too, because there will be nothing to imitate. I get the allure and pull to want to get girls. If you act street, you get more girls. People will
you don't
like you more. So that's what I'll end on that. And anybody can cross-examine me.
All right.
Can I say
All right,
something
real quick. Hold on, Twan. We're gonna get to you because I know you got a lot to say. But if I let you go first, ain't nobody else gonna get to go.
You're right.
Candy, why did you say that you respect the rapper with street credibility?
Okay, because I said gangster with street credibility. The reason being is because if I ever found myself out in the streets, okay, with a situation where I needed some type of protection, I'm going to respect and have fear for the person that has street credibility and everything, because he's going to be the one that's going to take it to the higher authority to get the help that I need or to protect me the way I need to be protected.
Interesting.
Pure respect? No, I don't respect any of them. But if I had to, that's what I'm going to respect him, because, like I said, I might need his help one day.
Okay, that's an interesting perspective. Hold on to that. We're gonna come back to that because I feel like
I want to dive into that. But not
right now. Wicked. Uncle Tiger, go ahead. Why did you say you respect the rapper with street credibility?
Well, because I was forced into a binary decision, right? I would say that my respect for rappers would, totally depend on like an arbitrary level of like, I like their stuff. I don't care if they have street credibility or not. But when forced into a binary, if they are a rapper who is a gangster rapper and they rap about life, the general inclination is that you would expect them to have authenticity. But generally speaking, if I'm being honest, it's more about, are they a good rapper or not? I don't care about the street credibility.
Okay. Wicked Dream 1187 to be exact. Why did you say you respect the rapper with street credibility?
So I would say my perspective coming from that was just in the general sense of, if I'm speaking about the rapper itself, and usually what a rapper raps about is their life. So if they have the street cred and that's what they're rapping about, and you can verify what they're rapping about is true and they're actually valid, that would earn more respect on my side. Now, the choices that they make, that would not earn my respect. But I'm speaking about specifically the fact of, okay, they're a rapper and this is what they are like the standard that they're held to, and if they can not follow hypocrisy essentially, and actually have people verify, the same as if you were to hire two people for a job and you have somebody who has credibility versus somebody who doesn't have credibility, you're going to hire the person with credibility.
Okay, well said, well said. All right, I'm gonna give mine real quick, and Antoine, you up next. I respect authenticity, so I don't respect the actions, but I respect the fact that if you're gonna rap about it and gain clout off of it and fame, and get paid from it, uh, I prefer it to be coming from a real place. I can be accountable and recognize that that is coming from my upbringing and not necessarily my logical and reasoning part. And I'm okay with that. I am okay with that. Twan, real quick, just the answer to why you said you respect the rapper with street credibility more, and then we'll get into the other stuff later on. But why did you say
Uh,
that? Why was that your answer?
because it's the American way. Uh,
Vague.
America, that's the American way. The American way is to be a gangster. The American way is to be ruthless, to take, to be violent. I mean, that's how we was brought up. It don't matter where you come from. It's the culture. So I'm gonna go with somebody that's credible, you know. Then I mean, I like all music. It can be whatever. It can be uh, uh um J. Cole. He don't rap about no gangster stuff or nothing like that, but I like his flow. But I like
Okay.
authenticity, you know what I mean? But yeah.
Okay. Twan likes all. He respects authenticity, which is pretty much the sentiment that was shared by myself and Wicked Dream Vulcan. Do you want to cross-examine any of these points?
I'm gonna just address the authenticity point, and I won't be more than a minute right here. And I want everybody
All
to
right, I'm
give
timing
their
you.
thoughts on this. So the
I'm timing you.
authenticity, I think the more authentic person here is the one who's not actually a drill rapper or a gangster. I think that's the more authentic person. I think we're being deceived by the surface level thinking on the topic. Because gangsters, they make contracts, they break them, they bully you out of them. Suge Knight's a good example of that. Gangsters pretend to be law-abiding citizens when it's convenient for them, and then they break those rules, they break those laws behind the scenes and overtly, depending upon the situation. They're the ones really faking. They're the
What
ones who say
about
they're
Jimmy?
gangster. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
What
Go ahead.
about Jimmy Iovine? Why you say Suge Knight?
Well, because Suge Knight was a well-known gangster. He was affiliated. I never heard Jimmy Iovine bring on Mob James and Reggie Wright and all these guys who were affiliated with gangs. Those guys, Mob James doesn't say Jimmy Iovine. Mob James says Suge Knight. That's who gets referenced. The guy said that Suge Knight had people drinking
But
urine.
that's propaganda.
But yeah, but the thing is, this come out of Suge Knight in their own mouths. They had people drinking urine. The people that were in the death row, they had people drinking urine and eating defecation. So what I'm saying right here, so that's faking. You pretend to be a real businessman who's doing agreements. Again, being a businessman is you're doing agreements. You're doing the contracts. You're
You sign up for, you know what you sign up for.
and then you
That's all I
find
can
out that
say.
they're throwing you over windows to get out of negotiation contract. That's the real faker. Behind the scenes, they're breaking all their rules and bullying people. And other people are maybe faking on the outside with their music and not actually living the life. But who's really being more authentic? I think the person being more authentic is the one that just happens to be saying things that he's not doing, not the one who's behind the scenes at dark at night violating all the things and agreements they make during the daytime.
And they ain't gonna never get on top. They never gonna get on top.
All right. Does anyone want to cross-examine Vulcan's point about uh, gangsters actually being fake law-abiding citizens, them not being authentic or trustworthy?
Ain't nothing wrong with a rapper being a law-abiding citizen. Nobody said that. I mean,
So everybody's saying my points are true.
no, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying, right, that you know what you sign up for. Basically, if you sign up with Suge Knight, you know what you sign up for. If
No,
I
but I
sign
don't
up
think
with
people really know what they sign up for when they shine. I think that he deceived them. I think people thought one thing
nah,
and it was something else behind closed
you
doors.
you see a dude that's 6'3", 350 pounds, wearing all red with German shepherds, saying blood, you know what you sign up for.
He was claiming to be a businessman, but really he was using coercion behind the scenes.
America,
Twan, to your earlier point, gangsters should have other hobbies. They could do other things, right?
right?
And still be gangsters. So he theoretically he could also be a legitimate businessman. The problem is he wasn't. He wasn't keeping it real. He wasn't being authentic to the business part of it. He was utilizing that as a cover. Um, Real quick, I want to go into the Candy's reasoning because she has the only perspective on the panel from a woman's point of view, where she said she respects the rapper with actual street cred because of the protection aspect. Does anybody want to? Candy, is that
I definitely
pretty
want to address that.
I wanted to get
accurate?
onto that.
Okay, so we're gonna go. Did I hear Wicked Dream say you wanted to get on that?
Yeah, I'd like to get onto that.
Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead. Wicked,
Dream want to get on
give
that.
it. Give me. Say again.
I said Vulcan and Wicked Dream want to get on that.
Me too.
Yeah, but I'm not gonna.
Oh Lord.
Go ahead, Wicked.
So I just find it interesting that the only reason you find out is protection. It's very feminine thinking of you, and only looking at it as a self perspective point of view.
She's a woman.
Now, I know she is a woman, but I'm saying she has a very feminine perspective of thinking of the self when asking a question. It seemed that throughout all the times we were talking, you were able to perceive yourself as, thinking throughout out of the box. But when it came to this question about somebody who you respect more, it came down to protection for you and yourself. So I want to know why you correlate respect with protection.
That's a good question. Candy?
Okay, so basically what I'm saying is if you look at somebody who is rapping about being in the gangs and stuff, and we talked about the authenticity, okay? If I'm ever, let's say I'm at a concert or whatever, and something happens, all right, I don't know, I'm just putting it out there. This person who really authentically was in gangs and he's rapping and everything, he sees the stuff going down. He's going to be the one who knows people who I can read. And that's why I respect it. That's what I'm saying. If he's really been there, he's going to be the one to know, okay, the shit's going down. Excuse my language. Here's what we're going to do. And he's going to be able to jump in and take care of things.
Facts.
Okay.
Facts.
Vulcan, I saw you raise your hand, or were you talking about that?
I want to ask the question. I want to do my own series of questions. So, Candy, I got a question for you because you're picking for protection and respect.
Real quick, just to clarify, are you gonna ask all your questions and then have her go back and answer, or are you gonna go one at a time? Question, answer, question.
I only have one question.
So we don't have any. Oh, so it's not a series.
So sorry, go ahead. What'd you say? Is it a series?
Go ahead, Vulcan. Ask your question.
Okay, yeah. So Candy, if you had to guess, obviously you don't know because you don't have a crystal ball and you're not God. If you had to guess, who's more likely to hurt less people and help more people? A gangster drill guy with street credibility or a community activist?
Well, a community activist would. Well, I don't know. It just depends because they can be crazy out there.
I know you don't know. Again, I started off by
I
saying
see you, Spawn. Stand by.
You're not God and you don't have a crystal ball. But if you had to guess, who you think hurts less people and helps more people? A community activist or an authentic gangster or drill person? Has street credibility. The streets respect this man.
Okay. All right. Then you're going to be, that's going to be the community activist.
Okay. And so in the same way, so do you think the average person is hurting less people than the authentic street credibility person?
Well, no, I mean, no, not necessarily. He may have been in the game. He may be singing about what he's done, but it don't mean that he's participated in it.
Yeah, but I'm talking about over a
That's what I'm
lifetime.
saying. It don't mean that he's still in the gangs,
I'm
but
with you.
he's done that.
Yeah, I'm with you. You're saying he may not be doing it currently. I'm saying, but over the course of the lifetime, does the average American hurt more people, or does the person who earned street credibility and then stop doing it? If you stop them both at 40 years old, or whatever year that this random person that's a street credibility person stopped doing it, who would hurt less people if you had to guess?
Ooh, that's a tough one because it could be either or. Because the
Thank
person
you.
that stopped,
Yeah,
the
yeah,
person that,
I agree it could be either or. That's why I'm saying if you had to
yeah,
guess.
yeah,
It's not 50-50. We can agree. We may not know
Listen,
this.
man.
It's
It's
50
right.
50.
Andy said when there's some gangster ish going down, she want a gangster around her. All right, calm down.
Yeah.
Thank
If
you.
there's
Look,
gangster stuff
look.
going down, I want
If there's some
somebody
gangster
who
ish
knows
going
what
on,
they're
I want the
doing.
police
So
around me.
So
Yeah.
real quickly, I just want to make
But
sure
if
I'm
you're not
getting an answer to my
around
question.
gangsters, gangster shit won't go down. So do
Look,
they actually protect
Language.
you, or do they put you in more
Language.
danger?
you know why I agree with her? Because when I'm at the store and I'm hanging with the little dudes and the little fellas in the street, I make them hold the doors for the women when they come in there, and I make them respect the women. So that's why I'm saying you gotta respect women. That's where you come from. I mean,
Wait a minute.
I'm
What?
saying we live in
Oh,
a
What's
wow,
happening?
I mean,
man. This is a whole
What?
nother topic we're about to get into
I have
this.
no
Okay,
clue
let's
what
do
you're talking
this.
about.
I'm just
Real quick,
saying
real quick.
you can.
I want to give him an opportunity to narrow down what he's saying to clarify.
Okay, like what she was saying about you protecting, right, the woman. My thing is when you're a real gangster, you're not gonna sit there and let somebody jump on that woman. You know what I mean? You just gonna stand by there and just let somebody just jump on a woman that you don't even got that. That's just natural. You just turn around like, dang, she getting beat up by a guy. You just gonna stand there? Are you gonna
I
Yeah, but
would
intervene?
rather
that
somebody,
could be both. That could be gangster or not gangster. That's
Yeah,
just the
but
natural
Yeah, yeah,
habit
it could
that
be
men do.
both. But
yeah,
So what does that have to
but
do with your point?
specifically, yeah, it could be both. But specifically, we just talking about gangsters. You know what I mean? If you a
Who's to
real
say it's not
gangster,
the gangster that's jumping on the woman in the first place?
right. That's what I'm
no,
saying.
that's not. It's not. I'm not saying that. I'm saying if you just out hanging around at the hood store and you see a woman come in, you supposed to hold the door. Boom. Okay. You. Some
Okay,
people
what does that have
may,
to do with the price of tea in China?
Why?
but
What?
Okay,
Hold on. What is?
so
Why are you supposed to
hold on,
hold the
guys.
door for
Hold
that
on, guys.
specific
Hold on.
woman?
Let's
Sorry.
hold
okay,
on. Go. I see you, Candy. Hold on. Uh, I heard Uncle Tiger say something. I don't know if he got a fair shake to say his thing without anyone else talking.
Yeah,
Go ahead, Uncle Tiger.
like we're I see what Candy is saying. She's saying, "Oh, a gangster is a dangerous man who's capable of great violence and who could potentially protect me if gangster shit is going down." But perhaps if she wasn't surrounded by gangster people, gangster shit wouldn't be going down, and she wouldn't need protection from the gangster shit that's going down.
Y'all gonna kill me with this language. I'm gonna start. muting you.
Yeah, and I
Ish,
want to.
gangster
Sorry,
ish,
sorry,
things,
sorry.
All right, go, Candy.
activities.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Candy.
okay. So just like he said, let's say that I'm just in public somewhere, and you see somebody who's been in the gangster life, and now they're out. Here comes the street a few kids that think they're gangsters, okay, want to start something with me. That person who has been a gangster, who was truly authentic but not in it no more, he's going to step into those little punks and he's going to protect me.
How do you know that?
So it's hold on, but it's one gangster stepping up to other gangsters. That's still a gangster's paradise.
Yeah.
My point is saying this is to me, which is sad about our society, is that we live in a world now where people think gangsters are the good guys in some ways. Oh,
Right.
when it
They're
comes to women,
not.
the gangster's
you all
the
right?
good guy. When it comes
I'll
to
be in
protection,
there.
gangsters the good guy. The protection is against the gangsters. And my thing, as long as a society we're still lifting up gangsters to be people to be esteemed in any kind of way whatsoever, as long as we're doing that, it's going to be a struggle for our society because you have people that you have the good stand-up men. Anybody who's seen the movie Meteor, man, I reference all the time, even though nobody's watched it. Shout out to Robert Townsend. You got the people who get
Man,
the
that's so
millions, and
90s.
you
Ain't nobody watching
Killing
Little Man in
Townsend.
the
That's a classic. What are you talking
That's a
about?
I got
classic, you mean, but man, ain't nobody
I
the
do have one
Goldilocks.
thing I
We
want to
talking about
address.
real
That's a
gangsters.
classic.
So I'm gonna end it with this. Candy.
Okay, I heard you with the standby.
Yeah, Candy. I want to say this right here.
Okay.
There is no way in which gangsters, on average, is better than the average person in the community.
No.
There's no way. So when you talk about protection, that's they're gonna bring more things to you by just who they are. And what did Tupac say? Some buck that I roughed up way back, coming back after all these years. Rat tat
You
tat
keep
tat tat. That's the way it is.
Okay,
Being
let me
around
ask y'all
gangsters
this,
is too
right?
much
You
for a
say
kid.
Hold
Tupac
on,
and you
Twan.
close.
Twan. Hold on. Let me. Wicked has
No.
something to say. Vulcan, are you done with your statement? All right, go
Go
ahead, Wicked.
Wicked.
Yes, sir.
All right, so I need to go back and address this real quick. So you're going to tell me that you need to hold the door open for all women?
All right, well,
I'm not
that's the question now, Twan.
I'm
What you
not
got?
saying all that, but I'm just saying when you're in the hood or you a gangster or it's all type of gangsters. You know what I mean? Sometimes you hold the door for women. Like you teach a youngster, hey man, you hold the door open for that old lady or your elder. That's being gangster.
That's not what you said. That's not what you said before.
That's what I
I think
Before
that's
you
said.
being
said
a gentleman.
before
Before
you
that's
said
gangster,
that
that's
if
being a
there's
gentleman.
you said that
'Cause
there's a woman walking in the door, you're supposed to hold that door open for that woman. Why? Do they
Why?
just do all women deserve that,
Are you asking as a gangster, or you Wicked?
Man,
Are you
this is
asking
a
why as a gangster, or why
no.
in
I mean, I'm
general?
just asking why in general. This is a why in general. Why should you?
Okay,
it's a
so I don't
respect
want to go
thing.
too far off the
It's
path. Go ahead, Twan.
a gangster is a gentleman. It's a respect thing. I
Oh,
mean,
hold on a second. How can a
in
gangster
my
be a gentleman if he's killing people?
in my neighborhood where I'm from, you gonna hold the door open for women. I'm gonna tell you like that. If you don't, I'm gonna put my hands on you. If I feel like that, that's how I be feeling. So that's what I'm telling you. Ain't no
So you're a
nothing
simp.
about it.
Yeah.
So if I feel like getting out of pocket with somebody, like, dang, why you didn't hold the door open for that lady right there? You know, she
I got a
got groceries.
question. Candy,
So
do
you're
you support that, Candy? That if somebody would get it's a two-part question. Would you support a man who's making sure men open the door for women?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, now what if he's doing it at the threat of violence? Do you still support it?
No.
Okay, y'all
Now,
continue.
But okay,
and
right?
I
You
want to
say
point
you don't
out that
support
if Candy
you.
is in a situation, hold on, Twan. If Candy's in a situation where there's gangster stuff going on, it's just as likely that the gangster stuff that's going on is because the gangsters, who at that point might not even have the wherewithal to protect you, they're trying to protect themselves. If you're in a place where gangsters are at and there's violence kicks off, there's a very, very, very good chance that the violence is because of those gangsters, and they're going to be too busy uh, executing that violence to worry
Mm-hmm.
about a random stranger, right?
Right.
To worry about bystanders, innocent bystanders. And if we look at
yeah.
the history of gangsters, right, whether it be purported gangsters or fake gangsters or real gangsters, there's a lot of collateral damage in the form of innocent bystanders when gangsters get into acting gangster, being gangster. Would you agree with that, Candy?
Oh yeah. Yeah.
I would, and the last thing I'll say on this is I would be more comfortable if gangster stuff popped off. I would bet more money that you would be protected in gangster stuff more so by a cop or a military member or just a
Yeah.
kid, a young man who was raised as a southern gentleman, we'll say, would be more
Mm-hmm.
likely to focus on you in violence than a gangster. Now, that's
Right.
not to say that all gangsters are like that. That's to say it's just more likely. Would you
Mm-hmm.
agree with that?
Oh yeah. Definitely.
I got a
Could I say
question.
something real quick? I know I set this
Oh,
segment out, but if I could just speak to that topic.
uh,
All right,
it's
we're
all
gonna
right.
go. We're gonna go Dane. We're gonna go. We're gonna go Dane, Twan, and then Vulcan.
Okay, great.
Go ahead, Dane.
If it's, I don't want to be breaking the rules. If it's a problem, I could just be quiet. But I appreciate you letting me speak to it. Because it don't have nothing to do with gangster rap. That mindset, that position that Candy has, that is the biggest reason that it's so common amongst females that to have at least one story of a violent, abusive ex-husband or boyfriend, but it's because women are attracted to that because they say, well, he can protect me. And then they go end up having at least one story like that while they walk past the guy who's not thuggish, hyper masculine looking, and that sort of stuff. And so but that's very common, and that's why so many women have those stories of that husband or ex-boyfriend that was psycho and abusive and that sort of stuff. It's a natural, biological, dare I say, evolutionary draw because, hey, they can protect me and feed me and give me resources, but it just doesn't work out that way.
No,
Okay,
I don't.
Dane, well said.
I'm
Go ahead, Candy.
I was just gonna say that's not what I was necessarily meaning by the protection. If I'm in a situation and I have somebody that they rap about their life, about what they've been in, what they've grown up in, they're more experienced versus somebody who don't have that street credibility and stuff. If I'm in between the two of them, I would want to be on the side of the one that has more street credibility. I'm not necessarily saying that, oh, is he going to protect me or anything like that, but he's going to know more in the
But that is
situation
what you said.
how to diffuse it if
no,
he
I said that. I said that.
Hold on, guys. We're going. You gotta let her finish.
who I'm sorry, I missed what was just said.
Ignore that, Candy. Finish your statement. That's
I don't
why.
even,
That's why I didn't want them to.
I was finished. I was finished.
Okay. All right. Real quick, Swan. Minute or less. We're gonna go to Vulcan, and we gotta move on to the next topic.
I'm all right.
What you got, Swan?
I'm good. I'm
Okay, Vulcan. What you got?
So, Candy, I got a question for you. I got a couple questions for you. Would you rather have
I got a question
gangsters?
for you. You already know the answer.
Would you rather have gangsters and authentic street credible people roaming the streets, or would you rather have them off the streets?
Off the streets.
Okay. Do you think when you say they're better for protection, that you're encouraging more of them to be in existence, or do you think you're discouraging them from being in existence? When you're telling young ladies out there that they're better at protection.
No. I think okay, so what I'm trying to say is the person who has the credibility and stuff, they've already been there, done that, all of that. Okay. So they're the ones that are going to be better at saying to the young person, you don't need to do this. Let's stop this. Let's,
But
you
why do you?
know,
But the thing is
but
that. But
if they're,
this is the thing about that point that you made the point earlier about that. But the thing is right here. That's the person with the lower moral character. Why would you think they would even say that? When we look at the world we live in, I don't know if you ever heard of blood in, blood out. To even get in and out of a gang, because we're using the word gangster, you have to shed blood to even get out of that thing. Most people aren't leaving those things. And the thing is, people do leave. It's you don't see them outwardly talking against gangs because we all have the internet. You would scarcely find gangsters actually speaking against gangs on the internet. Just one day, type it in your YouTube and see how much pops up versus people who are talking about in a positive way about gangs or just being silent on gangs. There's people who are part of gangs that are more silent about gangs. They just don't talk about that part of their life. You see what I'm saying? Unless they're in a threatening situation. But my point is saying ultimately the people that you're saying are going to just come out and be like, hey, stop doing that. Don't join gangs. That's a very small percentage of the population. So it's like I feel like you're telling young girls and young boys that in this one area of protection, these guys have that on lock or they're better at it than not the people who are not actually doing that kind of a thing. And to me, that's part of why guys become gangs is to get girls. And you're hoping to push that narrative by saying in this one little area right here, not the whole thing, which I get, they are better at this. I'd rather be on their side. So you're pushing more young girls into the arms of gang members. And I'll rest on that.
Okay.
Good point.
I think that was well said. We
Very well
thoroughly
said.
hashed out this conversation. We're gonna move on. We got another video. Everybody, please mute your mic. Stand by. What is going on? Apologies, I'm having technical difficulties.
I remember my first time.
I need a man with street credibility. If your status ain't hood, I ain't checking for you. Gotta be street. If you looking at me, I need a soldier.
See,
Someone that'll stand up for me, known to carry big things, if you know what I mean.
this is what happens when you have no street credibility.
Has Vulcan been drinking or something? What's in that cup you drinking out of?
That cup is empty.
All right, here we go. Vulcan, keep your day
So that
job.
the enemy can say, you know what, we need to stop playing with these people and give them their real respect. Everyone does not include us in their party. Everyone does not include us in everything that they do. There has to be a point of division in order for us to separate and then unite among the like-minded of our people. So let's make this very clear. When we say we want to call people out, let's make this all the way clear. Everyone knows who is real from every damn way because of how absolutely legitimate we are. So when you want to call people out, first they must be pointed out. We cannot unite with slave makers, slave owners, traitors, turncoats, nor collaborators. It ain't gonna happen like that. Too many of us are black people with white minds. And so when you put people in front who say they speak for us, but at this point we are still in the same position, if not a little backward from where we were when it comes to our overall progress, I call conspiracy. Now, before anyone says conspiracy theory, conspiracy means when two or more groups, organizations, or individuals do something.
All right. Here was a question.
Oh yeah, YDG got to get on this first. Come on, man.
Man, no.
Hold on, wait for Freshly. He'll bring you in.
Oh my goodness.
All right. So the question is, what does it mean to be a black person with a white mind? We just heard the man Reza speaking on it. So we're gonna go around in the circle. YDG, this is the first time we're gonna have time to go back and cross-examine. So what does it mean to you, Twan, to be a black person with a white mind? In a minute or less. Oh, is he? Are you frozen, Twan? We can't hear you if you are.
Yeah, come to me last, man. I gotta think about this. This hard.
All right. Candy. What does it mean to you, young? To be a black person with a white mind. What do you think when you hear that statement?
That's crazy.
Yeah, because in my mind, we all have the same mind. I mean, our brains were all created equal. It don't have nothing to do with skin color. So I don't know. I don't want to answer. I don't do well with that one.
I think that's a better topic than this.
Okay. We're gonna go Wicked Dreams. What does it mean to be a black person with a white mind?
Yo, this is a setup. I am not stupid. Hell no.
So you saying you're not gonna answer? You standing down on this
Listen,
one?
I have been in this setup before, and it felt just like this.
Don't be scared, Wicked.
Right.
Step on up, man.
Uncle Tiger, what you got?
Oh Lord.
I gotta tread carefully here, I guess. What does it mean to be a black person with a white mind? Well,
to you,
perhaps there is a racial component when it comes to intellect, but I don't think that's the overall synopsis of the clip. I think he's it's like whiny black people stuff about when slavery and blah blah blah. That's what I got. It just sounds like hogwash to me. I think that minds are minds, and there is no race necessarily involved.
My man Uncle Tiger said, "I'm gonna tread carefully," and then he went out and stepped on all the landmines. Got it.
Yeah. I said tread carefully, and then I didn't tread carefully at all. Yeah.
He ran out there flying.
Y'all want me to go now?
Snyder. Now hold on, Twan. You said go last. You gotta hold on. You gotta hold that. Dang Snyder.
A white mind.
Talk about it.
Yeah, I don't think it means what most people think it means, but you're asking what it means in the culture. Unfortunately, when a black person is values education and entrepreneurship and a clean, healthy, mainstream life, unfortunately, a lot of other black people and even white people would tell him that he's white on the inside. He thinks like white people, even though I know plenty of white people who are trashy. But that's just the dichotomy that the culture creates in a sense, and that's what it is.
Dane Snyder jumped in there strong. All right.
It's pent up, man. It's pent up from the last segment, man. I'm over here in
I've
my
been
chat telling
waiting.
my chat, I wish I could get in there. I wish I could get in there. So sorry.
Well, hey, listen. If you guys just to preface it, just to let you guys know, if y'all want to participate in the conversation, you gotta pick a side at the beginning. You can't back out and then pop in at the end. All right, Twan.
I'm here for it. I'm here for
We're
it.
gonna we're gonna my man. We're gonna go with you, Twan. What does it mean to you to be a black person with a white mind? In a minute or less, and then we're gonna go to Vulcan, and then we're gonna get into it.
To me, in a militant mind, you a sellout. You's a coon. You's a Uncle Tom. I mean, that's just in us to tell them that. I mean, it's not about education because we started education, so it's not about that. I mean, it's just you's a sucker. You believe in the system. We got to get rid of you for us to prevail in a militant mindset. That's how I feel. In a militant mindset, that you's a sucker, you's a coon.
Okay, Vulcan. What does it mean to you to be a black person with a white mind?
So there's two parts to this answer. One, I'll give what people mean by it, whether they would say it this way or not. To have a white mind is to not be black first. That's the shortest way I can say it. You have to be black first.
Facts.
There could be even Twan, he gave me an amen on that one. So there might be a few exceptions. Maybe your spirituality can rival your blackness, but even that can be a little touchy. Maybe your own family can rival your blackness, maybe. But outside of that, you got to be black first. And so that will be considered a white mind if you're not black first. And then now, secondarily, what I'd say, just my thought process on having a white mind is just there's minds don't have a color. So we're talking
Right.
about a philosophy or a perspective or a worldview. And if you don't have the worldview that the dominant black consciousness says you should have, then you don't have a black mind, you have a white mind.
Facts.
Okay, so Twan, we'll go with you first. Do you agree with what Vulcan said in terms of what it means to be a black person with a white mind?
Yes.
So
Yes.
essentially, what Vulcan is saying is, if you do not put being black over everything else, right, with the possible exception of spirituality and possibly family, but typically nothing else, then you have a white mindset.
I'm not saying that you have a white mindset that you just specifically put black over everything. I mean, but if you
But that's what
intention,
Vulcan just said. I asked you if you agree with
I mean,
it. You
not
said
to.
facts multiple times.
I agree with him, but
Hold on. What was said
the
that I
way
said? What was said that I
you
said?
you you twisting his words a little bit.
You said Vulcan. I expounded on your thought process of if you are not black first, then culture considers you to have a white mindset.
Yeah, not, but I did. Yeah, but I did say like that you might be able to slide in things like your God, your spirituality, and or your family.
Yeah,
Those
I
Yeah,
added
things,
those in.
those
I
things can
added those in.
rival it.
yeah.
But there's very few exceptions when it comes to
Yeah,
in that
I
area.
said those things.
But that's why I said a militant mindset. You supposed to be them things, for your
Twan,
people. But
real quick, Twan.
just
We've heard you say militant mindset a couple times. Can you and very concisely, can you define for the panel what you mean by militant mindset, so we can all kind of be on the same page with you?
It's just like a mindset of Nat Turner, Harriet Tubman, Frederick Douglass, uh,
Well, those are
you know,
people with militant mindsets. We would like to know what that mindset is.
the just being black, taking the history, taking the culture, where we been, the good and the bad, being oppressed and rising above it, and everybody want to be us, you know. I mean, that's my militant mindset of it, you know.
Does
I'm not saying
anyone want to comment on that? What a militant mindset is?
I'm still not sure what the definition is. I mean,
Yeah, I'm still
it's
confused on
like
that
he
definition.
named off some historical figures, Frederick Douglass and Harriet Tubman and stuff. I mean, we could explore, if we had plenty of time, what his understanding of what those people did was. I know the word militant takes on a bit of an aggressive, hostile connotation, but
Yeah.
it sounds to me like it's just kind of a poetic way of not saying anything. It's kind of that word salad stuff. But I'm really excited to hear exactly what a militant mindset would be. Like, how would you recognize it? What does it do?
I mean, it's just in you. I mean, this the culture. It's just I can't describe it. It's just in you. I mean,
Oh, so you
it's
got
just
no.
like when you've been and you got people that was Panthers, or you come from that lineage. It's just in you.
So
I don't know
Frederick
how to
Douglass and Harriet Tubman and them weren't Panthers.
no, but they was militant soldiers. I mean, for the culture. That's what I'm saying. I mean,
What was it
Matula
Frederick
should.
Douglass did that is common in what some would say is the black culture today? What was it he did that's common?
I mean, what you mean? What was coming? I mean, he had his own newspaper. They got newspaper. Black people got newspapers now. So I mean,
Where?
look it up. Google it.
No, you made the argument. It's not my job to fulfill your
My
argument. You
thing
made an
is,
argument that
this is
black
what
people
I'm
own
saying, right,
newspapers.
right,
You
right.
said
This
that
is
black
why
people
you
own
can't
newspapers. I'm
argue
asking you
and
where.
debate because you're not in the culture. Because everything I
Oh
say, you
yeah,
trying
okay,
to
yeah. If I don't have a
debuttal
uterus, I can't
about
have an
the
Hold on,
opinion. I
guys.
culture.
Hey,
see how
guys,
that works.
we're
About the
not gonna talk
culture,
over
and
each
that's
other.
where we have a problem right
Twan,
there.
go ahead and
I see.
finish your statement, and then you can
Wait,
respond, and
I'm
we'll go
good.
around the panel. We're not
I
gonna talk
just
over each other.
I'm
had a
good.
question real quick. That kind of goes back to the logic before of if you're not the thing, then you can't know
Yeah,
about the thing. Didn't we already go over this? Because you literally just went back to that same
he
argument
doesn't
that
have an
you
argument.
contradicted yourself on before.
Okay.
And you said to Dane, well, you're not in the black culture, so you can't know about the black culture. But we literally just had this
It's
argument
voted
before.
Bacham. Voted Bacham.
Hold on, Dan, because Wicked presented a question to Twan. Twan, do you have an answer to Wicked James' question?
What do you say? That
So I'm trying to understand your definition, but you just said to Dane that you're trying to explain to him what a militant mindset is, but he's not going to know because he's not black and he's
No,
not in
no, no,
black
no, no,
culture.
no. He
But that's what you
what
just said.
I described the militant mindset that Harriet Tubman, Frederick Douglass, all these people had a militant mindset, right? And he said, today, what are we doing that Frederick Douglass did? Okay, I said they probably got black newspaper journalists or papers. He said where? But he
Uh huh.
want me to say where's the call? He want me to say all the Caucasian though. Basically, that's
No,
what
he's
I
asking
mean
you where
about.
those.
Listen,
He's
hold
asking you
on.
where those
That's
people
Hold on,
are.
that.
Wicked.
That's
Hold on, Wicked.
this is what I'm saying about a militant mindset. This is how you see how quick I snapped and got defensive or aggressive. That's a militant mindset because the argument is that you talking about my people and you telling me about my people not having a
Oh
militant
Lord.
mindset.
So I don't see that as a militant mindset. I see that as a weak mindset
I'm just
that
saying
doesn't that does
because I
like
can't
kind of
go
you talking
tell
back to
you
that.
about the Hell's
Twan,
Angels
hold on, Twan.
having a
Let him
militant
respond.
mindset.
But I got to
Let him
respond to your question
respond.
real quick. You just said to me
Real
how I
quick,
see how I
Wicked.
snap back like that. That's a militant mindset. I see that as a weak mindset. I see that as you snapping back because you can't take criticism.
No, I can accept criticism, but I'm not
Then
gonna
why
let
do
you
you, if you can accept
degrade me
criticism, why do you snap back?
about.
Wicked
But
guys. Sorry,
it's not about snapping back.
real quick. If you were going to ask a question or present a theme and have someone else respond to it, you can't stop talking, then the other person responds, and then you respond to the first couple words they say. Let's be respectful. If you're gonna say something that you were looking for a response to, let's wait for the response to finish. Um, Twan, go ahead, and then we're gonna get back to the original question because I don't want to. We're a little bit far off the reservation here.
Yeah, I'm just saying that's a certain thing, a militant mindset. I'm just saying, a
Okay,
defensive.
so we already have so Vulcan, real quick, to get back to what you said about having a militant mindset, being a black person with a white mindset. Do you agree with the definition that you presented, or as far as how the culture views it, or do you disagree with it? Do you have a counterpoint to it?
Well, so I mean, I agree that that's the definition. But do I agree that that definition is helpful for the community? I don't think so, because whenever you say that only one type of way of looking at things or thinking about things is acceptable, you leave so much off the table that could help you grow. In the book by Jim Collins, From Good to Great, he talks about how part of the reason that businesses go from good to great, or why businesses are great and other ones are just good, is because the great companies, the great leaders, the great commanders, they don't shun other ideas. They want to bring it to the table and build off of it. And whenever you tell people, hey, look, if you're not black first, or if you're not on this track right here, then you're lost. And what we see happens, and I'm sure Tuan can speak to this, what happens is you see Dr. Boyce Watkins battling with Dr. Umar Johnson, who's battling with Tariq Nasheed, who's battling with some other black person, because none of them is black enough for the other person. And
Fact.
nobody, and so you just end up in chaos because nobody's black enough for the other group. Rizza Islam's beefing with somebody and so instead of us saying, hey, look, if you don't think like me, then you're excluded. We should say, hey, bring your ideas to the table like we do on the show, and let's have it out. Let's debate it. Let's have fierce debate. Let's let the best idea win. And I end on that.
Does
Can I
anybody?
respond?
Yeah, go ahead, Dane. Well,
I was
if
just
you
gonna.
if you want to respond real quick, I'm sorry, Dane. Anyone else that wants to respond, just put your finger up real quick because we're gonna go in order. So, Dane, go ahead.
I was just gonna say this. This is a response to Vulcan. What he said in a way, but it's broadened a little bit. I just want to point out that when you go to because the dichotomy we have in this culture for some reason is black/white. And that's I think it's a false dichotomy, but that's the dichotomy we have. When you look at the white culture, though, if there is even such a thing, everything. White people really don't take that perspective with other white people. Like, we don't look at somebody unless they're just really, just stupid. But for the most part, when we look at them and they take part in things that are thought to be a part of the black culture, or even if they take a position on things like civil rights and stuff that favor minorities, only the most ignorant white people, and I know a lot of them, will look over and tell that person, oh, well, you're, black on the inside. You got a black mind, or they'll throw out that N-word lover on them. But by and large, that's not a thing amongst the majority of most white people. But for some reason, there's the crab in the bucket thing that goes on a lot. That, like this, Vodi Bakum called it ethnic Gnosticism. It's the idea that because of an ethnicity, that there's some sort of knowledge or something Gnostic going on in their mind that's common amongst the ethnicity. And I just think that's a big holdback to
I want to address,
advancement.
if you don't, I want to address what Dane is saying here, because I think to some extent, as far as the ethnic Gnosticism part, I agree with him about that. Like, obviously, you can't just say because you're not in it that you don't know anything about it. So that part I agree. The ethnic Gnosticism being like, because of your ethnicity, there's a certain type of knowledge that you have access to that others don't have. And so I would agree that that's not a real thing. But what I would say is this right here. I think it's dismissive to say that white people don't think like that unless they're the ignorant ones. I've seen very intelligent white people who are very pro-white, very much about the proliferation of the white community, and some of these people are geniuses. They're not ignorant at all. They know more than probably most people in the world. And so I don't think it's an issue of intelligence or ignorance or knowledge. It's a character issue. And I know I'm not nitpicking Dane's words. I know he would agree with that as well. But I just don't want people to think that these people are just ignorant. They really are intelligent people. Some of them, not all of them, obviously.
Yeah, I don't necessarily mean IQ intelligent. I mean more along the lines of character. Like you were saying. So maybe I spoke with the wrong word, not the best word there, but yeah, I'm talking about character. Sort of.
I want to say this in the movie The Boiler Room with Vin Diesel and a lot of those guys in there. One of the scenes when they get in the car, whenever he was talking about a car, whatever, he said, "I don't have that N-word mentality." So there is that thing, it even makes to the movies. Even if you watch Italian mafia movies, there is this thing about you think like an N-word. So there is something to it in the whatever you might call white community. If you consider Italians white, you consider Irish white, but I'll split hairs on that. There is a thing there, and it's so popular it's made it onto the big screen.
I'm saying it's not a prevalent force. At least in I haven't done a survey, but just in my years of experience dealing with white people, yeah, I've heard it said and tossed around, but by and large, that's not an issue. Especially like I come from a very impoverished background. But when people start, moving up and out and, building a life and they go to entrepreneurship or higher education and business and build careers and their life naturally changes where they're no longer living in the rundown single wide trailer and all that kind of stuff, that kind of thing. White people, by and large, don't look at that person and say, well, they're just trying to be something they're not necessarily, and that sort of stuff. Does it happen? Yes, it happens. But it doesn't seem to be such a theme, amongst white people.
I don't know percentages, obviously, because that'd be hard to determine. But I can say, and I know Freshly's told the story before, and I know you've heard it, Dane, where, he and I were hanging out, and there was this Caucasian girl, and she saw him reading a book, and she says he's so white. And so like there is a thing. We may not identify it as readily, but there is something in white. Go ahead, what do you want to say?
It's the Willie Lynch syndrome in us. You know what I mean? That's it. It's the Willie Lynch syndrome. That's it.
So there is my point is saying there is something there. That's not to disagree.
That's it. I
mean, just to say that it is there. I don't know how prevalent it is to Dane's point, and I can see how he's saying he might go around his life and rarely, almost never hear that kind of a thing, and that makes sense to me. But it's definitely there.
I got white cousins, and my granddaughter Mexican, and I mean, I joke like, damn, my white cousin, he's a cracker, you know what I mean? Just just joke, you know what I mean? But that's my cousin, blood cousin though, you know what I mean? So,
what if he did the same to you?
I want to say something.
Go ahead, Candy.
Okay, so
I don't know.
My mama, she always taught me growing up, you are the company you keep.
Right.
Okay. Now, I'm gonna go ahead and tell y'all my first husband was white, my second husband was black. All right. So I've been around both. I have black friends, I have white friends, I have Mexican friends. When you hang around people, all right, y'all have all heard, now this might be, when women work together, a bunch of them, before you know it, they all have the cycle at the same time.
Synced up. Like
now,
Bluetooth.
All right, right. So what I'm saying is when you are around that other culture, no matter what that culture is, you're going to start picking up things that they do and vice versa. So it's not necessarily, is this a black thing, a white mindset, a black mindset? You are the company you keep.
Candy.
That's my takeaway.
Candy, let me ask this question. Are you postulating that... Huh?
Tiger's back. Just giving you a heads up.
Oh, okay. Are you postulating that you cannot pick up certain things or you can't have a certain mindset unless you're around that race of people?
No. But what I'm saying is your mindset can change because you are around that race of people. See, what? Okay, so like you said, the girl that says, "Oh, the black guy who's reading the book, he's just acting, he's being white, he's acting white or whatever."
That was Freshly, yeah.
Right.
okay, that doesn't make him being white or anything like that. That just means he enjoys reading a book.
Right.
Okay, but let's talk about let's make it a little more
Well,
But we say that
confident.
people
You
in
know
the
how
hood say that
I want
though.
to point
Black
out
folks
that
say that, and all black
just
family
based on
members
what
say that.
Vulcan was saying, is that can be that sentiment is pretty common in certain circles. They conflate education or intelligence or certain other things with being white as if,
being outdoorsy, all kind of stuff. Yeah.
yeah, exactly. As if that is attached or contingent upon one's race, when in fact it isn't. So I think what we're asking is it. So, but to your point, when you say exactly, I want to say I picked up those things. Right, I read books. I grew up in a all black household, and the possibly the blackest part of the city I grew up in. I didn't. I went to a predominantly black middle school and high school. Actually, not high school. Predominantly black middle school, but that is where I kind of picked up my love for reading as well as outdoorsmanship. I picked those up from other black people, but it can be a commonly held belief in certain circles, right? In certain mindsets, that if you have those things, education and interest in things that are not um, pushed or elevated by popular black culture, then you are in fact acting like a white person as opposed to acting like a black person with other interests.
For, for
So would you say
instance,
it's just all stereotype then?
Not all of it.
Not all of it, but would you say like it would essentially be stereotypical way of thinking in some ways? Just going off of what you just said.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I think it's a little bit more deeply rooted than stereotypes, and the reason is, um, I personally, and I'm only gonna say I personally, I know more dumb white people than I know dumb black people. If I'm being honest, when I say dumb, I don't mean like education wise. I mean people that you would not associate with intelligence or book smarts or higher education.
I'm right here,
And
man. I
that's
can hear you. Okay,
I,
you could wait till I wasn't here to
not you,
talk
Dan
about me
Snyder.
freshly.
Not hey, Dan Snyder. With that
I
beard,
can
you
hear
could never
you.
be on that list, sir. You could never be on that list, Dane, with that beard. Okay, we're not tricked or fooled by that Hawaiian shirt that you got on. Okay,
That's that
it's
reform
we
beard
just
right
right. You
there.
know what I'm saying? But again, I've been throughout. I've been in the military. I've been on the ground floor of warehouses. You know, industrial warehouses. I've been in corporate America. I've been in a lot of different places um, and different environments, and I don't think those stereotypes apply even close to the way people would prefer to assign them. In my experience,
so instead of stereotypical, would you consider it to be ignorance then upon the person?
what age group or person we talking about? Because when I was a kid, I got bullied for having money.
yes, Wicked.
So people used to tell me, "Oh, I
Yeah.
was a rich kid. Oh, I'm a white. You's a white kid because you got money." People faulted my parents for having money, so I understand what they saying. Having a oh, you have a white mindset. So people used to tell me that because I had money,
Did
you
they?
know, and I was around military kids. So I mean, I'm adjusted to everybody. So I was green to a certain extent about, oh, what you mean a white mind set? But I understood, in the hood that you couldn't have that mindset. So that's what I'm saying about
I'm
the
curious though.
mindset, huh?
If I'm curious though, because I'm just confused, man. You said you grew up, your mom and daddy had money, so kids bullied you. But then you talk about how you grew up in the hood or been in the hood or spent a lot of time in the hood. I'm just wondering how all that worked out.
I mean, what you mean? You can have money and be in the hood.
Maybe so. Maybe we got different, definitions of having money. I don't know. It just seems typically like being in the hood or whatever is associated with
This
poverty or whatever. But I mean, I don't know.
no,
That's why I'm
that
asking you.
no. I don't know where you from, but I guess that's where you from. But where we from, that don't mean
I'm
being in the
asking you though.
slum.
I'm not asking we. I'm asking you.
You asking me what?
I'm asking you, like, because you said your mom and dad had money. I guess it had to be a significant amount if the other kids made fun of you and about acting white or being a rich kid or whatever. But then you talked about how you come from the hood and stuff, and I'm just trying to figure out how all that works together.
I mean, he could have been the richest poor person.
But that's what I'm asking. I'm just trying to. I mean, maybe so.
Well, that don't make no sense, bro. What you
So
talking about?
real quick, Twan. Now I want to point out, I want to preface this before we get into it. I want to keep
Yeah,
this
let me
short because
talk.
this is pretty off topic.
Mm.
Um, are you asking Dane? Are you asking Twan why he thinks he had money if he grew up in the hood, or
No, I'm just.
are you asking him how he knows he had what? Because I don't.
The
Can you state
question,
that question in a
Yeah,
the
yeah,
debate
yeah.
was
in a
Let me
question?
about
clarify.
the
Let me
Hold
debate
clarify.
was
on.
about.
Yeah, let me
No, hold
clarify.
on.
Okay,
I
for
want to.
instance,
Yeah.
I grew up in the hood. So we had a lot of the government cheese and the powdered eggs and the powdered milk and free lunches at school, stuff like that, because we was broke. So most people, when they talk about growing up in the hood, it's that kind of a context, and that sort of stuff. So when he says that his mom and dad had money, and so much so that his classmates and I guess kids in the neighborhood or whatever called him rich and said he was, had a white mind or whatever. From my perspective, those two things don't really jive together. I mean, maybe it's like what Wicked said when he said
Go,
maybe he's the richest poor kid, but that's what I'm just trying to figure it out.
yeah,
I'm just
maybe,
interested in the
but
story.
go. I mean,
Oh, if you
uh,
want to hear the story, you're gonna have to do that offline. We don't got
right,
time
No,
for all that.
that
right,
was a figure of
right.
speech. I'm just trying to figure out how, are we talking apples and
But
oranges or
my
is it two
thing
different kinds of
was
apples?
we was talking about the black mindset of black people having a white mindset. They was called. I was just saying
Shout
basically
out to
that
Twan for bringing it back to the question, my man.
if you have money and you're a black kid or you have more than a black other kids, they gonna say, "Oh, you's a square, or you's a L7, or you act like a white boy." That was the whole topic. But you got on some other whatever. I don't know, but yeah,
Yeah, no, I
that
didn't get on anything. It's just
So
you were saying that you had experienced it because your mom and dad have money, and then on the
that's
same
what
breath
I'm
you said you
saying.
grew up in the hood, and those two
I'm
things
just
just
saying,
don't
right?
seem.
If I grow in the hood, right, and they call me, "Oh, you a rich kid," "Oh, you act like a white boy," because I got polo boots on, polo shirts on. But yeah, I grew up in the hood. You know what I mean? But I got polo shirts on, polo boots on. You know what I mean? I got
yeah,
$200 on me at all times. You know what I
yeah,
mean?
your environment is not necessarily contingent upon, or your upbringing is not always contingent upon your environment. Is what he's saying, Dan. Similar to the way that even though I grew up in the hood, I still somehow developed a love for reading and syntax, intelligence, and debate. I didn't really participate in the things that I grew up
Yeah,
in. Doesn't
but
change the fact that I grew up in the hood,
what you're talking
right? So
about those
having
like
money might
intellectual.
have right, but
Yeah, what you.
from a different from the perspective of my peers, I was because I was something different than they did because I did not subscribe to popular or to popular black culture. I was not black enough, right? I was white. I was a white boy. I think that's what Twan is describing, like because he wasn't exactly like everyone around him. He was identified as different. He was identified like, oh, you act like a rich kid. You a white boy because everyone around him is poor. So it doesn't really matter how much money he
But that
grew up with. He
if I
was
could just respond,
identified as different because
if I could just
he
respond to
didn't
that real
he
quick.
didn't necessarily subscribe to. Sure.
If I could just respond to that real quick.
We're
I mean,
gonna
the things you listed off are like
shortly after
intellectual.
this. Go
Yeah,
ahead,
the
Dan.
things you listed off are like intellectual engagements and endeavors that could be very specific to an individual who's attracted to certain topics, whatever. But that's different than saying, my family, had plenty of money, so much so that the other kids made funny of it because they had more money. That just didn't, I just didn't understand how those two things, went together. But it's, whatever. I mean, we can move on. I mean,
Okay. All right, so we're gonna move on to the next question. I think that was kind of well fleshed out, well thought out, a lot of good comments and statements. Um, Steve Harvey versus Kevin Samuels. Who would you rather have as your couple's counselor?
Ooh.
All right, so we're gonna go around. We're gonna go through and just get Steve Harvey or Kevin Samuels. Then we will come back through and get your whys, and then we'll get into the cross examination where you challenge other people's whys. All right. So let's start with Candy. If you
Okay.
had to choose, right, you're in couples therapy, you have a couples counselor. Would you choose Steve Harvey or Kevin Samuels as your therapist?
I don't know who Kevin Samuels is, so I just go with Steve
All
Harvey.
right. Okay. All right. Uncle Tiger, Kevin Samuels or Steve Harvey for your couples counselor?
Kevin Samuels, without a doubt.
Without a doubt, a strong vote for Kevin Samuels. I don't know if we heard Uncle Tiger say something that strong the whole time. Uh, Wicked Dreams, Kevin Samuels or Steve Harvey?
I'm literally taking the exact same opposite answer as her. I don't know who Kevin Samuels is, but I have to see his face and I'll know. But I know Steve Harvey, and I know he is
no,
not
no,
picking the man's side at all. He is too much of a feminist, and I'm not taking his side.
Wicked. You got to look up Kevin Samuels, the
I think I
Godfather,
know who it is, but
YouTube.
I can't picture it right now off the top of my head because I'm terrible with names. I'm better with faces. But I know Steve Harvey. I know his mindset. I know his thinking. He's a feminist, and hell no.
Damn.
Okay. A little bit more. A little bit more. You going last on the why? Wicked Dreams. Uh, Fawn, Fawn Cutler, Kevin Samuels or Steve Harvey?
I'm
Just
gonna
just
go
which
with
one?
Kevin Samuels.
Kevin Samuels, Dane Snyder, Kevin Samuels or Steve Harvey?
The Godfather all day long. Rest in peace.
Man.
All right, and then I'm going Kevin Samuels as well.
And I'm also going
Uh,
Kevin Samuels.
Vulcan is also going Kevin Samuels. All right, so real quick,
We're
we
gonna
have
get
a
in trouble.
consensus. We have a consensus. We have some strong consensus, and we have consensus out of I don't know who that is, but I'm not going with the other with the other guy. So we have one for Steve Harvey. Because you gave an opinion, Candy, I'm going to give you an opportunity to say why. If your why is just I don't know enough about the other guy, we're gonna move on.
It's because I don't know enough about the other guy. But
All right, yeah. Go ahead.
what I have seen with Steve Harvey is his Christian. I look at the Christian aspect of it, and
Okay.
when he met his wife and they're still married and that sort of thing. That's how I
He
would have to
got
look at
caught
it.
cheating with her too.
I thought he was divorced. Didn't his wife leave him?
He got caught cheating.
I think he's on the second wife, ain't he?
Mhm.
I
Hey,
don't
you
know.
leave that man alone. She said he was a Christian. She said he was a Christian. You're not perfect.
Steve Harvey is a simp.
Golly, get off Steve Harvey, man. He's a mirror.
Steve Harvey is a
He's a mirror.
simp.
I would
Oh,
say this about the Christian part of Steve Harvey. I'd say he's culturally Christian, and just to kind of everybody, the audience, to understand what I mean by that is Richard Dawkins, who's probably the most famous atheist of this century. What he would say is that he's culturally Christian, meaning that his mores, his values, his perspectives, how he approaches the world, his ontological perspectives or his axioms that he brings into the world, his assumptions that he brings to the world about life and justice and stuff come from the Bible, come from Christianity, but he doesn't actually believe in it. for himself. So I would say that Steve Harvey, he would probably say he believes in it
Not
more.
by practice. He's Christian-ish.
Yeah, but he has a book where he wrote that a woman has to wait 90 days before she gives it up to a man. A Christian person wouldn't say that.
No, because
Christian person wouldn't also submit to his wife.
Nobody until I get married.
There you go.
So
There you go. All right, Wicked Dreams. Oh, no, let's go Uncle Tiger. Uncle Tiger, you gave an emphatic vote for Kevin Samuels. Would you care to expound on why you chose Kevin Samuels as your couples counselor?
Sure, yeah. I mean, it's like Dane said. I mean, he's the Godfather. I mean, he is the epitome of the like the red pill sort of like dating manosphere. And it's not just, I think one thing that a lot of people miss is like, at least today, like we have like Fresh and Fit and whatever, and all these other like sort of like dating shows or whatever. And they're very much, in the way of criticizing women mostly, which is fine. But like Kevin Samuels would check the men as well as the women. And I thought that was super profound and actually niche, something we don't see very often in the dating shows today. So
I got to check him out.
Somebody has
real quick, Candy. Proceed with caution.
Especially somebody has to mute because we're hearing some conversation.
That's next to Tiger.
There you go. Thank you.
Juan.
I don't know whose background it is. Do we still hear it?
We know it ain't Tiger out there in the line.
No, we're good now. We're good. We keep on going.
Okay. All right. Real quick, Candy. Before you type that into your algorithm, proceed with caution.
Okay.
Oh yeah, it's the naked
Why
truth.
you say that?
It's the naked truth.
Yeah, good. Make sure you put your sensibilities away because it might
will hurt your feelings, Candy.
He's got some strong opinions
too.
He's the first one I ever heard talking about the beeping smoke
detector. All right,
detector.
Wicked Dreams.
Yeah, he'd say he called he called it the baby mama alarm. These women that call in, and in the back they always be ratchet, the most ratcheted ones. In the background you hear beep, and he'd say, "Yep." He said, "That's the baby mama alarm," and he'd hang up on them.
Oh my God!
All right, Wicked Dreams. You also put in an emphatic vote for the Godfather. Kevin Samuels.
So again, if I would see him, I would probably recognize him. I'm terrible with names, better with faces than I can realize. But I do know Steve Harvey, like I said. I know his point of view. Okay. He's a feminist. He always sides with women. He does not hold women accountable for anything. And he's always like, oh, you need to cater to them and do this, and you need to be submissive to them. That's not a Christian point of view, first of all, for you, Candy. There's no way you're a Christian point of view if you have think that your husband should submit to your wife, which is a Steve Harvey point of view.
No. Let's go back to what the Bible says about that. I'm going to chime in on this because the Bible.
Let's do this. This is going to be fun.
The scripture.
What does scripture say?
After the one that says, submit one to another.
Okay, so what does it say? It says that men should submit to the Lord and women should submit to their husbands. Correct?
Exactly. And then it talks about
so you put my point. Thank you.
Another. The man and woman are supposed to serve each other.
What does that have to do with submission? Serve and submit are two different things, Princess.
I know, but you have to be able to submit to serve. If you don't have submission in your heart, how can you serve?
You're saying that a man is supposed, so you're going against the word of God. So
no, I'm not going against the word of God.
You can serve and not submit. Just because I can serve you a sandwich doesn't mean I'm submitting to you.
Now we're going to go to we're going to pull out the scripture.
Do you have a particular scripture that you want to quote to refute that or to rebut that?
Yeah, y'all support your argument and give me a minute to find it.
All right, take your time. Real quick.
Games today. That's what I'm talking
she said
about.
she's gonna pull out the word of God. Dane Snyder.
Now just real quick. Now this is your interpretation real quick that you got from a higher church elder.
No, Wicked. She's about to. We don't want to debate her earlier point if she's about to substantiate it So let's wait till
But
she.
what I need to know is before she substantiate this, is this her interpretation of what she is reading, or did she get this interpretation from a higher being, from like a church elder?
He's looking for Episcopalian church government. That's what he's
Well,
asking
if
about.
she's gonna go, she's gonna read the word. She's gonna
Right. No, she's
provide
going to
her
read the word,
verses.
then she's going to give her interpretation of what she read. But what if she's interpreting it wrong?
Perhaps this is a bit of a
But
derailment.
that'll be up for debate when she reads it. That's why I don't want to get into it now. We'll see what she has to present. Go ahead, Dan.
Okay.
All right, y'all keep going ahead. Going ahead with your other stuff. Give me just a minute.
So you asked me if I had something to say. You mean about Kevin Samuels or this submission topic?
Let's go
Go
Kevin
back to
Samuels,
Kevin
because
Samuels.
let's go to Kevin Samuels, because I don't want to get too far off topic. If we're gonna move on, I want to flesh this out first, and then we might be able to do that other thing. So what's your why for choosing Kevin Samuels as your
Kevin
couples
Samuels,
counsel?
I know there's a lot of people on that side of the internet who look to Rollo Tomasi as supposedly the godfather or grandfather of the red pill movement. Now, I'm not red pill, but I have red pill leanings in some ways. I'm not a big fan of Rollo Tomasi. But I look at Kevin Samuels as one of the first, probably the first, but one of the first widely accepted, highly popular male podcaster streamers who was unabashedly unashamed of speaking up for masculinity and in the place of masculinity in the community. My only reservation on Kevin Samuels was that he was just starting. He was just beginning, it seemed, to send that message out outside of black relationships. So much of it was themed towards black women this and black men that. And my thing was the things that he called out in the modern dating world it applies across racial boundaries. But that's why, he wasn't afraid to stand up and speak the truth as far as the way that men are treated in the culture today, and the double talk, word salad stuff that so many women do to manipulate the dating market today. He wasn't afraid to stand up and do that. He certainly wasn't a panderer. He started out calling out men, and then as he learned more about what they were dealing with in the dating world is when he moved more towards addressing women. But so he would call out the men, but he wasn't afraid. He didn't look at his feet, just to make sure the ladies thought he was a nice guy. Can I tell Wicked real quick? Wicked, Kevin Samuels, you've seen pictures of him. He was a very tall, extremely well clean cut, very, very, very sharply dressed black guy, about my age, but a lot more fit. He usually had like a sort of a 5 o'clock shadow kind of thing, wore glasses. When I say well dressed, I mean like to the hip, like suits and ties.
I know who you're talking about, but like I said, I just need to see a photo. I'm better with pictures.
Essentially, Dane said he spent a lot of time looking at men on the internet. I got it.
Yeah.
No, don't get me started, man. This is a family.
No.
This
Hold
is
on,
a family podcast.
He does it doing. No. That's wait, freshly. Hold on. You got to fix that. He looks up well-dressed black men.
Well-dressed black man in the search bar. Got it. Okay.
Exactly.
All right. So we're gonna move on to Vulcan. Let me get my first. I would choose. I'm gonna choose who I chose as my couples counselor, the Godfather, as we put it so colloquially, because he is going to tell the truth whether you like it or not. He doesn't sugarcoat it a lot. He doesn't waver. And to Dane's point, what a lot of people who have a problem with Kevin Samuels don't realize is that he did start out calling out men, right? So he's seen, because when he got famous, right, when he got hot, when he got popular, he was already into his movement. Whereas people look at him and he's a misogynist and he's only calling out women and he doesn't hold men accountable. What you don't realize is he started off out calling out men And when he started calling out women on the other side, he just got a more vehement reaction, which allowed him to lean into it and get more engagement from women who did not care for the how he was saying things, regardless of the fact that when he would get them on their show, when he would get on the show, they would eventually agree with him, oftentimes begrudgingly, because when they eventually listened to what he was saying as opposed to how he was saying it. Vulcan, why did you choose Kevin Samuels as your couples counselor?
So for me, out of the two guys, there's a lot of things I can respect about both gentlemen in a lot of different ways. So when I'm looking at these guys giving advice to women, I do think both of them do their best to not sugarcoat. The issue is they just have different ways of viewing the world. Kevin Samuels believed in being logical. He believed in being reasonable. He believed in being able to evaluate things and be able to break things down based off being analytical. Now, I happen to know his personality type. If you're into the personality assessments, he's an ENTJ personality type. And those people are like really big. They're called the commanders, which explains why he was very assertive, maybe even aggressive. Some might call him. That's their personality type. They're prone to anger. And then also, like, they're very much into being logical. They're very much about success and being disciplined and working hard and working till he would get on men about not working 60 hours a week. And so I think Steve Harvey and him are both similar in the fact they don't like to sugarcoat things, but I think that just Kevin Samuels' approach to anything, not just relationships, is going to be better because of his discipline mentally and how he evaluates things. And then also, I think if you want to go biblical, I just think that Kevin Samuels understands the Bible better than Steve Harvey does. He talks about it on the show all the time. He always I was baptized in fire. So I think there's probably a little bit of that doctrine there, but generally, I think whether you any type of discipline or field of study you would go into, he's shown that he's just a little bit more well versed on it, maybe a lot more well versed on it, and he cares to be well versed in it. Like he takes pride in being a knowledgeable guy. And I don't see Steve Harvey being that kind of person. Not saying he's not as intelligent naturally, IQ wise, as Kevin Samuels, but I don't see him when he's communicating wanting to take pride in being a knowledgeable guy. I think Steve Harvey's kind of the opposite. Like, this is just my skill, my gift. This is just my intuitions. He's more relativistic in a way that Kevin Samuels is not. And I think a relativistic person is always going to do a poorer job of giving advice than somebody who believes in absolute truth and has more of a foundation in the scriptures and logic. That's what I'll say about that.
That's
Andy,
all
you
I
can
have to
come
say
back,
about
man.
that.
Yeah, we could
Thanks.
I'll send you some Kevin Samuel stuff later. By the way,
Yeah, that's fine. Send it to me. But like I
I
said,
Oh
think
if I
my!
as soon as I see him, I'm pretty sure I'll know. But
I
I'm
think
terrible with names, and I'm better with faces.
I think Steve
Most likely.
Harvey, most of what Steve Harvey does, I think is sugarcoat stuff, but his show appeals to women. So, he's got to keep, women happy. But yeah, he sugarcoats so much.
hmm Just saying, Candy knew a verse very well. Where is she? There she is.
I'm
Where's my
here.
verse? Where's my
I'm
verse?
here. Okay, so I was pulling out both of my Bibles. I have the old King James version, and then I have another study Bible and stuff. So the
All right, hold on
scripture,
real quick, Candy. Let me just set the stage. We've all kind of agreed or finished up with Kevin Samuels. I also don't want to spend too much time on this because it's off topic, but I wanted you to give a chance to present your stance here. We're gonna give Wicked a minute, and then Dane a minute to cross-examine before we move on to the next thing. All right, we're gonna let
okay,
Candy finish her verses and her explanation,
hmm
guys.
okay. So basically, yes, wives are to submit to their husbands, and husbands are the head of the household. But there's also the scripture that says, um, I'm going to read, it's Ephesians 5 and 20 and 21. Giving thanks always for all things unto God and Father in the name of our Lord Jesus Christ, submitting yourselves one to another in the fear of God. That's Ephesians 5, 20 and 21. So, yes, we are to submit to our husbands because they are the head. But you also, in a certain sense, as when it talks about wisdom and things like that, there is a submission of one to another because we fear the Lord.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Candy. Wicked in a minute or less. Um, respond to what Candy just said in terms of her scripture.
Okay. Well, in terms of your scripture, I would see that now that's you interpreting that the way you read it, and then you interpret it, or is that what an elder told you?
That's how I read it.
Okay, so that's your own interpretation.
I mean, it
So that's
plainly
subjective.
says
So that's a subjective interpretation.
submitting
So to me,
yourselves.
so like now, so okay, now hear this. Now, when you
well,
read
hold on,
that,
real
I
quick.
take it
Wicked, are
as
you suggesting that a subjective
the way she interpreted
interpretation
it.
is not valid? Well, I'm just
No, I'm
asking. Are
saying the
you,
way. Well, this is why. Well, let me finish real quick. I say that's subjective because the way she read it, I interpret it differently. So who's right? How do we know
Okay,
who's right?
so what? How can you misinterpret or misunderstand when it says submitting? This Ephesians 5,
Mhm.
chapter 5, verse 21. Submitting yourselves one to another in the fear of God. One to another, isn't that me to you and you and you and each?
That's to me. That's just saying that you're both going to make a vow to submit yourselves to God, as you're both submitting yourselves to God, not you're submitting yourselves to each other.
But the Bible it says one to another
Right, as in
in the
like, okay,
fear
I'm
of
going to
the
make a
Lord.
vow with you. Hey, I'm going to tell you that
Wicked,
I'm going to
how do
worship
you,
God. You're going to tell
hold
me
on,
you
Candy.
worship God. But then it says if the woman is supposed to submit to the husband, which you agree to,
Mhm.
how can you have one person? How can you have two people submitting to each other? There's a hierarchy when it comes to submission.
There's still a
There's a hierarchy.
hierarchy.
So how can you have two people at the hierarchy? How do you have two heads of a household?
Okay, your wife is is your helpmate. Am I right?
Yeah,
She
you don't
is
submit to your
there.
helper.
She is there to pray and to help you walk in your purpose. But at the same time, the spouse is also there to pray for her, cover her, and help her to walk in her purpose that whatever God has called her to walk into as well.
Help and submission are different things, though. I'm talking about
That's so true.
submission. Where at the end of the
All right.
day, the man has the final say. So if two people are submitting to each other, who has the final say?
Submitting to each other is actually walking in wisdom. That's all it is. And here's the thing: it's not about, oh, you're going to bow down to me. A
You
lot
ready, Dan?
women
You're next up.
see that submission as lordship. It has nothing to do with that. Yes, he makes the final decision. We have to, as women, we have to
So then you would have to
pray
submit to
that
him.
he's following God's direction, whether he is or not. If he, as the head of the household, whatever the final decision is that your husband makes, that's the decision you got to go with.
So then you are
That's
submitting to
submitting
your husband.
to your
Your
husband.
husband is not submitting to you because he wouldn't have the final say then. If your husband
Right, he's
submits to
having the
you,
final
you would have the
say,
final
but
say. If you
So
submit to your
essentially, what you're
husband, he
saying,
would have the
Wicked
final
Dreams,
say.
is, and you can let me know if I'm accurate or not. Dan, you care to weigh in on this? You wanna break the tie
Oh yeah,
if you
oh
can,
yeah.
or actually, let's.
I'm happy to, but I thought you was going to say something to Wicked.
yeah.
Well, so I was going to ask Wicked if he's essentially saying that because the final say is had by the husband, that the the um the idea that you would submit to each other can't be correct,
Correct. How
can't be
can you
accurate.
how can that be possible?
No,
If
no,
someone has the final say, then how could the other person have authority that you would submit to? Because
got you.
submission means the other person has authority. So if you submit to if your husband submits to you, that means you have authority over your husband.
No.
And I
Okay,
would love to
Candy.
tell me
Okay,
where
Candy
God
doesn't
says
agree
that
with
women
that.
have authority over men.
Dan, you want to chime in on this? Candy,
Oh
I'll give
yeah,
back to you. Go ahead.
oh yeah. Let me ask you just a couple questions, Candy.
Now, if you want
Would
to ask
you
these
agree?
questions, you're gonna let her answer, right?
I will. Yeah. Would you
Okay.
agree, Candy? Would you agree that the church is the bride of Christ?
Yes.
Okay. So then it would make sense. It'd be reasonable to believe that you would agree that Christ then is the husband of the church.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, good. Good. So there's several things that play here. In the verses that you read, It's very, very common for people to do what's called proof texting, where they take one verse or a passage and then they'll develop basically a whole doctrine off of that verse and passage rather than looking at the body of scripture, as well as like Wicked's talking about church tradition and stuff like that. So in that Ephesians that you read there, if you keep on reading, because, well, let me ask you this. When he says, submit to one another out of reverence for Christ, when Paul wrote that, who was he saying to submit to one another out of reverence for Christ?
He was speaking to everyone.
Okay, so you would agree then with me, I think, that those that commandment there for to submit one to another or submit to one another out of reverence for Christ, he was speaking to the church as a whole, male, female, young and old.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
yeah,
so
it's not gender preference there.
okay, so but is it marital focused? Was he giving marriage instruction, or was he just giving a broad thing for Christians to work together and help one another, look out for oneself being and serve one another?
Right. He's giving he's given that, but what we have to look at is what are the true meanings of submission? When you're walking in the wisdom of God, and I'm praying, and I go to you as my husband, and I say to you, this is what God has shown me. I want you to pray that he confirms that and shows that. My husband says, yes, God confirms what I said. That is him. That is a sense of submission of him walking
Okay, if I could,
in.
I don't want to take up. I just don't want to
It's
take up too
not
much
bowing
time.
down. No, he's still the head.
Nobody said bowing down. Nobody said bowing
Right.
down. But I get what you're saying, but none of what you just said is supportable scripturally. So let me land my plane real quick, okay? Now, if you read past those verses that seem to support what you're saying, even though you agree that Paul was not talking to husbands and wives or giving marital instruction, if you read down at verse 22, it says, wives, submit yourselves to your own husbands as you do as you do the Lord. Now, to submit to your husbands as you do the Lord, if we look back at the marital theme that runs throughout Scripture, where the church is the wife and Christ is the husband, does Christ submit to the church? Does the church submit to Christ, or do they submit to one another? Does Christ have to like justify himself and such with the church to say, well, this is what I think we should do, and this is why, and persuade the church? Or does he say, this is what's going to happen, and the church says, yes, Lord?
He said, what the second part of what you said.
Okay, so if the model throughout Scripture, if Scripture takes God and his people and sets them in a format of husband and wife, then how is it that when it comes into human beings who want to try to explain how marriage works, that they can't support with Scripture? Why is it suddenly then there's supposed to be this conversation and persuasion and compromise in this negotiation between the human wife and the human husband, but we don't see that in Scripture anywhere between the church and Christ, who is the bride and the bridegroom? How are we doing anything but breaking the biblical model for marriage when we do that?
We're not.
I'm gonna mute you, Dane.
Well, I'm just trying to figure out, did she hear what I said, or?
Yes, I heard exactly what you said. And no, we're not breaking that. But what I'm getting down is into the deeper part of submission. I'm not saying
No, hold
that
up.
a
If I could
man
address
would
No,
submit.
Dane, you let her finish.
I'm not saying that a man has to submit to his wife. That is not what I'm saying. But when you talk about submitting one to another, am I and my husband not one to another? There's a certain depth of wisdom that you got to look at in that. It's more deeper than what these scriptures. There's other scriptures on it.
Deeper than scriptures. That's the problem. That's the problem. You can't find in Scripture where your belief about marriage is supported. You can't find it in church history. You can't find it in Scripture. You can't find it. You can misquote scriptures like verse 21 there, but no, the rest of that says, wives, submit yourselves to your own husbands as to the Lord. Verse 25, husbands, love your wives just as Christ loved the church and gave himself for her. Where is
Exactly.
submission? Where is submission for those husbands?
When you back up to one to another.
One to one.
He wasn't
Right.
talking to husbands and wives.
All right, guys. So real quick, we can basically have an entire pod on this topic, and maybe one day
That
we
would be
will,
great.
because we definitely can get that and make that be the kind of the focus of the show. I am going to cut it short here. You guys can be mad at me if you want. I think it was a very well kind of spoken on topic. We're gonna move on to the next topic real quick. Got a video to play here. Does anyone, Vulcan, do you have any final statements on this before we move on? All right.
About how I went to singles night. Just sitting here thinking about how I went to singles night at church, and it was hundreds. I mean, at least 1,000. First, I thought it was 500, but the pastor said it was 1,000 singles in attendance. Like, are we all living the same life at this point? Because I've never been in a room with that many single people, or even thought that it was even. I thought I was like the only one left. I mean, beautiful women, all types, shapes, and sizes. Literally African American women. Like a room full of singles. And I'm like, this has to be an experiment. Like, this has to be like assimilation. Or is that the word I want to use? I think so. Like, I'm confused. And I'm like low key, like nervous, like for us. Well, shit for myself. Fuck y'all. Because where are the men? Where are the men? Then again, don't know. Never mind. Don't. We know where they at.
I actually saw that video.
All right. Vulcan. So there are no single men in church, is her assertion. Why is this happening? And what is the solution? So, first, we're going to answer the first question. Do you agree with the fact that there are no single men in church? And then we'll come back around. Candy, yay or
I'm not
nay?
going to,
Do you agree that there's no single men in church?
no, I don't agree, because there are single men in the church.
Okay.
Probably not as many as there should
Wicked
be,
dreams.
but
Okay, and I think that's a point we're gonna be able to discuss later. So
I don't know because I don't look for single men in the church.
good point. Good point.
I'm just
Why
saying.
is this? So why do we think that she's saying that there's no single or not enough single men in the church? Why do we think this is happening?
Let
I'm
me
kind of
see.
I'm kind of separating here because I think that most of us are not gonna know. We're not. There's no.
Yeah,
We know there is single men in the church. So we'll move
yeah. I
on to the
mean,
next question.
yeah. That first part's a little weird for us to even answer first and foremost because I don't know many guys going to church and finding out how many single men are there. That's just me personally.
Well, I mean, I don't
Um,
think that's what the question's asking, though, is it? I mean, are you
well, it
going to
says no
church to look
single
for
men in
single
church.
men?
Why is this happening? I mean, I don't know why. I mean, I don't know how many men in church are single or not. I'm not asking.
There's not
They
very
don't have it
many.
like in section like, hey, single people sit here, married people sit here. You know what I mean? You don't really
No,
know unless you talk to every single person in there.
yeah,
So I really, it's hard
it's an
for me to answer
ongoing
that
trend,
question.
though. Yeah, I get what you're saying, Wicked. It's an ongoing a trend, though, that there's fewer and fewer and fewer single men in the church. You know.
yes.
I mean,
Okay,
well, I would say
so
that
you
most.
agree that there's not a lot of single men in the church, Dane?
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, of course, and it's getting less and less.
Okay.
I say the church. It's an issue when you get into the Protestant churches, and the
Okay.
lower down the Protestant ladder you go, the worse it gets. I mean, I don't have any
Okay.
numbers, but it
Real
is
quick, I want to get
a troubling
Uncle Tiger.
trend.
Yeah, there's definitely
Uncle Tiger, do you agree that there's
no single.
Go ahead.
No, there's definitely single men in the church, of course.
Okay. Vulcan, what's your
Yes, sir.
take on it? Maybe you'll be able to add a bit of clarity to the question.
So yeah, I mean, I would say that the question is why is this happening and what is the solution? Yeah, so the question is about is there a declining amount of single men in the church? Yeah, that's very true. Anytime you see these single events, a lot of women lament the fact that when they go to a lot of single church events, there's a lot more women than there are men. So yeah, it's pretty common. And then I'll also address what Wicked said when he was talking about like how would you know? Well, the thing about being in a church, I know for myself, when being in church, what'll happen is that like your fellowship on people, you get to know people's lives. It's encouraged from a Christian standpoint for people to marry. So that's something that people are kind of loosely, if you're not in leadership, to less loosely if you are in leadership, keeping tabs on those kind of things because people are, the Bible tells, Paul tells Timothy to encourage young women to marry. So you're going to be looking at like, okay, who's marrying in here? Like, what are these single people doing? What are they doing with their lives? Be fruitful and multiply. And one of the most important aspects of a person's life is their relationships, especially their romantic relationships. And so people are going to be heavily invested in what people are doing if they really care about people in the congregation. So you're going to find out, especially as you get to build relationships with people.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe I'm confused. Is the question is there are no single men in the church, right?
Yeah, I mean,
Well, I think
obviously
that's
there's
rhetorical.
going to be single people, but I don't know what's the percentage.
I think
I
the
mean, how
first.
do you?
Correct me if I'm wrong, Freshly, but isn't that first question, no single men in the church, isn't that a rhetorical question to set up the second question? Or are you really asking if there are any single men in the church?
You're muted.
Yeah, it is to set up the second question.
Is the audio going bad on y'all's end too? Or
Yeah, I can't hear him. It
Something
sounds like
wrong
he's
with your audio,
underwater.
Freshly.
Yeah, Freshly, your audio kind of went. I'll take over until your audio gets back right. But yeah, so the question is just like as Dane stated it perfectly. No single men in the church is the question because that's what the lady's claiming. So it's not about whether there's actually any single men anywhere in the church.
That was a confusion.
But it's just set it up rhetorically for us to think about it. And the question, they call it a question. So the question is, do you agree that there is an issue with it? If y'all have answered that part, then why is this happening and what is the solution? So we can. Does anybody not agree that there's a deficit of single men compared to the single women in the church? Does anybody disagree with that?
I would think there's probably more single women in church because feminism has women thinking that they can just be like, "Oh, God saved me, and now I'm repented." And
Well, that's not the question.
yeah, but I'm just saying, I think more
Yeah,
women
so
are now going to
just
certain
starting with Wicked.
churches.
Just starting with Wicked. So why is this happening? You're already explaining it, but I just want to open up because everybody's going to have to give the answer to this. Why is this happening, and what is the solution? And then we'll just go down the line.
How's the
I
audio,
think.
real quick, before we get?
Well, I think
Is it
that
better?
maybe it's happening because if you look into more of these Jesus hippie churches, they're more feminists, they're more lovey-dovey, and they're more about your feelings. To where you go to more orthodox in style, it's more about the word and there's more structure, which men are more interested in structure and rules instead of the feel-good hippie Jesus and let your feelings do the thing and interpret everything for you. So I think it would really depend on what part of the church you're looking at. You know, if you're looking at Orthodox or Episcopalian or whatever it is, I think that's where you would have to start from.
Okay, Candy, how about yourself?
Well,
why is this happening, and what is the solution?
As far as why is it happening, it's kind of hard to say because actually there's such a move right now of Christians coming to Christ. I think there is a change and everything as far as why it's happening. Number one, the whole I won't say the fall of man, but man being the head of household and stuff like that, you look at the whole masculinity has fallen quite a bit when it comes to a man. And so I think that's a lot of why there's less men in the church and stuff. You've got men who now are, they're transgenders, they're gays, they're things like that. So there's a lack of real men, period. That's my thoughts. And it's just, yeah.
And did you
As
say your
far as
solution
what
already?
huh?
Did you say your solution already?
No, that's what I was going to say. As far as what is the solution's going to have to be um, people really getting, like I said, getting into the deeper things of Christ. And it's going to take real men of God getting imparting things into these younger men. It's got to start. It's got to start at home. It's got to start with the fathers imparting into these young men.
Got you. Okay. And then, so Tiger, how about yourself?
Yeah, I don't accept it as a given that there is a shortage of single men in the church, but just operating under the assumption that that is the case. Perhaps the reason for this is
Sorry, real quickly, I just want to make sure I clarify. When you by that you mean like the ratio of women to men you're saying is roughly about the same?
I'm saying that I don't have numbers in front of me. I don't know,
Well, I
but
mean, just I obviously I know you don't know. I'm not trying to like get you in a got you moment, but I'm just saying like the deficit meaning relative to the other group, right? That's what that would mean as far as romantically.
sure. Like if I'm operating under the assumption that there are very little to no single men in the church, I think the reason that might be happening is because men, at least in my lifetime, young men have been encouraged, go to church. You want to find a good woman, go to church, and then men do this, right? We do this, and then we end up with like the Nala Rays. I don't know if you guys are familiar with Nala Ray, but if you're not, she's an ex OnlyFans model who is now like grifting for Jesus, right? And the idea is like, okay, if young men are told go to church, find a good woman, and then they go to church and they find Nala Ray, men are like, yeah, you know what, we're not going to do that anymore. It's not a great approach to finding a good woman because the churches are largely feminine these days, and it welcomes in all the Nala Rays, and then these poor unsuspecting men go into it like, oh wow, Nala Ray, she's so beautiful. I don't really know that she used to be an ex porn star. She's an ex porn star or whatever. And then they end up going down the road of like they go down these rabbit holes of like bad relationships, and so men are saying to themselves, okay, I can't find a good woman in church, so I'm not going to church anymore. And I think the solution to this would be church holding women accountable, which they largely don't.
And you're gonna get a chance to respond, Candy. We got Dane and then myself. So thanks for that, Tiger. Dane, what do you got on that? Why is this happening? What is the solution?
Oh, my. We've moved off of the gangster rappers and we've got to something I know a little bit about. Hallelujah.
Let them know, Dane.
Yeah, yes, there is definitely a shortage of men in the church. It's getting worse. Like I said earlier, the farther down the Protestant ladder you go, the worse it is. Why is it happening? In a nutshell, I think both Wicked and Tiger, to one point or another, has already addressed it. Feminism in the church. The church is it's feminine decorated. It's feminine sermons. A lot of your sermon topics, most all of them, center around Jesus in your heart. He loved me more than anybody else. He rescued me. That sort of stuff. All of which is biblical, okay? But that's the focus of the teachings of the church, and that comes out of what I call the feminine gospel. Not only that, within the church, the females oftentimes run the church, even if the man is out front actually saying the words or signing the paper or whatever. His wife is at home, and he got to deal with her. I worked in the church for years. I saw it, just like I can see the nose on my face. So there's that. When a man comes along, a masculine person, I won't even say a man, a masculine thinking person comes along and begins to preach masculine themes, which is repentance. And repentance is nothing about I went down to the altar and I felt really bad and I cried and Jesus dried my tears. Repentance, when it comes to building, the taking it by force, those sorts of things. When it comes to establishing the order in the family, God over man, man over woman, woman over children, that person's going to be called by people in the church. That person's going to be called a bigot, a sexist, a misogynist. I'd hate to be your wife. I hope you don't have daughters, all that kind of stuff. And they're going to be told that they need to go get some healing from the woman who hurt their feelings back in middle school and stuff. So that's going to be hooted down, and it's going to continue moving forward with the social engagement. So much of the church is about the social engagements, and most of that's going to be stuff that favors what women think is fun or whatever. So men, they want to be challenged. It's part of masculinity. We want to be challenged. We want iron to sharpen iron. We want to grow. I'll give an example. No offense, Candy, but like you were just saying that we need good men and real men and all that kind of stuff. That is a symptom of why men are not coming to church. We don't want to come to church and have the women of the church tell us what real men are or what good men are. We want women in the church to take that position of submission to men and let men tell men what a good man is, what a godly man is. Like iron sharpens iron, one man sharpens another. But when you go to the Protestant churches, by and large, it's the Protestant churches, you got those women that are setting the tone of how that man's going to be judged. And it breaks it. Now, what's the solution for it? Start preaching the biblical truth. Not what somebody says is the deeper truth of the scriptures, which is really something I made up, but the biblical truth, and restore the patriarchy. Patriarchy, etymologically speaking, is the rule by the father, not the mother, not some egalitarian, Americanized Western idea of what the deeper truth is. Submission, preach the truth, restore the patriarchy. When you look at the more patriarchal churches,
I want to get sorry, Dane. I just want to make sure Candy doesn't lose. I know she had a thought, and I wanted to be able to address everybody. Sorry about that. Freshly, you got something you want to speak to the what's happening? What is the solution?
I think men in general. So I agree with most of the rest of the panel, because I think, to be honest with you, everyone said some version of uh, there's not enough men in the church due to kind of the degradation or the deteriorating of a man or a real man. So I agree with Dane that this there's a lot of secularism that is making its way into the doctrine from the pulpit. And even if it's not a woman preaching it or delivering it, it's often a message that's delivered from the lens of a person who is listening to how society defines certain things, as opposed to just reading the text, right? Going through the text, what is the word? What does God say about how the household should be ran? How the marriage and the dynamic between a husband and a wife, what a man is, what a woman's position in those relationships is. I think because there's such an outcry from the secular world that it's kind of leeching men from the church, where they don't want to go in there anymore. For one, because they don't necessarily believe in the doctrine that's being pushed. They don't know enough about the doctrine to really be able to deliver it in their household well enough. So a lot of them are delivering it improperly or ineffectively because they are not studying the actual word. They may be doing what we accuse a lot of people of doing. It. Hey, this is what I heard. This is how I interpret it, and this is what the Bible says. And they're taking that message home without being in the church and allowing someone, an elder who knows what the word is actually saying, to deliver it, to explain that message. So I think it is an epidemic. I don't know that it's making a comeback. I actually think a little bit of the opposite of Candy. I think more and more people are leaving church for other belief systems.
Yeah, so
That's all for
I'll
me.
say I'll share my piece, and I know Candace want to get in there. Candy wants to get in there real quick. So for me, I just want to underscore what's already been said, but just emphasize a different aspect of it about the accountability component. And one thing that's missing in a lot of churches is church discipline. Going to Corinthians 5 and talking about excommunicating people who are practicing habitual sin. That's on the decline pretty much across the board, and especially in the lower Protestant churches, as Dane would say. And so what happens is men are not going to be attracted to environments that have low accountability on an innate level, because one, it gives the people who are already in power too much control. You see this happens in kingdoms, this happens in companies. Men are competitive, even beta, alpha, sigma, whatever males you want to say, they're all competitive in their own way. They all want the edge. They want the women. The men at the top get the women. The men at the top get the say so. The men at the top get the praise. And what happens is when there's no accountability, if it's a competent hierarchy, men are respected. This guy's more articulate. He knows it better. He's living a more godly lifestyle. His prayer life is more disciplined than mine. Men can respect that. But if the person who's at the top or the person that everybody's adoring is just there because he's using his experience, he's using shifty, manipulative language, he's low on accountability, what he's saying you cannot justify, you don't know, he can't show you the rubric by which he's operating off of, so it seems very arbitrary. Those are kind of things that are going to deter men. Conversely, it won't deter women in the same way. Women look towards women like men who are come across as protectors. If the guy comes across very assertive, if the guy comes across like it's my way or the highway, but he's being protective, those are things that women might want in a mate, potential mate. That's why you see some of these guys that are running through the women in the church. And so what happens is that's going to be unattractive to men, and it's going to be very attractive to women. So you're going to see that imbalance to some extent. And then the last part I'll say about that is not only do you see an imbalance there, but what happens is as the men stop going to the churches, they don't hold the leadership accountable as much. And the women that are in place, what they would want from a leader is things that typically lead to more of a proliferation of false doctrine, because it's going to be more experiential, more making you feel comfortable, more you're not going to feel judged, all the things that lead to a lack of structure in the church. And Candy, it's on you now. Go ahead and tell everybody how they're wrong.
Okay. All right. I'm going to start with, I can hardly see my phone. So not Wicked, but the other guy.
Tiger.
Yeah. Okay. So you talked about the girl that was on OnlyFans and she comes in the church, right? And you don't want that woman because of her past life and stuff. We all have a past life. When we come to God and we are saved, sanctified, filled with the Holy Spirit, guess what? He wipes away our sins to be remembered no more. So it's not your place or my place or anybody else's place to hold that against what her past life was. As long as she's on the right path now, that's the key. Okay. Now, my second part to that is you're not going to find that pure, perfect virgin in the church anymore. It don't exist unless you're going to go out there and be a pedophile and get you a 12-year-old little girl. Okay. So I'm going to stop right there on that. My next.
Ho. Ain't nobody asked for no minors. Ain't nobody said nothing about getting no minor, no 12-year-old little girl.
And
now, where'd that come from?
I know. That's what I'm saying. Only if you want purity, that's what you
No,
end up with.
me personally, I think we need to keep the dealing with underage girls kind of off the subject. Because, I mean, nothing else, that could be seen as a TOS thing.
Yeah, I'd like to respond to that.
I sent you a message in the chat, Candy, just so you know.
Huh?
Yeah, PDF file. Say PDF file because we're on YouTube. Yeah. Can I respond to that really quick?
Hold on. I didn't hear what was said at the end. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
I can hear you loud and clear. I thought somebody was going to clear it up for me, but
She was saying use the word PDF file instead of pedo.
Oh, sorry. Sorry. Okay. No, what I was saying is for purity, you're not going to find that in the church. So
Well,
You
see,
can't.
that's exactly the issue, right? Like the
And
like so
but
so the reason, well, hold on, because so the reason there is perhaps, which I don't accept, I operating under the assumption that there is a shortage of single men in the church. The reason I highlighted Nala Ray is to demonstrate why that is the case. Because why if we're told as young men, go to the church if you want to find a good woman, right? You want to find a
right.
pure woman, and then we go there, and perhaps a good young Christian man who is a virgin, he goes to the church to find a wife, and Nala Ray, you say, yes, I agree with you. When you get saved, blah blah blah. You are your sins have been washed away, right? But that's in the eyes of God. That's not in the eyes of man. And the thing is like, if the issue is that there's a shortage of single men in the church, perhaps it's because we don't want to subject ourselves to, okay, now I'm going to be infatuated with this Nala Ray who's going to take advantage of me, who in the past was literally a prostitute. And Jesus is my boyfriend, and that doesn't matter that I was a prostitute, and I'm entitled to a good virgin Christian man husband. You know what I mean? It's crazy.
Why wouldn't she be? Why wouldn't she?
Because she was a
Why would God give
prostitute.
her? Okay,
She needs
but
to be held accountable.
okay, she is being held accountable for
But
her
she's not.
life now.
You're saying that she deserves
But
to have the traditional husband, and I'm saying that the traditional husband deserves better than Nala Ray.
well, yeah, but I
Yeah.
mean, God doesn't see it that way, though. When
Where
you
is
Yes,
that at
he
in
does.
when
scripture?
you've
Well, hold
been
on. I just want to make
there's
sure,
no
just because
respecter.
sorry, Candy, let me just say this real quick. Just because Candy's like the oddball out on this one, if y'all can just do y'all's best to try to make sure she was completed, like even asking her, are you done with your point or anything else you want to say? If y'all don't mind just doing that, because I don't want, I want everybody that's listening to her, that she represents their perspective, to feel like their champion got a chance to really get everything they wanted to say out the way. So I appreciate y'all doing that, gentlemen, and Candy.
Thank you. Anyway, what I was back to what I was saying is, when you look at the world today, you're not going to find that perfect person or that pure woman. Now, you said that's why you stop going to church, or don't go to church, or that's why men stop going to church. First of all, you don't go to church to look for a wife. You go to church for your own relationship with God. Now, I'm going to stop there with that. I'm going to go back to
The issue is why there's a shortage of single men in the church, and I'm telling you that it's precisely because of your mentality. That women are just not that women are to not be held accountable for having been a literal prostitute, and they deserve the traditional Christian husband who's in the church looking for a good wife. That's madness. That's absurd.
I'm going to move on. I'm not even going to go
Why?
there. So,
Yeah, smart for you to not go there, because I don't think you can argue it very well.
But that's the
No.
dynamic in the church, is what I'm talking about, the woman-led feminine church. It's
That's
what
what I
Tiger's
wanted to get
saying, what
to.
I'm saying, what Tiger's saying, I'm saying. We can base on scripture, we can base on social dynamics. If we had a minute, we could look up the numbers. But what you're basing, and I'm not picking on you because this is very common in the church, these
Don't
woman-led
forget your point,
churches.
Candy. Don't forget your point, please. Go ahead. Go ahead, Dave.
What you seem to be basing that on is what you feel. It based on everyone needs to be accepted, everyone needs to be included, and to do that, you have to throw out a standard. And what I find interesting is every time I end up in a conversation like this with women, somehow or another, that conversation, what's the violence of women? Women can't be violent with their hands. They lack the physical strength. So it's character assassination, shame, innuendo, those sorts of things. They'll work in that innuendo where they'll tell a man, well, if that's what you're looking for, which no one said they were looking for anyone perfect and pure, but there are increments. If that's what you're looking for, then you got to go get, and they'll bring in something like a 12-year-old girl. And that's just dishonest to do that instead of sticking to the point. But it works in that sort of
Make sure you let her get a chance to respond. Dan, go ahead,
deviance.
Dan.
It's just I'm finished. I'm just saying her whole argument seems to be coming from her feeling, And it
No,
is just, it's crazy. It's crazy that just like most feminists, she's going to bring in that innuendo that some man is looking for an underage girl. It's just, it's ludicrous, but I'm done.
that's not what that is not. I use that as an analogy, but that is not what I was saying.
Every woman I've had this conversation before works in
So,
something
Well,
or its
hold on.
cousin
so
like
anyway,
that as
so
an
let's talk
analogy.
about.
Right here.
I'm gonna address the fall of man. Okay,
Okay.
I'm gonna address that because what you're
Which was
talking about,
woman.
the reason why there's no men in the church and all, and they don't come because women run the church. Women run the church because there are no real men to run it. And the
Tell me
people,
what a
No.
real
if
man
you go
is.
back,
So hold on,
No,
hold on
you
a
gotta
second.
let
Hold
her
on, hold
finish.
on.
Let her
Man,
finish.
is Candy,
you have
please
to let
do.
me finish.
She got y'all in the kitchen. Don't get out the kitchen.
Now, here's the thing. Let's go back to Adam and Eve. Yeah, Eve ate the apple, but whose fault was it? Adam was responsible for Eve. Now, my thing is, all of you men sitting here saying that y'all, okay, here's the thing. It's all because of the women in the church. The women's running the church. Well, I don't see a man standing up to run the church. So when a real
Well,
man gets, and when I talk about the deeper things of God, let me tell you what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the Holy Spirit, the leading, guiding of the Holy Spirit. You want to know the truth? I don't go to church. I'm not in
I can
any church.
tell.
We can tell.
No, you want to know that? You want to know something else? I have an associate's degree in theology. You want to know something else? I study my Bible. I
Run
follow
your
the
mouth,
word.
Candy.
I say it now.
yeah,
But
can I
what I'm
reverse
going
the
to say
hypothetical
is,
on
An
I'm
you?
going to
associate's
keep
is like a
on
high school
saying
diploma.
is the fall of
We're
man.
not gonna do that with your dreams.
Well, hold on
The
real quick.
fall of man
Okay, yeah, go ahead,
falls
Candy.
back on man.
Okay, Candy, you made the point about the fall of man thing. So really quickly, can you just kind of summarize one or two things that they said that you agree with, if there's anything, and then one or two things that you disagree with about what they said, if there's anything? Are you if you don't feel like you could do that, then don't worry about doing it. But do you feel like you could do that?
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah,
Okay.
please do so.
What I agree with is there is a lack of men in the church. Yes, we all know that. Blaming it on the women. That's exactly what Adam did.
Hold on,
when
but
he
hold on.
blamed
I'm not
Eve for
asking
eating
you
the
to get into, I
apple.
know you want to jump back into your point again. Remember, the assignment is two things you agree with, if they're there, and two things you disagree. I know you got a lot to say.
I
I
don't
don't know if
agree with
everybody's ready for it.
any of their. No, I don't agree with them.
Okay,
Can I reverse the hypothetical real quick? Candy, if I, let's say this, let's say I am the most despicable male human on planet Earth. I'm a PDF file, I'm a murderer, you name it. You name a scumbag activity, I've done it, right? And then one day I decide, you know what? I'm going to go to church and Jesus is my boyfriend now. And I'm going to search for a nice, virtuous, virgin wife in the church. Do I deserve the virtuous, virgin Christian wife in the church?
You deserve the woman that God has for you.
Maybe I deserve.
How about you answer the question?
She's not going to, man. And this is why men
I
get
did
tired of
answer the
dealing with women
question.
like that in the church.
If God said this woman is for you and she is a virtuous woman, then yes, that's who he appointed for you.
Really, you don't
Yes,
think that's
indeed.
an unfair deal for that poor virtuous virgin woman who deserves a good Christian man who wasn't a PDF file and murderer and etc.? You don't think that's a bad deal for her?
If he's sinning no more and he's a good Christian man and he's following the word of God and he's sold out for God and he is being the leader, the man that he's supposed to be, what's wrong with that?
Well, how do you know what a good Christian man is, though?
Hold on, sorry.
comes
Hold
from
on,
a
we
background.
deserve virgin women.
Who believes out of Dane, Wicked, and Uncle Tiger, they can maybe say one or two things they agree with her if it exists, and then one or two things they disagree with her if it exists. Who wants to champion that?
I could tell you what I disagree with.
Okay, anybody can do both, or we'll give the first dibs to both, and then second dibs to one of them. Okay.
I would agree 100% that the fall of man occurred because Adam failed. However, what did he fail to do? He failed to tell his wife to sit down and shut up and do what he says. So I agree with her on that. I do not agree that she has any grounds whatsoever to even try to describe what a good man or a godly man is. Why? Because when she does, she's following that first lie. If you eat of this fruit, you can be like God. God over man, man over woman, woman over children. If she's trying to dictate to me what a good godly man is, then that would be woman over man.
Hold on. I know you want to get
No,
into,
that's not
hold on.
what
I just wanted the
what I
audience
do.
to be able to hear, because I think a lot of times in the conversation we can lose sight of where the disagreement is. So I'm glad you did that real quick, Dane. Now, Candy, he stated where he agreed and where he disagreed. Do you agree that yes, we all disagree?
I agree, except for that last part he was saying. I don't agree with.
That's the part y'all definitely disagree on.
Mhm.
Like, does anybody have any more of a compelling argument? I know we could do this for thousands of years, obviously, but does anybody think they have a point they haven't made that they think is very convincing to Candy?
So I mean, I have a few different points. The first one is do women have their own autonomy, their own self-awareness, free will to do whatever they want?
No.
No, you have no free will? You have no you can't do whatever you want to do. You can't make your own decisions?
Well, as a single person, yes, but I may.
So
God,
even so, if you're married, you can't make a decision. You can't think on your own and make your own decisions and do stuff.
even
You
if I
you have to do exactly what your husband tells you. So if he says jump, you jump out high. If he tells you
no,
everything, you have to do everything he says. So
no,
you can make your own decisions, correct?
correct.
So when Eve made her own decision to eat the apple, how is that Adam's fault?
Because it was because he
Because
didn't
it was.
say
How
he was
about you? How
supposed
about
to.
you give me a real answer?
He was
Because it's not an answer. That sounds like a coping laugh excuse.
no.
And then
So
another
I'm just
thing. When you
go
say
read your
I
Bible.
have an associate's in this, I know people with masters that don't know how to think correctly. So because you have an associate's in something,
Okay, so first of all, I'm just going to say go read your Bible. That is the one thing that me and Dane agreed on. We know that Adam was part of the fall of man and woman. Okay, because of that. Now,
But what did
we
he
all
do
have free
that
will.
failed? What was it that
God
failed
what did
gives
he
her?
us
do?
all.
What's his fault?
God
You said it's
gives
his
us
fault.
all
Show me
free
how it's
will.
his fault.
Well, who are you talking to?
I'm talking to you. You said it's Adam's fault. How is it Adam's fault? If Eve has her own will and she can do whatever she wants to do, she can make her own decisions. She can choose to take the apple or not take the apple,
Yeah, they
regardless of
not.
what Adam tells her.
They may bring the text up, the comment up.
So I'm just curious on how that's his fault. If she can not listen to what he says, if he tells her you can't do this, and
That
she still
wasn't.
has the ability to do that, and
She
she
didn't
didn't,
know. She didn't know. She didn't have that free will in the beginning. Nobody knew. They did not know. They did not have that knowledge of good and evil before she ate of the apple.
That doesn't mean they didn't
That
have free
came
will, though.
after.
that doesn't mean she couldn't make her own decisions.
Well, she was
Knowing
right,
what would
but
happen
she
if
was
she ate it is
deceived.
regardless of her
She
making the
did
choice
it
to eat
because
it.
she was
It's a different
deceived.
argument. I'm
She was
talking about a specific argument of did she have the ability to make the choice to eat it or not? Now, the repercussions of what happened after she ate it is a different topic. I'm specifically asking if she was able to make that decision on her own.
Yeah, she was. Well, we all
So
have
then
free
how,
will.
if she was able to make that decision on her own, it cannot be Adam's fault. Adam would have to force her to eat that apple in order for it to be her fault. And she would have to have no decision and be like, you know what? I don't know what you're doing. I don't know what you're saying. I can either do it or not. But she decided to do it. And not because Adam told her to, because somebody else told her to. A
Right.
serpent.
The
Right.
serpent
So
told her.
You're on mute, Freshly.
okay.
If you're talking to us, you're on mute, just so you know.
Real
At
quick,
least he
So
managed to
how
get
is
on
it
mute.
Adam's fault then?
I
So if she
want
listened to a serpent and you believe, and Adam literally had nothing to do with it. How is it Adam's fault? I love how you like
I
to not take accountability like a
say it was.
typical
I
woman,
didn't
to. Is
say
that
but
a
how about you
question,
actually
Wicked?
take
fault
Wicked,
accountability?
is
that
that a question or
It's a
what
question.
are we
How is
doing
it
here?
Adam's fault? If
Yeah,
he
then let
was
her
not
answer.
even there, how is it his
Go
fault?
ahead. Go ahead and answer, Candy.
I didn't say it was Adam's fault that she ate the fruit.
I
But
can go back and rewind this, and that's exactly what you said.
but just like what you're saying though, okay, Adam was the head. If he is responsible for her, he was responsible for her making that mistake and listening to Satan.
Okay, so in that, with that logic, that means that any decision that you made that was wrong in your marriage would be your husband's fault, and you're not taking accountability for your own actions.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
How? Please explain how my logic is not follow. Where is my math not math?
Where is there something you can substantiate with scripture, Wicked?
Well, my question is that she's saying
That
that,
the
it's
dynamic.
Adam's fault. I
No, no.
don't need scripture. I mean, this has nothing to do with scripture.
Well,
She's
that's kind
saying
of what we're
that,
talking
But
about,
it
though.
does
The
have
dynamic. We're literally
everything to
talking
do with
about
scripture.
Adam and Eve, the first man and woman.
right?
So
But she's saying that
there
it
was
was
an
Adam's
edict.
fault that she made that decision. That has
I
nothing to do
understand.
with scripture. That has to do with her being able to make a decision on her own or not.
Right, but you're essentially saying because he wasn't there,
Right. So
that
if he
it's
was,
not he
but that's the
he
same
has no
thing.
accountability. No, it's not the same. I'm asking. So what you're saying, you're speaking on a biblical dynamic. That it has everything to do with the word. Are you able to substantiate that because Adam wasn't there, he had nothing to do with the situation with Scripture?
Well, I don't know if he had nothing to do with scripture, but I'm trying to say, how is it his fault? I'm trying to find where it's his fault. If he
Right,
was doing
he
something
would
over
be
here and
accountable.
she went
So
out over here,
accountability comes with submission. So, like Dane was
You
saying
said it
earlier,
right
because
there. That's
hold on, yeah,
exactly what I've been
what
trying
Dane
to
was saying
say.
earlier is not fault, but the husband is accountable because he is the head. He is
Mm-hmm.
accountable for not telling, and I'm gonna quote Dane. He's accountable for not telling Eve to sit down and shut up. So with submission comes accountability. If your wife, if your mate, if your helpmate is to submit to you and your word is final, she is not indemnified from fault. But at the end of the day, you as the head of household are held accountable.
If I could
That's
weigh
what
in on that,
that's
so if Adam told Eve, which we don't know, did Adam tell Eve don't go eat from that tree? Because God
it
told Adam, and I'm
wasn't
assuming Adam
Adam,
would tell Eve
it
not
was
to, right?
God. God
God,
told them.
God
well,
told
God
God
told them.
told Adam.
That's in the text.
God
God
told
told
God
Adam.
told
Adam.
Adam. Well,
You
God
can't
told
find
Adam,
verses
and
where
then
God told
let's
Eve.
just
It
go by
was
logic.
Adam's
So
job
if
to
God
tell
told
Eve.
Adam, then Adam would most likely relate that information to Eve, correct?
Yeah, that's we're assuming that, because to be honest with you,
Assuming.
according to what Dane and Candy are saying, and myself, the fault, if you will, or the accountability lies with Adam because he was given the law.
Right.
So if Eve disobeyed the law, if she disobeyed the edict handed down to Adam, just like any hierarchy, the head is held accountable. If your general manager tells the senior managers to pass down an edict or a rule to the tier one boots on the ground folks, and the boots on the ground folks disobey that rule, while they do have autonomy to make their own decisions, when it comes down to it, that supervisor or that senior manager is going to have a conversation of accountability with the GM, because I told you, I gave you that edict. So if you're responsible, if they are supposed to be doing what you said they should be doing, then why did they not do what you said to do? And in a lot of corporate conversations, if we want to take it out of the Bible, uh, they do what they want is not an acceptable answer, because that means you're not the leader that I need in this position. I'm gonna go ahead and get you out of here.
Well, if I
Yeah,
could,
but you're essentially you're saying that you would have to force somebody. If somebody doesn't do what you want, then you would have to force them to do it, and they would have no decision over that. If somebody doesn't do what you say, I wouldn't say that it's your fault. According to what she says, it's Adam's fault that she ate the apple. I wouldn't say it's Adam's fault. Does he have some kind of accountability? Sure, but
that's
accountability and
what
fault
I
are
said.
different things.
I said Eve ate. I didn't say it was Adam's fault. She ate the
She
apple.
didn't. That's what I
I
was trying
said,
to tell you earlier. She actually didn't say fault. You're the first person to introduce fault into it.
well,
Okay,
I'm
maybe I
saying
misheard what she said,
that's
but I
not
could
what
just
I
say
was.
where it's
That's not
Adam's
what I
fault
was
that she ate
meaning,
the
though.
apple.
me personally, I don't have one bit
Go
of
ahead, Dan.
trouble. I don't have one bit of trouble at all with saying that the man's accountable. It was his job to lead. He was given God's word. It was his job to pass that on to his wife and family, and it's his job to police that. I don't have a problem with that. That it's been that way for going on 40 years in my house. And believe me, I am married to a hard-headed woman. I mean, I can spend all night talking about how hard-headed she is. Here's the problem, though. When men like me stand up and say, yeah, Adam was the leader, so it falls to him, and he should have policed his wife. Women, like Candy was just doing, they'll nod their head. Yeah, 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 yeah. But in real life, and the question is about in the church, when the men in the church stand up and they start telling them women to put the apples down, you know, Paul said, I suffer not a woman to teach a man. Those sorts of things, when they start doing that, all of that, yeah, goes out the window. And all of a
But it
sudden, well,
shouldn't, though.
excuse me, I did not interrupt you. And see that's my example. See, I
No,
started telling the truth
No,
about it.
just
She got
Dane,
to
just
talk.
continue. Just continue,
Okay,
Dane.
okay,
She
okay.
I'm
So,
acquiesced. Keep
agreeing.
going.
so that's what they'll do. That all of a sudden, well, no, we need to talk about it, and I need to be heard, and you need to explain why you want me to do this, and then I'll make my own decision. And that is why Eve ended up ultimately eating that apple. She saw that it was beautiful and good to eat, so she's going on her thoughts and ideas and sensations, and she ate of it. And then she gave of her husband, and he too ate of it. Why? Well, she the only woman on the planet. What I do if she cuts me off, I'm gonna eat it. So he ate it. And that's why our families and communities and churches are the way they are today. I
And
rest
I
my case.
agree. I
All
agree.
right.
That's
So
what I
we
was
agree.
trying to
We
say.
got it. We
I,
got a consensus.
yeah, I agree with you on that. And that's what I was trying to say. When that's the reason why men aren't in the church. We need more men, just like what you say. I'll say
But
men like you, Dane. We need more men like you to start standing back up.
but
See,
there are men in the
But
church.
in
There's
order
more
for
men
that to
in
happen, Candy,
Orthodox. If
you
you
have
go
to
to
sit
Orthodox
down.
churches, there's more men.
In order for that
What?
to happen, Candy, you and women with your mindset and behavior have to be willing to sit down and shut up for us to
But we
stand up and lead, but they don't. When we do, y'all start pulling out verses out of your back pocket and say, well, we're supposed to submit one to another and that kind of stuff. And you start wanting to define what a good godly man is. And usually that ends up being a man that blows glitter up your backsides. Because
All
when a
right, all
man
right. So
stands
real
up and
quick,
says, have a seat, all of a sudden,
let me get into some comments real quick, and then we're gonna move on to the next question. I think we exhausted this one a little bit, at least for this show. Again, we have several topics that can hold their own show. So I'm gonna go through some comments. We got some activity on this last one. So Deidre Snyder says men can recognize a woman's repentance without being obligated to marry them. Also, God never says that you won't suffer the consequences of your sinful actions. Deidre Snyder, you active as heck in these comments. Thank you for
y'all
coming and
messing with
watching.
her baby. Y'all, folks
Should a
messing with her
woman who has
baby.
lived a godly life in the church accept a man that comes in the church who is a repentant child offender as a suitable husband? Deidre, you're asking that question as a question? Okay. So I see your question was asked out loud. Um, Speaker Wilson just says prudence, and Deidre Snyder says she's delusional. All right, so
I told
we're
y'all
not
she was
gonna
mouthy.
we're not we're not gonna dwell on that. I think everyone got a really good opportunity to state their claims and get their thing off. So we're going to move on to the next question, which is possibly the same or more inflammatory than the one we just left. But on we move. Would you rather your 19-year-old daughter marry the average 22-year-old or the average 32-year-old? Average. That means we're going statistical. We are not considering what we were at 22 or what we are at 32, the average 22-year-old and or the average 32-year-old for your 19-year-old daughter. All right, we're gonna start with Uncle Tiger.
Did you draw straws freshly to make that decision?
He's got a wheel on his screen with our names on it, and he's just spinning it.
I bet you drew the short straw, and it told you it was Uncle Tiger, huh?
He drew the short straw and not the fat straw. So
Yeah, fight back, Uncle Tiger. Don't take that.
yeah,
Would
definitely
you?
the 32-year-old. Definitely a 32-year-old.
Okay, we'll come back for the whys. Um,
Rude.
what you got, Wicked?
I'm gonna go with the 32.
32-year-old. I'm gonna jump over here. Candy, what you got? How do you feel?
32-year-old.
32-year-old. Dane Snyder.
This is something I've actually changed on as I got older, but definitely a 32-year-old or older.
Okay. I'm going 32-year-old as well. Vulcan.
I'm going 32-year-old.
Man, no. So nobody gonna fight back.
We can still argue about it. I'm sure there's details in under the surface we could argue about.
All right. I don't want to argue. All right. We all in the same. I want to hear
I
the
think
why. So let's go. Let's go, Uncle Tiger. Why do you think? Why would you choose a 32-year-old man for your 19-year-old daughter? This gonna keep the internet up. I'm gonna tell y'all right now.
Well, I think generally speaking, men don't get. I mean, it's debatable, but I think generally speaking, by the time you're 32 as a man, you are more. I mean, it's maturity level, yeah, and not just that, but assets. You're more likely to be established in your career. You're more likely capable of raising a family, etc. You're more grounded as a human being. I think 22 a 22-year-old man is and there are exceptions to this rule, but I think 22, most men are at that point they're sowing their wild oats. So
Okay. Well said, Uncle Tiger. Wicked. Give me 90 seconds or less on why you choose a 32-year-old for your 19-year-old daughter.
So I would say the main reason would be you have learned more lessons on an average. We're talking about the average person here. So on average, by the time you're 32, you have dealt with a little more things to learn a little bit more lessons to become a better person than you are at 22. Now, there are 22-year-olds that are better than 32-year-olds, but we're talking about a average.
Mhm.
You will have a better mindset at 32 than you will at 22.
Okay. Good. Candy, 90 seconds or less.
I,
Why are
I
you choosing?
I agree with both of them. I think it's a part of the maturity and being more established, like you said, with the assets and just more lessons, more wisdom, in other words.
Okay.
Yeah.
Dane Snyder.
I got married when I was 19 years old, and the end of next month will be 35 years for us. We raised 5 kids together. We're best of friends. You saw her on her comments a minute ago.
So basically,
However,
Deidre Snyder the same.
yes,
Got it.
however, like my mama always said, God takes care of idiots, infants, fools, and drunks. I don't know which category I fell into, but I mean, God was at work. Here we are today. But as far as my 19-year-old daughter, when she was 18, she was interested in a 28-year-old, and I was profoundly against that. But now that my data set of information, what I like to call wisdom in my head, looking back, I mean, we're talking averages. We're not talking about the 22-year-old that's been raised into a man. We're talking average. Heck no, man. I don't think most 22-year-olds know how to change a windshield wiper on their car. So,
Why
no.
would a 32-year-old be interested in a 19-year-old? That's the question.
Okay. So I'm gonna say why I choose, and then we're gonna move on to Vulcan. Uh, Pretty much what everyone said. I don't know about maturity, to be honest with you. Although there's a better chance that with 10 more years experience, which is what I'm banking on, they've picked up some things, right? They've kind of worked out
They're all the same.
their adolescent um, emotional responses. Um, they've kind of, like they were saying, sown your wild oats. So I'm looking for the best situation for my daughter, the person who's going to be able to lead her, who's more likely going to be able to lead her. And because I've been a 22-year-old and a 32-year-old man, uh, I will consider myself average in both. I'll take that back. But I just think with more experience, there's more chance. Not guaranteed, but there's a better chance, better opportunity for that man to be more established and more accomplished with a better perspective and outlook on life. And he'll be ready to settle down and actually lead a 19-year-old woman who, in that stage of her life, should be molded, and I don't want to say raised because that's not the connotation I'm going for, but should be molded by a man with a good amount of experience so that she does not have to make a lot of the mistakes that she would make if her and that 22-year-old were basically figuring out life together at the same time. Vulcan?
Yeah, so I mean, I took notes on it so I can state it succinctly. But we know what women are hypergamous. They want a man they can look up to, and a man who's older, on average, has more of what a woman would want to look up to. So one of it would be is resources. He's generally gonna have more resources. He's gonna be a little funnier, more irony, more twist. Has had a chance to navigate that a little bit better and get better at it. Generally speaking, he's more confident. Women place a lot of a major emphasis on him. A man being confident, more assertive. He's gonna have that now. He's more knowledgeable. He just knows more stuff. Generally speaking, he has lower testosterone, so he's more likely to be a better family man. As men get older, their testosterone levels lower. When they hear babies cry, their science talks about them being able to be around family. The scientific explanation is it helps them to be around their family more when they're lower testosterone. They're less ambitious, less want to be outside, less want to be polygamous or have multiple women as their testosterone levels tend to lower. So that's better for the family situation, and it gives her more of a stability. He has more experience. He's a better strategist. So he has a plan. He has a vision, all those things that women desire. And all those things right there means that she's getting a better deal. And her being younger, sometimes you can sacrifice beauty for youth. And so on the flip side of it, if she's younger, sometimes having a 6 that's going to be a 6 longer than a 6 that's your age is more desirable. I may not get a 7, but I got a 6 for an additional 10 years. That's meaningful to men. You know, men value beauty, men value youth, men value innocence, men value the opposite of what women value in a lot of ways. And so she's going to have the opposite of what he has in a lot of those things. Women don't gain their confidence until they're closer to their 40s, generally speaking. And so it's going to be a good contrast, a good juxtaposition.
That was the best answer I ever heard in my life. Because when I'm 32, I can have a 10 for 10 years more than I can have a 6.
Don't be mad at me.
Clip it and put it on the internet. Burn them down. Audience, if y'all are out there, fire this man up.
Clip it and
How
chip
dare
it.
he?
Can you think of Vulcan? Do you have any or anybody really think of any drawbacks to that 10-year age gap between 22 and 32?
Absolutely.
That would depend on the person.
Well, everything depends on the person, though. But we're talking average in general.
On average.
Oh, sorry, go ahead. I don't know whose turn it is. Go ahead. Sorry.
Well, I would say on average, a drawback would be that girl is dumb as hell at 19. That would be a drawback.
Okay. Are you saying just an experience? When you say dumb, there's a lot of 19-year-olds who are just more intelligent than
We're talking on average. I just feel at the average age of a average 19-year-old is a lot dumber than the average 30-something-year-old.
And by dumb, you don't mean meaning intelligence.
What do you mean? Like you're not. I know you're not.
I mean intelligence, the way they act, the way they think,
So that's
reactions. I
maturity.
mean, it could be a lot. It would be many different
Okay.
things. Intelligence could be one.
No, you saying
Maturity could be
dumber.
one.
So, yeah, I just wanted you to kind of hash that out because dumber is a specific thing.
Yeah,
But
I
you
mean,
mean there's a lot of
it's in a they're dumber in more areas than not.
Okay, now to me, the counterbalance for that would be they're more open-minded younger than they are older. Now, maybe that's
they're
not always
more
true. I would
impressionable.
say probably on average, it's more
Uh-huh.
true.
That would
More
be
more
they're more
leadable and
impressionable.
yeah, more
Valuable, yeah,
leadable,
for sure.
moldable. You know,
Yeah.
Valuable is
I,
good. I would say this though, a drawback, Dame.
Candy, if you disagree, feel free to interject if we're out of line.
I would
No, so far I agree.
All right, we
I would
passed.
say if that 32-year-old has designs on evil, it would be a lot easier to inflict that evil on a malleable 19-year-old than maybe a woman with more experience.
That's why I always said it depends on the person originally,
yeah, it
because
wouldn't.
it's like you could be a 32-year-old with more experience now taking advantage and using that knowledge you have to manipulate another person. But then it could be the other way around. You could be dumb as hell at 32 and a 19-year-old could
But
be able to manipulate. Well, let's say like this, a 19-year-old woman, I think, is easier to manipulate a 32-year-old man using her sexuality, where a man could use his assets to manipulate a woman who's 19. So it could go both ways.
well, I was actually thinking about it from a little bit of a different angle, but about the eyes on evil thing. I mean, a 19-year-old being more malleable for those type purposes. Man, I'm sure you know as many 32-year-olds and older women as I do that just went from they've dated and married the same loser or the same scoundrel. They just had a different face and a different name. You know, the woman seems to go from, loser to loser to loser. But I was thinking about it more from the man's perspective because, like, if I got married when I was 32, then I'd probably have my first kid maybe when I'm 34. And then by the time that kid is 20, I'd be my age now. Now, if I had more than one and those kids were boys, you see, and then I've got to teach them how to do, outdoor stuff and mechanical stuff and home repair and that kind of stuff. It's a big difference when I was in my 20s and early 30s and I was sleeping on the 20-degree ground at the Boy Scout camps and that sort of stuff when I was younger than I'm 54 now. So that's kind of something I was thinking about was the difference for that man if he gets married when he's 32, which I do think is a good idea. If he ends up, especially if he has a bunch of kids like I had, we had four of them sons, then I think that that those sons sometimes will end up having a father, not all, but we're talking average, that's a lot less involved when it comes to the ball games, which my kids didn't do sports, but the ball games or Boy Scouts or fishing and hunting and that kind of stuff, just because dad's going to be up at 50, 52, 54, 55, he's going to be granddad age and he's going to have kids probably in high school or younger. And so I think that would create a certain dynamic in the family, not a deal breaker or anything, but I think that's something that a lot of guys who say get married at 30, they don't consider what it's like to walk that puppy out when you're raising those kids,
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So in terms of the family dynamic, very good point, Dane. I do see that I see it as a possible drawback. I would hope that
You
at
pull it out.
30, your health is not declining. But to your point, the average 32-year-old is not keeping up with it with his health and stuff like that. So you're right. By the time that child is 10 or 15, when he actually is really in need of an active, involved, hands-on man in his life, or a woman to be honest, or a young girl to be honest with you, that he doesn't have that available. Which
Well, that just depends on how
in
lazy
certain
the father is.
dynamics. Well, yeah, but that we're just talking about average. We're assuming in this conversation that it may be something that the father wants to do mentally but can't do. Obviously, you have people who are just not going to want to do it. But if you don't have an active father, especially when we're talking about like physically active, a lot of times those young boys or young women, young girls, will find that interaction outside of the household, which has proven to be detrimental across the board in a lot of spaces.
Right. It's just, I'm 54 and I've already had one shoulder repaired, and I'm getting ready to have this one over here done in the next few months. And so, man, if I had to get out there and teach my son how to take that axe or that hatchet and chop down limbs to start a campfire and stuff, and it's 20 degrees, I'd need some serious steroids for the inflammation. So, I just think that if that man is going to be getting married for the first time when he's 30, 32, 34 years old, he needs to kind of take that into consideration. He needs to be planning ahead, and this is all part of masculinity. He needs to be planning ahead. So, say, well, I'm going to take care of myself, and I'm this, that, and the third, so that he can be more effective as he gets older. But that's the not average man when it comes to stuff like that. So I think it can be held back. And that 19-year-old, I think it would have to be a specific 19-year-old, because she may be all warm and fuzzy, not thinking that in 10 years he's going to be 42. So he's almost over the hill. He's approaching middle age, and she's only going to be 29, in the way things can sometimes shift. So I think an age gap like that would kind of need to be really considered, and it would really get into the, like I said, not average. But by and
That's
large,
that's a
I'm a
good
lot
point,
for
Dave.
getting married older. Do what now?
Because that's a good point. Because the average 32-year-old is not balling enough to really support that dynamic, and unfortunately not intelligent enough or skilled in enough ways to consider what we're talking about. A better likelihood for sure, but I don't know if the balance would be off on that. I think that's a good perspective. I like that.
It's just, man, I done lived through a lot of, I ain't trying to put none of y'all down, but I think I'm older than all of you guys on the panel. I can't get a good read on Candy, but I know the guys, I'm older than y'all. So like I used to tell my sons, I'd say, you've never been 45, but I've been 25. And there's just, you don't think about that stuff until you're there, and you're like, oh, I wish I'd have thought about this 8 years ago.
Oh, trust me, I'm dealing with that.
I wouldn't have got up to 400 pounds if I'd have thought about it beforehand, but
Okay. Very good points. Well said. Well thought out. Love the engagement on this topic. We've got one more topic left, and then we are going to go ahead and wrap it up. Um, let's get into it. It doesn't have a video, so I'm just going to put the question up. Vulcan, care to introduce this and start us off?
All right. So the last question of the night, everybody, congratulations on making it. Would you rather your son or daughter be bullied or be the bully? Would you rather them be the bullied or the bully?
Oh man.
And we'll start off with you, Candy. Which one? If you had to pick, obviously you would rather not have either. But if they're going to be in a position, which one would you pick?
That is a tough one. I think I'm going to go with being bullied.
Okay. That's cool. We'll get back to you.
Yeah.
Tiger, which one for you? But the bullied or the bully? For your child. Made in your image, tiny version of you.
Yeah, if I'm forced into the binary, I would probably say the bully.
The bully?
Yeah.
Okay. And then for you, Wicked, the bullied or the bully?
Yeah, I mean, being forced into the binary of bully or bullied, I would say for my son, I would rather him be the bully. For my daughter, I would say bullied.
Okay. The plot thickens.
Good one.
We got Dane, the seasoned general, on the panel.
All right, I had to get unmuted, y'all. I couldn't find my pointer on my mouse here.
Oh, okay.
No, I'm not a seasoned general. I'm probably the guy there on
lose some weight
KP.
if you need that problem.
No, it's kind of like when you trip and you try to catch your balance and you end up stumbling and running for 100 yards. That's the general I am, but I'm generally lost. I'm generally lost. But as far as this question, when I first read it, I thought, well, that's another one of them. They got loaded questions tonight. That's a false binary. But having thought about it, while Wicked went on forever about his answer, definitely.
Well, I had to let you find your mute button.
Definitely, especially for my 4 sons, I would have rather them be the ones bullied. That's right. Bully the heck out of them. So
Freshly, and for you?
I can't wait to get into the why.
I want my son and my daughter to be the bullied if I gotta choose, or to be the bullies if I gotta choose.
Okay, sorry, I'm not making out. You the at Y at the end or D at the end?
No, why? My son and my daughter. I'd rather them be the bullies.
Okay, and then me, I'm going the bullied. BULLIED. So audience out there, I think we got a good panel right here. We got a good mix here. So
I'm beginning to think that you don't just look like my youngest son, Vulcan. We're gonna have to do 23andMe or something.
23andMe.
We got something going on here.
You have to have a black mindset if you found out that it's 23andMe.
Or if you have, maybe you have a white mindset.
Do we have to visit that again?
Yeah, you got to revisit that now. You got
a white man is thinking like a black man.
You got to put the on. You got to.
Just as long as it's not that militant mindset.
We're gonna be standing next to Farrakhan. Right. So Tiger, you said the bully, right?
Yeah.
So in a minute or less, why do you say the bully?
I think, okay, my kid comes home from school, teacher calls me or whatever, your kid's being a bully. I could like teach them, you know, I think there's pros and cons with both, but like generally speaking, I would rather than be the bully. It would such that I can say, hey, listen, you are bigger and stronger than certain kids, and you need to like take this mentality, this dominance mentality, and put it to a more focus that level of dominance on something that's productive rather than like just might makes right kind of thing. I think that's easier to deal with than you know. I think when you are the bullied, that tends to stick with you for the rest of your life much more to a higher degree than the opposite. And I think it's just slightly easier to deal with, although both of them are very difficult to deal with, I would imagine.
All right, Candy, you had the opposing view. Why do you say what you say?
I said bullied because I taught my kids, don't ever start a fight, but you better make sure you finish it. And for myself, I was bullied. I was short. I'm still short. I was really short, little in school.
Vertically challenged. We're on YouTube.
Yeah.
Vertically challenged.
Yeah.
About to get canceled, Candy.
Such a bigot.
So, you know, there was this big girl that came to our school and she was bullying me and stuff. And finally, one day I just lost it and I ended up whipping her butt like big time. And at the end of the day, like we of course we had to go to the office and stuff like that. But at the end of the day, she shook my hand and she said, nobody has ever stood up to me, you know, and she said, I respect you for that. This was like 8th grade, you know. So yeah, I think being the bully, it takes a lot to teach the person that's being the bully. There's a lot of things going on in that person's head for them to just want to just be mean to other people. You don't know what their background is and stuff. So being bullied, there's a lot you can work with that.
Got you. Okay. And now, Wicked, you have a more nuanced view because you had a different, separated by gender or sex, however people are saying it nowadays in the political climate we're in.
It's sex. There's no such thing as gender.
So it's on you now. Why do you say what you say?
All right. So let's start off with the son part. First and foremost, I'm not raising no bitch. All right. That's first and foremost.
Sir.
So you're not a dog lover. Got it.
Okay. And I would say I would rather my son be the bully because I'd rather him be a warrior in a garden than a gardener surrounded by warriors. He needs to be able to defend himself if the case comes. Now, like Tiger said, you can teach somebody the wrongs of being the bully, but if my son is being bullied, that means he doesn't have that masculine trait to defend himself, and then that would also make me look the same. But I feel like if you're going to raise a man needs to be able to be the bully and not be able to be bullied. Now, bullying people obviously is not wrong, but you need to raise a man who has the capability to at least do that. And if you are someone who is bullied, I feel like you don't have the capability to defend yourself. Now, for the daughter part, I would say I would rather her be bullied because that shows her more as a feminine, which a woman should be, compared to a more masculine role as being the bully.
All right, Dane, it's on you. Thanks for that, Wicked.
He's still trying to find his mute.
Well, I think that this may be one of those times when it might be a good idea to kind of define our terms. For me, a bully is someone who is they feel weak, and so they try to ferret out people they perceive to be weaker than them, to then go over to that person they perceive to be weaker to them and display their power onto that small person by mistreating them, using violence against them, making fun of them, whatever, and to make themselves look and feel stronger. That word bully gets thrown around a lot today in modern parlance to mean somebody who's just mean or pushy or aggressive or something like that. But that's the way I define bully. And if that's the case, then I would much rather my kids be the one bullied. Because that particular, I've heard several people mention kind of correlate masculinity with being a bully. No. Being a bully definitely comes from the feminine perspective, because masculinity protects. Masculinity, a masculine man should be able to slit someone's throat in the morning and coddle a baby in the afternoon. That's masculinity. I would rather my kids be bullied because I can teach them then how to deal with that low down, weak punk kid. And the way I taught my 30-something-year-old when he was in first grade, I said, when he gets within striking distance of you and he got that look on his face, punch him in the throat. And this was at a small Christian school locally. I told him, you got to stand up to these bullies, punch them in the throat. We're talking about a gentle, agreeable, peaceful, but not afraid kid. And all I got to teach him is how to speak bully. You got to be bilingual, speak English and bully, pop them in the throat. They can go on through their life like that as a good, gentle, kind man who's not afraid to pop them in the throat. But that bully.
All right, thanks for that, Dane. Let's get Freshly in here.
I'm gonna just keep mine concise. I think the characteristics and the mentality of a bully is more conducive to success in more endeavors later on in life. I'm not saying that it's right. I think that if one of those will offer more success later on in life, it will be the mentality of a bully. As the bullied often plays victim throughout life. Now, to Dane's point, just to bring that in, if you have a father in the household or somebody who understands how to teach against that, fantastic, right? But if I had to choose, I'm choosing a bully because I think that mentality, I can do more with that for them later on in life, as opposed to someone who's going to play victim or not play victim, excuse me, be victim. Because I don't know, I don't think they're playing it. I think they are being victimized in those moments.
Yeah, so for myself, I definitely picked being my kids being the bullied over being the bully, and for me, it's because being a bully is sinful. Being bullied is not necessarily sinful, and so I got to go with the one that's not the sinful one, because regardless of whether or not it leads to more success or that you're going to be to use those characteristics in your future life, all those things are just pragmatic, and I get it, people, that's useful to people, but at the end of the day, shouldn't it be something that's honoring to God? Now, I want to clear up some misconceptions. The bully doesn't necessarily have to be the weaker person. The bully could be the person who's turning the other cheek and exercising restraint. Maybe the teacher doesn't want to. I've had situations when I was growing up where I would let the teacher know, hey, look, this person right here is doing things to me. And eventually, if the teacher didn't do anything about it and the kid didn't stop, I eventually demonstrated. But it wasn't because I was weaker. It was just because I was the kind of person who believed in turning the other cheek. I believed in Martin Luther King's message. I believed in Gandhi's message. I believed in Jesus' ultimately his message. And so my thought process was that the true strength is being able to control myself and understanding that they know not what they do. Now, obviously, in a life or death situation, I feel like my life is being harmed. Then I'm gonna do what I got to do to defend myself. But as a kid, I thought that the real strength was in that. And I think that even if it doesn't lead as much to worldly success, I think success in the kingdom is more important. And I think if we tell kids that, hey, the ends justify the means, we're sending the wrong message. Woe to you who do evil, thinking that good will come. And I'm not saying that somebody's saying we should do evil, but of the two of them, if we're going to say that because this person does this evil, to me, that's almost like saying that, grape, for instance, grape is, grape. There's elements of grape that are okay because look at the way he moves his hips and look at the way that he's able to lay her down. It's like saying that just because certain elements of it may be advantageous in his life and other endeavors, it doesn't make any aspect of grape okay. And I'm saying the same thing goes with we're talking about being a bully. Every aspect of being a bully is bad. Now, I don't mean that the individual thing like, oh, they talked or they were able to articulate themselves. What I mean is everything that's integral to the definition of bullying is bad. And so why would you want any of that to be associated with your child? That's the part that I don't get. And I yield the floor to the panel.
I'm gonna go teach my son to be a bully right now.
My son's about to
Let
bully
me
you.
ask you, Vulcan, if I could get some clarity from you.
Not at all.
When you were saying, Vulcan, that that it's not always a sign, being a bully is not always a sign of being weak. Did you mean as far as what some of the other guys were saying, that the bullied person was weak, or were you talking about where I said the bully is the truly weak person?
Well, actually, it's funny. I wasn't talking about what you said, Dane, but I wrote it in my notes to cover that at some point in time. So I'm saying both, but I wasn't actually saying it there, but I did write it in my notes. I don't think that the bullies are the weak ones in the sense that I think you're saying it. Now, don't get me wrong. I mean, a bully may be an intelligent person and recognize I'm not as strong as the teacher. So relative to the teacher, I'm weak, or relative to my parent, I'm weak, but I'm definitely stronger than these people, whether they believe they're mentally stronger or physically stronger. So I don't think that I don't know. Maybe you may know that there's a psychological correlation between the bully feeling inadequate and that making them do that kind of action, and in any other way that's not natural to human beings, just knowing that people are stronger than them around them or better than them around them in general. And then to their point about the weakness, I don't think that it's necessarily the bully that's being weak. That's why I gave the example of myself. Just because somebody's bullying me doesn't mean that I'm weaker than them. I just may have a different philosophy about life that enables them to be able to do things to me and me not do things to them because I am holding fast to my values.
I think he actually said feminine.
What was that?
I think Dana, you said the bully is more feminine. That mentality is a feminine mentality. So essentially, you were calling Vulcan soft. I agree with you.
SOFT, soft.
Soft.
No, what I'm saying,
That's
I don't
off the
know
movie
if
Life, everybody. That's off the movie Life.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm confused or some of y'all are, or maybe we're talking past each other or whatever. But when I say that the bully is a weak person, that's not necessarily always physically weak and whatever. I'm just saying that within their own head, they feel that they have that they're I don't know, weaker mentally, emotionally, physically, whatever. They're not getting the attention or the respect from their peers.
I reject that.
From
I think it's just an issue of morality. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I would just say, they're not getting the respect from their peers that they think they deserve. So they'll go find someone that they believe that they can easily handle, whether it's a mental engagement or whether it's a physical engagement. Say, well, that person over there, I'm physically stronger, I'm smarter than them. So I'm going to go over there and show myself to look stronger by picking on that person.
Well, let me address that. I mean, I don't disagree necessarily with that. I don't think that's just the major driving force. I mean, if depending upon what age group we're talking about, if a kid has 3 cookies and the bully wants one of the cookies, I don't think he's doing a a scope of the landscape of the people and going like, well, I'm weak over here. I can barely read. So no, I want his cookie. It feels good to take advantage of people. It feels good to hurt people. People laugh. People respect you more. Girls like you more. So the thing is, I mean, all the bullies that I knew growing up, they were the cooler than the one being bullied almost all of the time. They were cooler. They were more
Yeah,
popular,
no. So
more
so
girls. They were more socially rewarded for their bullying than the person being bullied.
right. That's what I'm saying. So they were the cooler and that sort of stuff. So they knew that. So they perceived themselves to be more than. And for whatever reason, they feel like, well, I'm not getting enough praise or whatever. I'm talking about how they feel. And so then they say, well, I'm gonna go find this person over here to show out on, and that way people will, give me even more attention, even more praise.
I think that's just human. I don't think that bullies experience that more than any non-bullies, if I put it that way.
Why is that?
I mean, I'm not saying it's not true. I don't see any evidence that bullies experience the need to be praised more than non-bullies.
So you think it's just human nature in general for people to go around saying, well, I don't feel like I'm getting enough attention and recognition today, so I'm gonna go find somebody I think is weaker than me to show out on? Basically,
Well, I mean,
prey on that person?
I would take out weaker. Not saying that that's not accurate. I just think how I'd prefer to word it, and you can contest it, but I would say I can get away with it with. Because again, I've seen people get bullied by people who just had strict parents, and their parents, and this kid was so afraid of their parents, they weren't going to do anything to the bully, and they knew they could beat the bully up. But the thing is, they were like, if I get suspended, my mom has to take time off of school, and I don't want that.
I'm not saying that they actually are weaker. I think that's something you and I are talking past each other about.
No, I'm saying even the bully may not think that they're necessarily weaker. They just know they can get away with it.
Right. Whatever, however we want to say it, but this person's not strong enough to deal with his parents or deal with getting suspended or whatever. I mean, however we want to say it, but he's not going up to somebody to show out on somebody he knows will pop him in the nose. I mean, however we want, whatever word we want to use, he's not going up to somebody he sees as an equally smart, equally strong, equally socially connected, whatever the case may be, and say, hey, I'm going to go show out with that person over there that can contend with me. They're going to find someone.
Well, I'll say this. I think what they do is they, just like the CIA or the FBI, they're gonna collect intel. Like I remember Patrice O'Neal, the comedian, said that a guy robbed him and he had to strip off his clothes, and he was like, the dude gave tests. He bumped me. When we're playing ball, I didn't do anything. He said before the guy, because this guy in particular was talking about is a 6'4" big old dude. And he's like, so the bully may throw little signs out there, talk over you once, see if you stop him from talking over you, interrupting, or whatever the case may be, and determine this person is going to let me violate them, whether it's in a small incremental bullying all the way to major scale bullying. I think they're going to throw their things out there and get the feel, and then they determine whether or not it's worth doing it. And the bigger the fish, the more gratification you get. So if you bully somebody who people look at as your equal, you get more women, you get more, because the protector thing, as Candy said. I got to put it back in there.
What about the bullies who bully the bullies? They're still bullies.
I think we're going down a rabbit hole here of language, and so I don't know, maybe some of y'all think that anybody who is assertive, anybody who's not easily pushed around or whatever, anybody who is strategic socially to advance themselves is bullying. I just don't see that as bullying. I see a requisite for someone being a bully is that they search out people that they believe are lesser than, that they can then go show out or whatever by basically preying on that person. I'm very assertive. There's been many times in my career and in my life and stuff, in my job now, where I have to speak up and interrupt somebody and talk over them in a situation because it's business, it's my job or whatever. There's times like my wife has health problems. There's times I have to speak up and cut the doctor off and that sort of stuff to protect my wife. That's not bullying.
Well, yeah, sorry. Am I giving the impression that interruption is bullying? Because I don't want to do that if I'm doing that.
Well, I mean, that was one of the examples
I'm not sure where that came from.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, that was an example.
Sorry, go ahead. What'd you say, Dave?
Well, that was an example that you used, was talking over somebody and interrupting them and stuff.
Yeah, no, that wasn't my example of bullying. That was my example of how a bully determines who they want to bully. So they're gonna do little what you might want to call, for the sake of the conversation, microaggressions. I might bump you. I may
So like
interrupt
bully
you.
foreplay, basically bully foreplay.
Yeah, bully foreplay. And I'm determining,
Isn't that
is this
still bullying?
person an assertive person? Is this person is contentious, or are they more of a pacifist? Whether they're
But-
bigger, smaller, faster, whatever it is.
It
But
wouldn't be
isn't all
bullying
of
because
that-
if it's a
That part's
tester,
not
because if they try it and they find that doesn't work, then they're not going to move forward to bullying. So the tester,
If
the
they try
water
what?
tester is just that. If they attempt to see who they can bully, it's just a test of who's got what going on. It's not the actual bullying. I'm trying to see if I can bully you.
Yeah,
This person doesn't like to say no a lot.
If
So I
you're
just tell them
if you're right to bully.
Let's test that. I'm
All right,
hugging a
I'm about to
woman.
get out of here real quick, guys.
I'm hugging a woman.
All right, thanks for coming on, Wicked.
I appreciate you guys, man. I'll see y'all later.
Let's say I'm hugging a woman. I want to find out whether or not she's going to go all the way around the baseball diamond with me. So I'll reach back, squeeze her backside. Is that a sexual move? Is that sexual, or is that just me testing the water for sexual stuff?
Well, the thing is, I would say I would make a distinction between sex, and then sexual moves. So I would say it's not sex, but to answer your question, it is sexual.
So you're kind of taking the Bill Clinton thing, that I did not have sexual relations with that woman, Miss Lewinsky.
Don't make me bring out my saxophone now.
But I mean, I don't see any differentiation to me when he goes over there testing the water on that person just for the purpose of showing out and looking good for folks, looking strong to folk. To me, it's all bullying. It's all
right.
different
So
parts of the bullying.
you're adding intention into that because.
Candy, did you have anything you wanted to say? Sorry. Or you're okay. Yeah, sorry, y'all, go ahead.
I'm just gonna say bye. Thanks for having me. I'm gonna drop off.
All right, sorry, gents. Go ahead.
Well, I'm just saying, when you assume that is happening based on that, you're adding intention into that. Because right now, throughout this podcast, each one of us has spoken or talked over another person with no intention of bullying. So I don't think that you can make that assumption.
Well,
based on that, right? If it's a tester, if I'm just seeing, what I can get away with, if we're being 100% honest, most people do that. Human beings in general typically will get away with what they're allowed to get away with.
Yeah, I think that's.
Go ahead, Dan.
I think that's where the difference is in what I'm believing in and what y'all are believing, is that to me, being a bully or not, it hangs on intention. So if I speak over someone, like in a debate, I interrupt someone, I speak over someone, whatever, a lot of people would accuse me of bullying. Well, he's just a bully just because they're not as assertive as I am. But the fact that I'm not doing that in order for folks to say, oh, Dane's smart, Dane's strong, Dane's powerful. I'm speaking up for like an ideology, or I'm speaking up to kind of, make a point. That difference in the intention makes a difference in whether or not I'm just debating back and forth and I'm just being assertive versus I'm trying to make fun of this person so that I look smarter and stronger. To me, the second is the bullying.
Right. So are you suggesting that bullying is subjective based on who's defining it?
Well, I guess if we can agree on what the definition is, it wouldn't be necessarily. But I mean, because that's why I said when I first responded that when I say bully, I mean it's a person who goes to another person that they perceive as weak, whether that person's weak or not, that they perceive as weaker, and then they basically prey on that person and mistreat that person in order for them to look stronger from their perception to the onlookers and such. To me, that's bullying.
Right. No, I agree with you. You would have to, for that to be the definition, or for you to be able to identify that person, wouldn't that person have to say, hey, this was my intention? So
Well,
whether or not you're doing those things that you just described, I would have to talk to that person and say, why are you doing this? And they would have to basically go down that list that you say, here's why I'm doing it. If they said any different reason, based on your line of thinking, would we be able to call them a liar? Like, I think you're lying because this is why I think you're doing it based on what I think. As a
Well,
society, we've decided what bullying is and what it looks like. I believe that if you would sit down and talk to a lot of these kids who are bullies, you wouldn't get the things that you're identifying as an explanation from them.
well, yeah, these kids, of course not. But the term bully became really, really common in the media and in the community after Matthew Shepard was killed. And I don't know if you're familiar with that, but you know, he was a gay guy, and there was a bunch of stuff. You know, it was
When did it
beaten up.
happen? Did it happen in the 90s?
You know, yeah, probably. But in everything, and the next thing you know, in the school systems, any sort of a negative behavior, and I would go so far as to say like masculine assertive behavior. The media, the school systems began saying, well, that's bullying. We have a bullying problem, blah, 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 like that. And then that, I'm going to sound like a conspiracy theorist, but that continued going on and on and on until when these children started saying, I'm a boy born in a girl's body, or I'm a girl born in a boy's body. By then, the culture had been conditioned to where any negative thing, oh, you're just bullying them. You're bullying them.
I got a definition I want to see if y'all accept.
Okay.
Can the definition, because I would liken bullying to gangster, just gangster or thug has to do with criminal activity, and bully doesn't have to necessarily be criminal activity. So I would say a bully is just somebody who's using violence, force, or the threat of it in order to get people, to coerce people to get what they want, to get things that don't necessarily belong to them and they're not entitled to. They're just using force, the threat of force, or intimidation to get people to do what they want to do or to get what they want from people. That's what I mean by bully, intention or not.
Well, but he's intending to get what he wants.
But he's not. He may not be intending to bully. He may
but he's not identifying.
He may be intellectually weak and not like maybe somebody who has a mental issue. I would say
I
that's
don't know that I would
bullying,
agree with
not aware of
that.
it.
I don't know that I would necessarily agree with that. No, because there's so much that could fall into that as far as coercion, threat of force, stuff like that. That I wouldn't believe would be bullying. There's some people.
You got to add the part what I said. You got to add the part though. I said the things that don't belong to them, things they're not entitled to.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I still wouldn't think that would be bullied. I mean, someone who commits armed robbery or strong arm robbery, mug somebody, they're using violence or threat, coercion.
But I would say that person. I wouldn't.
No, because they're not going over there and beating that person up or stealing a purse in order that people onlookers would say, "Oh, he's smart, he's strong, he's masculine, and give him social credit." You see, that's what I consider a bully, is someone, whether it's in an office somewhere or whether it's on a schoolyard, whether you're adult or child, someone that they're looking for that social praise, that social recognition and stuff, and they feel like they're not getting enough of it for whatever reason, so they find someone to show out on. So they'll go over and say, well, this person's not going to stand up to me. This person's weaker.
Well, I would say part of the social praise is fear. It may not be rah that person, but it's like when that person comes around, like Debo. Debo to me is a good example from the movie Friday. He was a bully, and he wasn't necessarily doing criminal things necessarily all the time. Hey, give me your 40. You can say that's stealing, but he's saying, give it to me. So if the person gives it to him, is that really stealing? I mean, he said, give it to me. And so like what I'm saying is he's using the threat of violence because that's what is behind all of the things he's doing. And what he's saying is, if you don't do this, I can hurt you.
Right.
And
right.
So,
but then back to the intent, is he doing that because he actually wants the 40? Or is it because he wants the people in the neighborhood to say, oh, which I didn't see that movie. I didn't watch that movie, by the way. I hadn't never seen it. But is it for him to say like, or does he want people to look at him and say, oh, he's a strong person. He's the man. Because to me, that's the element of bullying.
Who determines the intent though? And you're leaning on the intention. Who's to determine the intent? I
don't think determining the intent is required you know, for me to look and say, well, that person's bullying. I mean, if that,
Well, no, but you keep saying if they do it with this intention, right?
right,
So we're describing
right,
actions, and you're saying the actions are contingent upon the intentions,
right.
if we can call it bullying or not. Who's making determination on what the intention is
Well, I
to
guess,
call it bullying?
okay, like if there's the bully and then there's the target, and the target's over there minding his own business. You know, he going on about his life or whatever. Maybe they're at a party together, or they're in a church together, or they're on a job together, or schoolyard, or whatever. He's over there minding his own business. And then the bully, the one I'm gonna call the bully, he's bored. Or maybe he feels like he's not getting enough attention from his classmates or co-workers or recognition or
Right.
whatever. And he sees that person over there and says, well, that person over there, I think that I can prevail against him or whatever. He's not gonna hold me accountable to call me out on it. So I'm gonna go over there and I'm gonna start making
Right.
fun of him. I'm gonna blah blah blah.
So
I mean, Ray
you
Charles
add
could
an
live,
intent.
huh?
You add an intent in there. You're assuming intent. I'm asking who determines that. Is that going to be
I'm
the
trying
internal
to
monologue
answer your
of the
question. I'm trying to answer your question. Right?
right?
I mean,
So let me
anybody could look and see. Anybody could look and see. Well, that guy's over there minding his own business. And this dude over here walked across the schoolyard or the job site or across the office and went over there and initiated an aggressive, hostile action with that person in order for other, you know, or with him. So you could look and say, well, that person initiated that for no good reason. I mean, that doesn't take a crystal ball.
so we're determining intent externally. Is that what you're suggesting? You can observe intent.
Well, evidence of it, sure.
Okay. Consequently, can you also be wrong about that?
I can be
Could
wrong
you?
about a
Could
whole
you?
bunch of stuff, but whether or not I can be wrong really
But
doesn't really play
I'm
into it.
specifically asking about this. As the observer, could you be wrong about what the intention was
Well, sure, I can't
of that
read his
action?
mind, but I can read the
Well,
tea
that's what
leaves.
I'm
I
asking
mean,
though. So you can't across the board base bullying, define bullying based on the intent. It has to be
of
because
course you
again,
can.
you're
Of course you can.
not if you, not who's determining the intent though. If I agree with you,
Well,
you can determine it based off of intent, but who determines the intent? Who says this is
the
what the
intent
intent
doesn't
is
have
or
to
what
be
it wasn't?
determined. The intent doesn't have to be determined. We could never know the intent because if the intent is, that is still bullying, whether I know for a fact it's bullying or not. I
Right.
mean that.
So how do
I
we
mean,
know what to call bullying? Was because again, you're saying there are certain actions that look like bullying that, based on the intent, could be not bullying. Who's determining what the intent is? If you're saying you're a
yeah.
bully because you intended to do it like this, and I say no, that wasn't my intent, are you calling me a liar or are you wrong about me being a bully?
I'm not calling you anything, but it's begging the question to say that it has to be determined. It doesn't have to be determined, and I'll demonstrate it. Okay? When a woman gets
Okay.
pregnant, there's a long time before that woman shows her pregnancy. So when she walks past me, I don't have to be able to determine that she's pregnant. If I ask her, "Are you pregnant?" and she says, "I'm not pregnant," then I have no way of knowing that she's pregnant. That
I
doesn't
got a
change the
question.
fact that she is pregnant.
I got a question, and it's probably dumb. Y'all may have already moved past this to some extent, but is it possible that, let's say there's a daycare and us three are just in the security booth and we're watching it on a camera that doesn't have any sound? Could we determine who's a bully with a high level of probability, if not certainty, just based off of observing it without any kind of sound or any kind of interview afterwards?
Well, sure. If we're observant enough, I mean, we could make a reasonable conclusion.
Okay. So we can walk around
I don't think
seeing
we
people
can.
huh?
I don't think we can.
Well, see, I
Not
think that
not with a high probability.
because I'm saying I
There's too
think
many
we could.
factors that we don't know.
Well, let's explore that though. Okay, you got a bunch of boys.
I'm surprised you're not on his side. That's what's curious. I thought Dane was gonna say you couldn't because intent matters, and we can't. We're just observing. We don't know intent almost at all. You know,
Well,
and so I figured you would take his approach that Freshie's taking Dane. I thought Freshie, you would take Dane's approach. So that kind of threw me off a little bit.
If I'm sitting there, I'm in a security booth and I'm watching the little playroom, let's say, and I'm observant, and you got little boy A over here that's been playing with his little Tonka truck over here for 30, 45 minutes by himself, or him and a friend of his, and they're just, tending their own business. And then you got fella B over here, that looks over there and says, hey, I think I'm going to go over there and I'm going to make him play the way I want to make him play, or I'm going to take the truck or
well, you
whatever.
just gave him an attention, but on the
that's what I'm saying. You're putting it on him. We don't know that. You're assuming
Okay, I'll drop that then. You got person B over here, and you're just watching him, and he stops what he's doing with his friends and just goes over there and snatches the truck from the boy and walks off. Why would he have done that?
What if that truck was his?
Well, the boy had it for 30, 45 minutes.
What if earlier they stole it from him?
That was 30 or 45 minutes. The boy's been playing over there with it.
Right. But so that makes the person who took his property back after it was stolen from him a bully?
So now you're assigning some sort of ownership. I'm talking within the hypothetical I gave. And if you watch it long enough, you're watching the video camera and you see that one kid is doing this as a pattern to other kids. You can't know his intent.
I agree with you. That's what I'm saying.
Can somebody state for the audience just what exactly are we disagreeing about right now? Just so it's clear.
So I'm saying that I'm refuting Dane's claim that identifying a bully can be done externally based on intent, because you cannot define or determine intent externally because you can't read a mind. Because you don't have
that again. If you say it the same way, that's fine. But if you have any way of making that a little bit more clear?
Sure, I'll make it clear. Dane postulated that bullying is based upon intent. So things that look alike could be bullying and could also not be bullying. It's all contingent upon what the person's intention was. I'm saying.
Hold on. Dane, is that accurate?
Well, it's loosely accurate, but not exactly. No.
Okay. Can you just, before you get into your disagreement, can you just sharpen it up?
Well, I mean, in a sense, I'm saying it's based on intent, but the mistake that he's making is that he's saying
not so much the mistake that he's making yet, but just like, what is it? Because right now he was still manning you. I just want to correct the still man if it's not exactly still.
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what he said then, but yeah, the intent makes a difference. Yes.
So yeah, I don't know if you. Yeah,
you gave it a looser.
So yeah, if you don't mind, can you state it again? And Dane, he's gonna say, because I want to be clear. I want to have a clear target we're trying to hit here. So if you don't mind, just still manning them again. Freshly, I apologize for having to do it again.
Dane is saying, I'll simplify it even more, that determining who is a bully and who is not is contingent, is based upon what that person's intentions were when they executed the action.
Okay. Now, Dane, is that accurate?
Sure.
Okay. All right. So cool. Thank you, gentlemen. Y'all can continue. I just want to make sure it's clear for the audience.
My thing though is Freshly seems to be hung up on this idea that's actually a begging of the question that being able to determine intent would decide or control whether or not the bullying is happening and whether or not that person's a bully. And my position
that would just be one of the variables, right? That would just be one of the variables, right?
I suppose it's just what I'm saying is I don't have to be able to definitively show or demonstrate, no, that kid's intention or that even adult's intention was this. Just
so
like I said,
am I to just accept what you're postulating and not challenge it? I can't ask you for evidence or substantiation.
Well, no, you can ask me for whatever you want, I mean, I'm not. I mean, you postulate what you want. I'm trying to respond to what you're asking me, and you're throwing in like, what can you determine intent? Okay,
No,
you
no,
asked me
I
that.
didn't ask that. I said who determines
Right.
the intent.
Okay, and my
Who
response
determines?
to
Because if
you,
you call me a bully based on my intentions, I would ask you how you know what my intentions are.
I understand. Right, and to ask that question, you're begging the question that someone or something determining intent would be the differentiating factor on whether or not it was in fact bullying. And my contention is that I don't have to. No one has to determine intent in order for that thing to be actually bullying. And the demonstration that I gave was, again, a pregnant woman. I don't have to be able to know or determine that she's pregnant for that pregnancy. She could keep it secret all 9 months if she wants to. I know a girl who did that.
I think
She's still pregnant.
Sorry, maybe we can clear this up by saying it's not because you're saying that the reality could be she's pregnant even if you don't know, right? I think that's what you're saying. And
Even
I don't
if I
think
can't
that
determine it.
Yeah, I don't think Freshly's contending with that part. I think
I'm not.
if you in
Yeah.
the state something is a certain thing, it would require that you would need to know that. Is that do we all agree on that?
Yes. Yeah. I'm not saying the truth.
I'm
What
not.
the truth is, I'm saying how do you know?
My argument isn't at all that anything to do with being able to state definitively anything. I mean, I'm not saying,
That's how you're determining who's a bully and not.
Correct.
Based upon their intent. Who, again, I ask, who determines what the intent is? If you're identifying what a bully is and what a bully isn't based on their intention, that's what you're postulating is how you determine what a bully is.
And again, I
Determining
guess
like, hey, it could be a bully, it could not be a bully. It depends on what their intentions were.
Yeah, sorry, a brief interjection real quick here. This is the point that I made to the audience earlier, because both of y'all communicate this way. Because y'all sometimes lead with your question and then talk afterwards, and then you might even pause and talk some more, you'll notice that y'all interject sometimes because it's like you're thinking you're about to answer the question when you're really not about to answer the question. So just to give y'all a heads up of why sometimes the y'all are at cross paths in the conversation, not on the topic, but just in the communication of it, is because you ask the question in the beginning and then talk after the fact, instead of talking first or making your points first and then ending on your question, if it's meant to be answered.
Okay. I'll reformat. I do not think that you can externally determine a bully based on their intentions. Because, and here's a question, how would you externally determine intention without it being communicated by the executor of the action?
Right. And my response again is that me being able to determine the intent would not change whether or not it was actually bullying.
But that's not what I asked you, though. I asked, how would you do it? You're just saying, I don't have to.
I know that's not what you asked them, but Freshly, you agree with that, right?
Say it one more time. What'd you say, Jen? Vulcan?
Well, I was asking, do you agree with what Dane's saying there?
That you don't have to determine intent?
For it to be bullying. Like, he's not saying to know it's bullying, but just for, like, God, like, Dane, I'm taking
for the actual action. Yeah. So if this is what Dane is saying, if Dane is saying it could be bullying, whether you know it's bullying or not, yes.
Is that
that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying, how do you about? Well, because you're saying that's how you determine. Well, no. He's saying that that's how you determine who's a bully and who isn't. It's based upon intent.
No, I'm saying that would be the determining factor. That's what I'm saying. The same two behaviors, one could be bullying and one could not be bullying. Well, what would be the difference? Well, the difference would be the intention of the person doing the action. That doesn't mean that I have to be able to somehow or another discern or be able to prove 100%, well, he's doing it because of, this, for instance. That doesn't mean that I have to be able to determine it or you do either. Whether anybody can actually determine it or not that the intention of I'm just going to go over here and show out so that, you know, I look bigger and stronger or whatever, and I think this person's weak enough that they have to take it, that is the characteristic of bullying. If nobody ever knows the person's intent, that doesn't change the fact that that person was bullying. By that same token, look, I'll flip it around. That person could be doing something that's the same behavior, but it's very justified. Well, like you said, well, what if that's his truck and he didn't know that little kid over there stole his truck? Well, he might go over there and he might take the truck, and everybody may just swear up and down he was bullying and the kid wasn't actually bullying. See, so nothing would change there as far as that goes, except that it would not be bullying in that case. But being able to determine 100% what the intent was isn't necessary for one to be bullying and one to not be bullying.
No, but that's what I've been saying. Is that you it can't be determined. So you can't say who's a bully and who isn't.
I didn't say it can't be. So
Just
that's not
based
what
on
you
their
were
action.
saying. I said it doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to be. Not that it can't be.
Okay. So if that's the case, then yeah, we're saying the same thing.
Yeah, well, no, because you're saying that your argument. I'll try to steal man what you just said was that it can't be determined, right? I'm not saying it can't be determined. It can be determined.
I didn't say it can. My postulation was just how do you do it? You're saying you don't have to.
Yeah, that was my response is you don't have to do it. It would still be bullying.
But hold on, but just right here. But just maybe that's where the part of the miss is. He's asking for a how. You're saying that's unnecessary or irrelevant, but that's not really answering the question of how.
That's my point.
So
I agree with the other thing.
You saying that, so do you mind at least attempting at the how for a moment? Like,
well, sure. I mean, there are ways you could do it as much as you could do most anything scientifically. You could look for pattern, behavior. You could listen to things that the bully or the person doing the action said to his friends and comrades. You could question his friends. You know, those sorts of things, and look for patterns and evidence and such, just like they do with criminals and that sort of stuff and everything. And you could come to a reasonable conclusion that this dude is just going around the schoolyard bullying kids he thinks is weaker than him. Or you could come to the conclusion, well, no, he's not bullying people. The people we think he's bullying, they're really, you know, mistreating girls or mistreating younger kids or something. And our investigation has found this out. But even then, you wouldn't know definitively 100%.
I agree.
Okay, so
my actual question. Hold on, real quick. My question initially was, who determines it? The answer to that is the bully.
That's my answer.
But that's my point. That's not an answer to my question. The bully determines the intent. That's the answer. The person doing the bullying determines the intent.
No, not really. The intent, the truth exists. Truth exists absent of, you know, anything else. So if that bully is going over there bullying people, and I'm saying a requisite part of that is that he has to be going over there preying on a weaker person to try to make himself look stronger or smarter or whatever. If he is doing that, that is the truth would be, from my perspective, then that would be bullying, regardless of what the bully says, regardless of if anybody knows.
They would be the only ones who truly know their intent. They will be the only ones who truly know their intent. They would determine.
They may not.
They would determine. So, how does anyone know